Dissonance. Book 3 in the Ashport Mender series. Written by G.K. Lund. Part 1. Reticence. Chapter 1. Spending an evening perched on top of a sturdy tree branch was likely no one's idea of fun, but maybe I was just a bit weirder than most. I loved climbing. It stemmed from a year in my teens when I hadn't been allowed to do anything without someone watching my every step. So the height, combined with the feeling of getting away from it all, always settled me. It was also useful as my job often required break-ins, breakouts, or the occasional escape somewhere to get away from followers. Yes, I never said my job was boring despite me hanging out in a tree instead of a bar. It wasn't like I would have minded being in a bar, especially with Nate, but he was away on work. And so, in a sense, was I. The reason I was doing it this night, though, was the fact that I was keeping an eye on an enclosed cluster of houses. I was far outside the town of Ashport, toward the north, and some way down from the main road close to the sea. It was a compound, complete with a fence around it that kept people out. People like me, the cops, anyone really. Dale Ralston, its owner and leader, did not like outsiders, and that actually included anyone affiliated to the town's supernatural community. Still, it was my duty to protect and look out for any affiliate in town as long as they didn't endanger us. At the moment, that included Dale and his guys. There were some shifty people in town, experimenting with efficiency when it came to taking those with unusual or strong supernatural abilities to mold them into nice and obeying little soldiers. It was what they'd wanted to do with me once. I didn't want that to happen even to the sleazebags living in this compound. It wasn't the best place to enter, though. Dale himself was not a friendly kind of man, and the guys who'd joined with him weren't exactly mother's best either. I needed to know whether or not any of them had been taken, or if they'd seen something dangerous or suspicious. And to do that, I had to get inside. It would be best to do so without being noticed. To eavesdrop, rather. Or read a mind or two. That was useful at times. I shivered and zipped up my jacket completely. It was cold and dark outside, and it didn't get better with sitting motionless like this for too long. The fence that framed the compound followed an oval form if seen from above. The houses were placed almost down by the main gate, which was guarded. I was now on the opposite side, the north side. I was surrounded by forest everywhere, and some of it had been left standing inside the fence too. I'd been following some of Dale's men that I'd spotted in Ashport. The problem was that every time they'd returned home, they'd never used the gate. They had another way in or out, and I couldn't find it. As far as I could tell, there was no tunnel, no ladder, and no freaking zip line above. It wasn't like they could fly, and so I'd spent a few days trying to figure out this mystery. The top of the fence was not only protected by barbed wire, it was also covered with it like someone had gone completely overboard when putting it there. Besides, there were motion sensors connected to the whole fence. I couldn't climb over it or cut through it. You'd be stuck in barbed wire or caught anyway before you'd get anywhere. A crack sounded somewhere nearby, telling me I was not alone anymore. The question was it a deer? Or one of the Ralston affiliates from the compound? I lowered my upper body so I didn't stick out so much. Autumn was well advanced by now, but there was enough foliage left to hide me in the dark at least. Another crack of a twig or two, and I looked around. My heart beat faster. Then I noticed there was someone right under me. I glanced down at the motion of a figure moving. Where the hell had he come from? I lay completely still, barely daring to breathe. It was a bit hard to see, but my guess was he belonged to the compound. That increased the chance of him not being particularly nice if he got wind of me watching him. It was likely he would trap me here and then call the guys inside. Why was I even invested in the safety of these people? I rolled my eyes. Because there were children in there. They hadn't done anything wrong. Their mothers probably hadn't either. The men who'd decided that Dale Ralston was a smart leader to follow were not people I found impressive, though. I knew of some of them, but couldn't see this man clearly, which meant I had no idea of what he would do. What he apparently could do was wait. I sighed inwardly when he got his phone out and began reading and typing on it. Well, damn. If he was doing that, he was waiting for someone. I couldn't risk anyone else stopping right below me and maybe noticing me. Without making a sound, I gathered my limbs under me until I sat perched on the branch over him. My careful movements meant I'd avoided any creaking from the tree or rustling from my clothes. I didn't take my eyes off him and reached into the small purse I always carried. It hung diagonally from shoulder to hip and contained, among a few select things, my favorite weapon, a baton given to me by Nate. I lifted it out of its specially sewn pocket and held it at the ready. I couldn't expand the shafts now. The man would hear it. No. I needed to drop down and then use it. My biggest advantage was the fact that he was a lot more blinded in the darkness by the blue light emanating from his cell. I raised myself a bit more so I could touch the branch with my free hand. Then I steadied my breathing and considered the drop. Not high enough to break any bones, not low enough to avoid injury if I fell badly. Nothing to it. I jumped and aimed for the man, hoping to kick him away and further disorient him. He never looked up. There was nothing to hear after all. The air rushed past me, and then my feet hit him, approximately on a level with his shoulders. He cried out in a surprised and broken scream, and then fell forward, pushed to the ground. I landed awkwardly and dampened the impact by rolling. I got up into a crouch, waiting for an attack, and flicked the baton so the 2 extra shafts expanded. The light from the screen lit up a few feet around the phone. My heart pounded from the adrenaline rush, and there the man lay, flat on his stomach. It took a moment for me to realize my planned attack would not be necessary. I walked closer, careful in case he was faking it. I picked up his phone, and after a second's thought, I threw it at him. It hit his head and bounced off it, landing on his back. I sighed. Surely that would have made him jump had he been awake? I sidled closer, careful but curious. The light from the phone revealed he'd been chatting in a dating app. So he was either going into town on a date or he'd come from town after one. I glanced around. Who was he waiting for? Someone else going in or out? I doubted it was the date. I couldn't picture Dale Ralston allowing outsiders to know about a secret entrance. I peered closely at the unconscious man. He was mid-20s, maybe. Like me. His dirty blonde hair was a telltale sign he was a Ralston. I shook my head and collapsed the baton between my hands. The forest smelled of dirt and leaves. No animal or bird was near enough to be heard, nor were the cars on the main road. I glanced at the fence, so close by and so blocking my way. Fine. If I couldn't get in to do just a quick check, then so be it. I had enough people to care about, not least the guy I enjoyed spending more and more time with. The Ralstons were a problem for later, especially since another one could show up any second and raise the alarm. I stuck the baton back in my purse and headed to my car, a not inconsiderable hike in the dark. Chapter 2. When I reached a fairly quiet street that ran parallel to Bay Street, I hurried down a side alley that would lead me through to the coffee house where I was meeting Nate. He was supposed to be back from Ashdale and his new job, and this was the most convenient place to meet because of our next destination in the older part of town. While I walked there, though, I could see through the windows on my side and to the front of the coffee shop. There were some chairs and tables under heating lights out there, but no customers. They were all inside due to the chill of the day, their heads popping up between me and the windows that opened into Bay Street. There was a man there who had me halt my steps a little. There was something familiar about him. Tall, quite so, and a lean build with broad shoulders under a gray suit. His hair was gray, short and neat. There was something about the way he was standing, though, that tugged at my attention. Then he turned, and his face became visible in profile as he was speaking to someone. Talk about déjà vu. He looked so familiar, yet also not quite as expected, the hair color notwithstanding. I took a few more steps and got them both in my sight. I had no doubt I was staring at Nate's dad. Nate himself stood next to him, a certain strain to both his jaw and shoulders. He wore a suit, though a dark one. He must have come straight from work then. Unlike the older man, his hair was a light brown, his handsome face younger and decidedly less angry. He was keeping it inside instead of revealing it like his dad was. Boy, was I curious. I had never met his dad before, and I didn't think that was what this was about either. Nor was I particularly interested in doing so. The man was a cop, after all. Not in this town, but still. My kind did not exactly trust them, as they tended to get stuck on our chaos-inflicting ways due to our nature-defying abilities. Go figure. And so it was that I snuck toward the corner of the building and remained there. I was too curious to stay away, and anyway, well, I've never claimed to be particularly nice and polite, at least not all the time. You drove all the way out here for this? Nate said. Well, it's not been easy getting a hold of you. His father's voice came out equally restrained, though gravelier than his son's. That's not true. I just talked to... You informed me through a text message, and then I had to hear the rest from your sister, and now you've been avoiding me for weeks. Nate scoffed at that. I have not. Why didn't you come to see me in Ashdale? You do realize the both of us drove all the way here and met? It's the only place I could be sure of finding you. There was a slight pause, and then Nate broke the silence. I see. So that's why you sprung this on me? Sprung what? I wondered. I had obviously missed something before I came close enough to listen. I wouldn't have to surprise you if you would just pick up the damn phone. Fine. You got me. I should have answered the phone, but I was obviously trying to avoid this. And what you're proposing is called nepotism, by the way. No, it's not, his father insisted, sounding a bit taken aback. That would be hiring you in my precinct. I merely happen to know someone where there's an opening and... I don't care. An opening? That meant Nate's dad was trying to get him a new job. I had learned from his sister Sarah that it was expected in that family to become a cop in some form. I just hadn't thought about this development after Nate quit his job in the Ashport Police Department. It had been a few weeks, but I could still hardly believe it. He had loved his job, and not only because his family expected him to do it. I might not be the biggest fan of his former employer, but despite that, I had been able to appreciate his capabilities for it. What I was hearing now, though, meant he hadn't been open with his family about it, which was strange, considering he now worked in the same city they lived in. He must have been avoiding them. His new employer, Sterling Investigative Consulting, even provided an apartment for him to use when he was there. Though he still lived in Ashport, it was a practical way of doing it. But avoiding his family, at least his dad, meant more was going on than I had been aware of. I'm not interested, Nate seemed to add in case his father hadn't gotten the first couple of refusals. How can you not be interested? The older man asked. It's perfect. It's a detective's position, with more than enough challenges. You won't be bored. I know you're up for it, and this way you won't waste away with art theft and insurance fraud. Who says I'm bored? Wouldn't his dad know? They were family. All at once, I had an uneasy feeling in the pit of my stomach. I wasn't sure what to think about Nate's new venture, but I knew that whatever position his dad was suggesting, it was something Nate would love. It wasn't just that he'd liked his former job, he'd taken pride in it. I couldn't avoid thinking that I was the reason he'd quit in the first place. I had brought nothing but chaos into his life, hadn't I? And insurance fraud? Nate went on. It has its moments. You won't believe the things people are willing to do to commit fraud. Some of the ways are pretty fascinating. Fascinating? Outrage filled the older man's voice. It's beneath you. Beneath me, huh? You know what, Dad? You can ambush me here or in Ashdale. I don't care. I've made my choice. This was bad. I stepped back a little so I could get a glance at them through the windows. For anyone in the coffee shop looking out at them, the two men appeared to be having a civil conversation. I knew that tightening of Nate's shoulders, though. I could read almost the same body language on his father. Since they were the same height, neither could loom over the other. There was a lot of repressed something there. It bothered me that my life in the world I lived in was the cause of this disagreement, especially since Nate really did like his old job. He was an honest, decent guy, used to the mundane world where nothing otherworldly ever happened. I'd been impressed with how he dealt with it. He hadn't adapted easily, but he had adapted, learning as crazy things happened around him. But his leaving his job for this new one had come as a surprise. It had happened fast, but from what he'd told me so far, he seemed to like it. He was working in private investigations for a man we had met during a troublesome night when the Marbella, the local cultural hotspot in town, had been taken over by armed men not long ago. I had a lot of respect for his new boss, having seen him in action, so I didn't think anything bad about Nate's new job. It was simply that it wasn't his old one. Fine, his dad snapped. I realized I had forgotten to pay attention.
The offer won't last long, though, so you better make up your mind quick. My mind is made up, Dad. Haven't you been listening? You're wasting your time. I told you. Whatever Nate's next words were, I didn't hear as they came mumbled and muted around the corner of the building because a couple of cars drove by. I moved closer to the corner again, losing sight of them right after his father gave Nate a look. It was the kind of look that radiated disappointment. Nate must have stood his ground, though, because neither said a word before Hansen Sr. decided to end the conversation. This had not gone the way he had planned. Clearly, they didn't yell in this family. Everything about this argument was so repressed, I wondered for a moment if the Hansen clan died early of heart attacks from all the suppressed anger. At least I was starting to see where Nate got it from. It would have been a lot more fun seeing it in a different situation, though. His dad worried about him. Personally, I had no such familial expectations guiding my life, and I was genuinely glad. That didn't mean I should disregard how other people went about their business. And it was, wasn't it? Their business. Still, even as I stood grounded mere feet away from Nate, a measly corner between us, I was certain I was what had caused this issue in their business. I stepped back a little, barely conscious of Nate's dad across the street where he got into a dark car to drive back to Ashdale, no doubt. They both needed to cool off. And maybe I should back off too. I got my phone out of my pocket and walked backward from the corner. I could send Nate a text and postpone. Not like he was super into our plans for the day anyway. I glimpsed him through the windows then. He seemed to be exhaling as he rubbed a hand over his neck, staring down at the ground a moment. Damn it. I stopped and sighed. Then I shoved the phone back into my pocket. I could be supportive. Totally. Nate? I ventured and rounded the corner. He turned at the sound of my voice, a smile now replacing the uncomfortable feeling he must assuredly be left with after that meeting. He didn't show it, though. Hey, there you are. He closed the space between us and scooped me into an embrace. My pulse sped up at once, the feeling of dread evaporating. I simply breathed in his familiar scent. With his arms holding me close, my own around him, I couldn't think of why I had considered bailing. Here I am, I agreed, speaking into the collarbone under his shirt. You're early. Eager? Eager to get it over with at least. I smiled and leaned back so I could see his light blue eyes. Everything all right? He made a sort of sideways nod. Everything's perfect. Well, that wasn't exactly what I was expecting. But before I could keep asking, he lowered his lips to mine, and I forgot all about words. All that mattered was him so close, his lips meeting, our breaths one, until. I think we have an audience, Nate said as he glanced sideways, breaking the kiss. I followed his line of sight. Inside the coffee shop by the window, two old ladies, each with a teacup in hand, grinned at us. Those are some knowing smiles, I said. They really were, kind of like they couldn't settle for either leers or smirks. Yeah, let's go. Nate dusted a light kiss on my lips before he let go of me and turned. What? We're not going to give them a show? Not unless it's a one-woman show. Wow, your mind's getting dirtier. I caught up and stepped in beside him. I like it. I bet. His gaze fell on the parking spaces across the street, but he seemed to discard the thought. Let's walk instead. It's nice outside. I did not object, though it wasn't lost on me how he'd avoided my question earlier. He was not all right, and I wasn't supposed to know. How was I going to be supportive and comforting and stuff when he wouldn't tell me what had happened?
Chapter 3. Oh my God. Maggie stopped and looked around. Nate, do you smell that? We'd entered Tangier Square, and around the central fountain and among the park benches stood a farmer's market that must have sprung up during the week. There were small stands everywhere, and quite a few people about, too. Though the wind had picked up a little as we entered the large open space, the sun was out, making it bearable to be outside without a jacket, as long as you made sure to stay in the sunlight. Maggie brushed away a stray lock of hair that blew in front of her face while she scanned the nearest stands. Oh, right. Her eye caught something she recognized. Give me a second. She added my way, and then went over to a stand with an older couple in it before I could even open my mouth. I had no idea if she knew them or not. It could be hard to tell with her as she was always getting into conversations with complete strangers. I stayed back in the sunlight, glad my clothes were dark, and absorbing the warmth. This day had really taken a nosedive when my dad showed up unannounced to give me crap about quitting my job. I'd known it was coming, which was why I'd been avoiding him lately, which was, of course, why he'd decided to show up in person. So yeah, it had been unavoidable. I sighed and glanced over at Maggie, who was laughing with the old couple and waiting for the man to hand her a small white box. She wore dark blue jeans and a white shirt, and, unlike me, she'd had the sense to wear a fleece-lined black jacket that kept her warm. Her dark, wavy, shoulder-length bob moved lazily around her face since the wind had trouble getting hold between all the stands. Cinnamon? I asked, as she came back to me moments after. There was a strong scent of it in the air, kind of like the smell of freshly baked cinnamon buns. That was not what she'd bought, though. Exactly. She smiled and stared down into the little box which had a fork stuck in it. Her smile was accentuated by pink lipstick. That particular makeup was usually the strongest color she would wear, and she alternated between the pink one, a bright red one, and a deep burgundy one. Mixed with her hair and dark bright eyes, it gave her a distinctive, classic look. "Want to try?" she added, and before I could ask, she held the fork up to my mouth with a piece of apple stuck to it. It was baked and tasted tart and sweet, the cinnamon topping it off. "Are you sure you're all right?" She bit into a piece of baked fruit herself. Chewing gave me time to think as there was something to her voice. "That's the second time you've asked me that today," I finally managed a moment later. "Why?" Maggie shrugged and ate another piece of apple. "No reason." "Well, I'm fine," I told her. No need to bother her with my dad's issues. She had enough in her life to deal with, and there was nothing she could do about him. "Long day," I added, and winced at the distant wail of sirens. It had to be somewhere nearby since the sound got closer. "So," Maggie said, "I am going to repeat myself here, obviously. You okay?" I turned and smiled at her. "I'm fine. Whatever that is, it's not my problem anymore. I'm merely saying that it's okay to miss it." "Really?" I reached out, pulled her closer, and put my arms around her. An upstanding woman affiliated to the town's supernatural community is telling me it's okay to miss working for the police. Her kind did have major trust issues with law enforcement, after all. Her eyes crinkled in mock hurt. I'm only saying... Yeah, I know what you're trying to say. I leaned in and kissed her. She tasted sweetly of cinnamon. Besides, she said a minute later, we stood close together, no creepy older women watching. I don't think upstanding is the word people use to describe me. No? What words would be used then? I stroked some of her soft hair behind her ear as she gazed up at me. More like, oh God, not her. You? And hell, no. You do have a way of making an impression. I got you to pay attention, didn't I? There was mischief in her dark eyes. They were a deep, dark brown, and up close one could see there was also a warm, coppery tint to them. I smiled. There's no denying that. There was a general noise of all the people bustling around on their relaxed errands, but the sound of shoes slapping down on the cobblestones caught my attention. I glanced up, and a man ran toward us, though we didn't seem to be his goal. He carried a laptop bag over one shoulder and a camera bag in his hand, trying desperately not to drop either while keeping pace. His face was red behind the glasses. Is that Rob? Maggie turned to look and was nodding before she'd stepped out of my embrace. What's got you all riled up? She shouted at him. He cast a glance over and then stopped next to us, seemingly grateful for the reprieve. He swallowed hard and held up an index finger while catching his breath. I became even more aware of the short chirps of the sirens then. Rob, besides being one of the members of the town's community, was also one of the town's only 2 reporters. As far as I knew, though, Rob covered what was deemed small-town news, not things that generally called for sirens. That would be Andy Peters, the editor and only full-time employee of the Ashport Daily. Can't you hear the sirens? He huffed out and then straightened up. Yeah, Maggie agreed, but isn't that more like Andy's cup of tea? Sure. Rob gulped down a breath of air and shook his head. He must have sprinted from the Daily's offices. But he's got a sick kid. And here I am. What happened? I asked him. Wouldn't you know, detective? Rob glanced at me and then shook his head. I forgot. I don't know yet. The rumor is there were a couple of gunshots. Really? Maggie stared in the direction of the sirens. We hadn't come from there, and therefore hadn't heard anything. Over in Tierney Street, is it? Rob nodded and wiped his forehead with his hand, the laptop bag almost sliding off his shoulder. Yep. Must be a big story then. Run along, champ. She gave him a wide smile. You know, just for that, I'm going to tell Tegan about the mimosa incident. Hey! You wouldn't! She shouted after him, but he was running toward the sound of the sirens, which were now increasing. Somehow he managed not to drop his equipment. What mimosa incident? I asked. She shrugged and turned back, her attention on the box of cooling apples. What? She glanced at me, all innocent. I have no idea what he's talking about. Right. It was impossible not to smile. You know, I always pegged him for the more responsible of you 3. Now I'm beginning to think you are a bad influence. Come now, Nate. I don't believe what I'm hearing. She put another piece of fruit in her mouth and then chewed around it to speak. Obviously, it's Tegan's fault. I knew the 3 of them were close, but I was beginning to suspect Tegan might be the adult of the group. I was about to argue my point and was then promptly proven right by having a piece of cinnamon apple popped into my mouth. Come on! Maggie beamed at me and half turned. Let's go! I threw a last worried glance back and followed her. Whatever was going on, I would usually have known by now. As it was, it really wasn't my business anymore. Chapter 4. It amazes me, though, Maggie said. We walked through one of the older parts of town and were surrounded by quaint white houses with red-tiled roofs. I've seldom seen Rob move so fast without a drink or 2 on board. Besides, how did he know already? The cops were still responding. That would be Andy Peters, I guess, I said, while we passed a few people going the opposite way. We always figured he's got people around town calling him when something happens. Really? Yep. The guy's always early on scene, and unless he's responsible for every single crime in town, he's got a system for knowing about them. It was likely a shopkeeper in Tierney Street that called him, and then he called Rob. Wow, I'm impressed. Maybe I should... Whatever you're thinking, just don't. What could I possibly be thinking? She asked as we neared the set of buildings we were headed for. There were so many things, especially when it came to the police and staying off their radar. Setting up some sort of alert system. Oh, I could have Eddie make an app. She sounded positively chipper. For God's sake, I'm starting to regret this. I stopped before we could enter the secluded courtyard to our right, and she did the same, turning toward me with a laugh. Aw, come on, Nate. You're already halfway over on the dark side. She wound her arms around me. This is nothing. I'm starting to think you're a bad influence on me, too. Nuh-uh, she protested, and stood on her toes and gave me a quick kiss. You love me, she purred and winked at me. No backsies. Fine. My treacherous lips formed into a smile. No, backsies. Let's get this over with, okay? You make it sound like a chore. I only huffed at that. We left the sidewalk and stepped inside a courtyard enclosed by several of the small light-colored houses. About 10 kids were in there, playing and talking. Maggie and I took a left and rang the doorbell of the house closest to the street outside. The door opened a few moments later, and the watchful face of Eddie Hayes appeared to greet us. The suspicion was obviously meant for me. Not only was he a member of the town's community, but he was also what would be called known to the police. The guy was dark-haired, with a fairly scraggly appearance, his hair in disarray today, his plaid shirt crumpled. He also seemed somewhat tired, and I guessed he'd been spending more time than the average person in front of his screens. Eddie was, after all, known to the police for many things, most notably under suspicion of cybercrimes, which I now, thanks to my knowledge of the community, knew to be true. Hey, Eddie, Maggie greeted him. Eddie acknowledged my existence this close to his house by rolling his eyes. Come on, Maggie. The least you could have done is taken him home and changed him before you showed up here. God, you're a pervert, Eddie, I said, and followed Maggie inside. I'm not a pervert. I'm just a dumbass. He didn't close the door until he had a quick peek outside. Real subtle, I told him. Afraid of the kids? Afraid someone will see you in those stupid formal-looking clothes and get the wrong idea. I had come straight from work and hadn't had time to change, but seeing as it made him uneasy, I was kind of glad. I didn't even care it was petty. I knew Eddie did some good things for his kind, but I also knew he did some shady things besides that. It was why he was so useful to Maggie. Unfortunately, it was also why his name popped up now and then in certain police investigations, which was why he did not like me being there. Not that I felt any different, especially now that I knew most of it was true. The problem with Eddie had always been proving it. So the whole list is readable? Maggie asked as Eddie closed the door. We were all standing between the kitchen and a small sitting room. Eddie's house was fully furnished, but had hardly any photos or knickknacks around. It was the house of someone who'd never had the time to settle. Yes, and it's not good. It's as you thought. They've traced the whole history of the community in Ashport, every family and every ability. Damn it, Maggie whispered and shook her head. It was as we'd surmised, then. The people sent by the Yorov group to do this had indeed been tracking every person affiliated to the town's community to figure out who could be valuable assets to them. They collected people with useful abilities to do their own dirty business, and now they seemed to be on a track to creating a more efficient way of getting to these people. I know, right? Eddie said. It's as unthinkable as affiliates. Oh, I don't know, dating cops, or... I opened my mouth to say something but caught Maggie's eye. Don't, she said, a clear warning. We were not there to provoke Eddie more than he already was by my presence. If you say something... Ooh, Eddie interrupted, a mischievous glee in his voice as he misunderstood her tone of voice. Or chose to. You'll stop sleeping with him? Maggie seemed surprised at the thought. What? Why? Look at him. Why would I do that? I am. Why would you? You two do realize I can hear you, right? I haven't suddenly become see-through? Also, Maggie went on as if I was, in fact, invisible. It's none of your business, Eddie. Fair. But when has other people's business ever stopped me? Well, that's true, she agreed. Okay then, I said. Since I've apparently died and am no longer seen, I'm going to excuse myself from this lovely conversation. I headed toward the stairs without asking, knowing where I was going as I'd been there before. Hey, Eddie blurted somewhere behind me. What are you doing? Maggie, what's he doing? He can't do that. Steps clomped behind me on the stairs. You knew we were coming, Eddie, I said over my shoulder, though I didn't stop. I'm sure you've already hidden whatever you don't want me seeing. Dude, you can't do that. Sure seems like I can. Maggie? He asked her. She did not answer, though there was now a double set of footfalls behind me. At the top of the stairs, I took a left and entered the only door on that side of the landing. It led straight into Eddie's cyber lair. There was screen upon screen and a constant low hum coming from all the hard drives. It was fairly warm in there, which was why a window covered with a thin metal mesh was open. Like last time I'd been there, some of the screens were turned off, only this time he'd done so in advance. My fingers itched to switch some of them on to see what kind of projects he was working on. Still, that was not why I was there. Eddie pushed past me and then turned, standing between me and his equipment like a ferocious little guard dog. What? I asked innocently. Something to hide? Damn it, Maggie. Do something, he pleaded with her. She smiled and came farther into the room. Come now, Eddie. It's like you and your cigarettes. He can't help it. Just show us the list, I urged him, waving my hand at a random computer. That earned me an eye roll before he sat at a completely different one, closer to the window. You have no idea how difficult this was, he began as he typed on the keyboard, and what looked like indecipherable code raced across the screen. I bet it's easy for those bastards using it. They have the key, but... He kept typing, his eyes locked on the screen. Anyway, needed some help. And even then, it took some time. Several weeks, in fact. Eddie stopped typing to glare at me. Then he went on without further comment until the gibberish on his screen morphed into something recognizable for Maggie and me as well. Apparently, the guy had some encryption set up to get into his own computer. He searched through several files and then sat back while a long list appeared before him. Here it is. Our real worst nightmare. Both Maggie and I stepped closer to peer over his shoulders and read. There it was indeed. Names upon names, families mapped out, marriages, children, stepchildren, and the icing on the cake, their abilities. Eddie guided us through the neatly put together information, names and connections cross-referenced throughout. I glanced over at Maggie. Her face had gone completely blank as she watched the names and information fly by while Eddie talked. This was a nightmare for their whole community. And to emphasize it, Eddie came to a section that gave even more proof of that. Look here, May and Joe Rotherton. They had a kid, like 4 years ago. And check this out. He scrolled through the information to a reference to the family history. It stated that photokinesis ran in both the parents' families a couple of generations ago. Based on the fact that the mother has that ability and the father is an empath, they've deduced that the kid has a 77% chance of ending up with that particular gift. Damn it, Maggie repeated. She gripped the top of Eddie's chair, her knuckles white. That's not even the worst, though it's bad enough, Eddie went on, moving back to the primary information on the couple. See this footnote? He asked, and clicked without waiting for an answer. A small window opened, revealing only 2 words. Photokinesis confirmed. So they are checking their own hypothesis? I shook my head. This was bad. Is this child in danger? I asked them. I doubt it, Eddie said, and then kept on typing. I glanced over at Maggie, who loosened her grip on the chair and straightened up. She swallowed hard before she answered. He's right. I don't think this particular child is in danger. His ability isn't necessarily useful or rare enough, but it doesn't matter. I nodded. Because sooner or later there will be another who is valuable enough to take. Right, adults too. They're not picky if the ability is rare enough. Yeah, I agreed, meeting her dark eyes. She was an adult with such an ability. Reading people's minds was rare. I was both thankful for that and suddenly even more worried about her. She had been a target for these people for years. I didn't want to imagine what they'd do to her if they ever got their hands on her again. She was an adult now. It demanded a lot of manipulation to gain control of them. It was why they preferred acquiring children. They were easier to manipulate and brainwash. For anyone growing up in an environment created to mold these kids into non-questioning operatives, well, that would be normal, wouldn't it? Especially if you didn't know any other normal. See here, Eddie went on, it's loads of the same. They've even got us on here. I looked back at the screen, and the name Hayes popped up in several places. It went back generations, cross-referencing to relatives in both Ashdale, the nearest city, and Charlotte Bay, a small town up the coast. The records from those places were thin, and it was obvious the research had a focus on Ashport, but people had married in from other places, so it wasn't a surprise. "You're one of the old families in town, then?" I asked him. "Not as old as the Phillipsons, but yeah," he said. He'd shed his suspicions from earlier now. It seemed as if he had no reservations in me seeing this. "Here's Jacques and me," he added, and showed us the information on him and his twin brother. According to the list, they were the last left of their line. "Unconfirmed?" Maggie asked. "I know, right?" Eddie stopped typing altogether and sat back a little. "Means their system's not perfect. Of course, I hardly use mine, so when would they have seen it?" He was right about that. Eddie's ability was an oddity to me. Not that he had one. I'd seen too much weirdness by now for that. He could open any lock with his mind. Considering his lax attitude toward the law, it was almost funny how he hadn't settled on a career as a thief and burglar instead. True, Maggie leaned in and pointed at Jacques' name. But what about him? "Well, he doesn't have one. Maybe they're confused because of the twin thing?" Eddie shrugged. They were identical, but their differing lifestyles made them easy to tell apart. "How often is he ashore?" I asked. Jacques was a fisherman. "Not like they can follow him on his boat?" "No, the Aurora is way too small for a spy stowaway," Maggie agreed. There was a tightening to her lips at that. She had been kept prisoner on that boat by an old enemy for a time. She would know. "Yeah," Eddie agreed. "So as I said, their system's not perfect. And they're not done either." I pointed at several open spaces with nothing but question marks. Must take time to gather information if they're doing it in person. "I guess that's what Blakey has all those people for," Maggie said. We'd seen them all as they'd held the people in the Marbella hostage. The motive for that had been twofold. Steal back this list from me and get access to a safe in the basement under the building, which was hard to get to with all the security guards there. It hadn't been the money they were after in there, though. No, it had lots of old information on the Phillipson family in it, old papers that the people in charge likely thought nothing of, but it had turned out to be valuable in the wrong hands. "What about the Phillipsons?" I asked Eddie. "There's so much I haven't been able to get through it all. There have been so many marriages and divorces and kids here and there, but the upside is that this Blakey guy hadn't gotten through it when you got the list either, and that was before he found all the information in the Marbella." "Let's hope it opened more holes than it closed," Maggie said. "Yeah." Eddie nodded and seemed oddly downtrodden a moment. He did truly care about the community he was a part of. "So what now?" "Now we find Blakey and his crew," Maggie said. Though that was harder than we had thought. We knew what they looked like, but even though Ashport was a small town, it was possible to fly under the radar if one wanted to. "Can I get a copy of the list?" I asked. The simple question was followed by utter silence as both Maggie and Eddie turned their heads from the screen and stared at me, faces blank. "What for?" Eddie asked. "To have a look at?" I countered. "What else for?" They kept staring at me as if I had asked for world peace. Then Eddie angled his head and left it to Maggie. It took her a full 3 seconds to give him a short nod, and then another 2 before he did as she said. "Right, not much trust there, even after all we'd been through." Eddie, I understood. But Maggie? That stung, mostly because I wasn't all that surprised. Chapter 5. It was late when Kona, my golden retriever, lifted her head and made a low yapping sound. I glanced up. The game on the TV had changed into some old black and white movie. It was dark outside, too, and late, judging by all the black apartment windows across the street. "What is it, Kona?" I was seated on the couch facing the TV, my laptop next to me, feet on the table, and a ton of papers around me. I had completely forgotten the time. Kona's answer was a bark. Then she shot up from the rug and ran around the other couch and then for the kitchen, adding some more barks, her tail wagging non-stop. "Hey girl," came Maggie's voice. She appeared in the kitchen doorway and bent to greet the dog with a wide smile. "Did you climb in through the window again?" I asked, and tried collecting some of the papers. Maggie straightened up a bit and smiled at me, oh so innocently. "Who? Me? Of course not." "Uh-huh. Just magically appeared inside my apartment then?" "Could be." She shrugged and went to the front door to set down her shoes. "These are really good, by the way." She raised her other hand and bit into a piece of prosciutto and pesto chicken. "I forgot about those." She stopped chewing a moment and stared at me. "But they're so tasty." "That's good." Maggie sighed as she shook her head and walked around the couch facing the windows and sat in the one I was. "You're the weirdest foodie I know. Making food and not eating it. Even worse, forgetting about it. Now that's a crime." She kissed my cheek and sat back. Kona, who had followed her, went back to her post and lay down on the rug next to the couch. "So it turns out Andy missed a scoop today." "How so?" "According to Rob, there was a shooting, and someone got killed." She held her phone up for me to see the screen. The closest Rob could have gotten was to take a photo of an apartment building over in Tierney Street. It showed some patrol cars and a demure-looking Officer Rollins in the lower left corner, guarding the entrance. The headline read, "Woman, 37, shot dead." "Wonder what happened," Maggie said and put her phone away. "Statistically, nothing good." Likely they'd solve this one pretty fast if past experience everywhere was anything to go by. Maggie eyed the TV and then all the paper. "What are you doing anyway?" "Sifting through what Eddie found." After we'd left his place, Maggie had gone off to do one of her jobs, as a call had derailed the rest of her night. I'd gone home, and though I had other cases to keep me occupied, there was something about Blakey's work that bothered me and kept tugging at the edges of my mind. When the game had started, I'd ended up here, and given in to have a look. "Yeah, I kind of got that," Maggie responded to my answer. "What's with all the murdered trees?" "Makes it easier to plow through the information faster." She made a grimace of confusion as she pointedly eyed the stacks of paper. "Makes it easier with the cross-references, I mean." "Well," she said and moved closer. "Find anything interesting?" "Not yet. You?" I turned my head and eyed her, but she appeared more interested in the food. I knew her well enough by now to know that was not the case. Still, she did not seem all that interested in the list beyond its existence and the trouble it would cause. She shook her head. "I haven't seen Blakey or any of his crew since the Marbella, nor is anyone missing. Yet. That I know of." Which was probably true. Maybe this can help? She scanned the large amounts of paper before she eyed me again. "Sure. Unless you have another way." "Haven't heard anything from anyone yet. No one's seen them." Which, of course, was also likely true. And a useful thing to have checked out. She had ears and eyes out, searching for these people, but they remained hidden. The amount of legwork needed to verify Blakey's research, though, meant they had been moving about town at least before the Marbella. They had in all likelihood been laying low after that night, though. For a while, surely. They had taken people hostage, stolen a helicopter, set off bombs, and then destroyed the helicopter. The town had been swarming with law enforcement and Air Force investigators, including my sister, Sarah. It had been their helicopter. I knew it was still going on, but things had settled down now, and most thought the perpetrators had left the area long ago. I knew better. We knew better. "If no one's seen them, then this might be our best shot," I told her. There was a lot of information, but there were also patterns. I just had to see them. Seeing the patterns meant finding Blakey. I was sure of it. Yet Maggie seemed too disinterested, which meant she was going at it another way. But how? You've got your suspicious face on again, she said. I'm only curious. About what? I'm wondering what angle you're actually working. I think that qualifies as one of those potato things. She took another bite of her food and sat back, careful not to disrupt any of the papers. I can't help if you won't let me. We had agreed to figure this out together, but it hadn't taken long before I got the distinct feeling she was keeping information back. Not that I suspected she had all that much yet, but I know. There's just nothing to tell. I glanced at her, but as with what she was saying, her face revealed no tells. Okay. I went back to the list, scanning through and noting down things to check more thoroughly. Blakey had been doing a good job. He must have gotten access to the town archives and much more to get all this information. I noticed one family, long dead now, where he'd based his findings on old newspaper clippings citing strange weather incidents. There was one distant relative still living, an old man in his 90s with no immediate family, according to Blakey's research. He was marked down as aerokinetic confirmed, which meant Blakey had researched and guessed based on the information he'd gathered about that lineage, and then sent someone to verify. The whole list was full of this kind of information. It seemed that Gerard, the judge and chosen leader of Ashport's community, and Maggie had not lied when they'd told me people inherited these abilities from their parents. The results seemed varying, though. I found another family, a branch of the Phillipson clan, that seemed to have a long string of some sort of force fields and thought manipulation running through every generation. Then, 20 years ago, out of 4 siblings, only 3 had gotten any abilities, and only one strong enough to pose any potential harm. Genes were a funny thing. I had no idea how many pages I'd skimmed through when a name caught my attention. Peggy Alder. I'd hardly ever heard Maggie mention it, but there it was. Peggy Alder, Maggie Evans, Meg Avery. Former resident. Telepathy. Really, the man's odd punctuation told me all I needed to know. They must have caught on to her new alias shortly before the Marbella. It was a little odd considering she didn't use it much, except in writing. It was merely a means Eddie had set up to make Maggie Evans harder to track digitally. Former resident, though. Was that what they called the children they abducted and brainwashed into their service? I shuddered at the thought. The 3 exclamation points, on the other hand, well, Blakey hadn't used those when stating anyone else's abilities. Maggie had told me herself that it was a rare offshoot of empathetic abilities such as Gerard had. She was likely valuable to them beyond what I could comprehend. I caught my breath as my chest tightened. It was like the air wouldn't go in or out for a second. She was not a damn commodity to be used. I glanced over and found her curled up on the couch where she'd fallen asleep. Time had gotten away from me again. There was some other movie on the TV now, though at some point Maggie had muted the sound. The remote still lay in her limp hand, about to fall on the floor. I put aside the stacks of paper in my way and moved over so I could take it out of her hand. Her eyes fluttered at the motion. "What time is it?" she mumbled, and tried focusing on me. "No idea. Late." I brushed my fingers through her soft hair. "Let's go to bed." She smiled lazily and moved over to her back as she put her hand on my neck, pulling me in for a kiss. "Best idea you've had all day."
Chapter 6. Stupid back doors. They were never where you wanted them to be, or thought they might be, or where it would be smarter for them to be. I moved through the forest with light steps, but did not get any wiser. And to think I'd left Nate's place early for this, wasting hours on finding an entrance that would allow me to circumvent Dale's nasty-ass men. But I knew they would never tell me anything straight. And there was no hole in that damn fence, and I'd been over it 2 times now. There was no way in through it, over it, or under it. I was not going to start digging. That would take forever. And, in this forest-infested landscape, someone would catch me unawares before I'd even dug down to my knees. So, were they levitating? Teleporting? They couldn't all be. There was nothing to see outside and over the compound but canopy and power lines. That was it. No flying monkeys or Mary Poppins in sight. But Dale Ralston was not to be messed with, even by his own guys. And that man from the other night? He had come from somewhere. Of course they snuck out to get drunk and whatnot. Hell, I'd sneak out just to get away from there. Sneaking in wasn't all that tempting, to be honest. But the Ralstons were as valuable as the Phillipsons. At least some of them. Still, it was late in the day when I decided to call it quits. My next best source of information on these guys was their closest relatives. Even people who resent each other keep tabs on one another. How else to keep score? I made my way from the compound back to my car. I'd parked it a half-hour's walk away, hidden on a side road, so none of them would catch on that I was snooping around. Then I drove the half-hour drive back past town, southward to find the rest of this old family. That was to say, the one person who knew them all, could speak for them, and generally knew the most important things about them. The thing about small towns was that families mattered a little more than in the big cities. The judges and leaders were all chosen by the affiliates of the communities, usually for life or until they screwed up beyond belief. Sadly, that happened sometimes. In small towns, it wasn't unusual for some of the leaders to be part of larger families, as was the case with the woman I was going to see now, Genevieve Phillipson. With her, there was no need to find a hidden way in. Her home lay south of town, near wide sandy beaches and huge cultivated fields behind it. The beaches were likely not sandy from nature's side, especially considering the shoreline, which was rocky and uneven some distance away from the main property with the farmhouse. The house was big and white with a slate-shingled roof, and it looked a bit like it had been added onto over the years. Genevieve didn't run the farm herself anymore, and as far as I knew, some of her extended family now tended to the fields. The huge barn stood empty, but was well kept. In front of the house was a garden that usually contained flowers as well as a patch for vegetables. This was the only farming Genevieve did, and it was where I found her after I'd parked and walked toward her house. She was in her 70s, her hair almost white now. She kept it in a loose bun above her neck and under a hat. Dressed in jeans, slightly stained from working in her garden, no doubt, and a gray woolen sweater for the cold weather, she hailed me and greeted me with a smile as I reached her. "Maggie, lovely to see you." Yeah, so I might have been exaggerating a little when talking to Nate the day before. Not everyone greeted me with disdain. But then again, as with Dale's compound, not everyone was all that fond of Menders. We had a reputation, too. "Hey, Genevieve, are you alone today?" I glanced around, but no one else was visible. There were no extra cars either, only Genevieve's tiny old Honda, and there was no chatter competing against the waves rolling in on the nearest beach. Usually, Genevieve had at least one visitor from her family, if not more. She'd had 6 children herself, who now had their own kids. If I was not mistaken, there was a great-grandchild or two as well. I couldn't keep up with the numbers. Not only did Genevieve have her own brood, but she was also the matriarch of sorts for all the Phillipsons in town. At least the ones who weren't too far out on the family tree. It was an old family. They'd been in Ashport since it was founded, though they themselves claimed it was longer. No one knew anymore. But they had always owned land and been well enough to do. They had also sported some impressive abilities over the years, but no one really knew what the original gift had been. There had been so many people who had married in, often because they had abilities that the Phillipsons wanted in their bloodline, that the family had become a mixing pot of abilities. Usually quite strong, too. Genevieve's husband, Pierce Sr., who'd been 15 years older than her, had died some 10 years ago. He'd been the patriarch then, but instead of gathering around her son, they'd sort of rallied around her and came to her for advice. And so, she'd become one of the town's leaders alongside Annalise, a friend of mine. "I suppose I am alone." Genevieve looked around a moment as if she hadn't noticed before now. "They all went to some gathering with my eldest, Pierce, but I had to talk with Gerard, so I decided to cut it short today. Oh, everything all right? Genevieve straightened her back and got up from her knees, a basket of weeds ready to be chucked somewhere else. Even this late in the year, there was still some greenery growing, and that seemed to include weeds for the most part. Yes, only some nonsense with a great nephew. Gerard gave me a heads up before he'll have to call you. She waved it off with a quick gesture, and then bent down to straighten the dirty knee pads she had on. A courtesy call, you know? Yeah. To you and me both if you can get the kid in line first. Just so. She straightened up again and smiled, her freckled and wrinkled face beaming under her wide-brimmed hat. So, what can I do for you? It's about Dale. Oh. Her smile was wiped away as fast as it took to say his name. Well then, I think we'd better go inside. 10 minutes later, I found myself in Genevieve's kitchen. It was on the back side of the farmhouse and much smaller than the one that had been built in recent years. From what I understood of the various pieces of gossip I'd picked up in my time in Ashport, she favored the older parts of the building as they were easier for her to maintain, and generally more to her liking. The building could house scores of people, and the main kitchen could be used to feed them or make food for big parties. If you were invited into Genevieve's little kitchen or her den, though, it meant she was comfortable around you. In that regard, I was grateful. Yes, people would give you information if they were scared mindless of you. If they liked your company, though, they were more likely to continue helping instead of avoiding you or attacking you. I'm not much on speaking terms with Dale, as you well know, Genevieve said, and pushed the button on her coffee maker. She proceeded to cut some coffee cake into neat pieces. By the looks of it, she'd made hers with blueberries. I think it's about 10 years since the man stopped saying hello when we passed each other in town. Around the time your husband died, then? Yes. For all Dale's talk of Phillipson this and Phillipson that, it's odd that he would greet Pierce and not me. Oh well, that's the pride of men, I tell you. She placed the cake between the china she'd already set out, elegant flowery saucers and plates. Because you're the Phillipson? I asked her. That's right. Technically, we would have been Mr. and Mrs. Boucher, but as many have done before and since, we changed it and kept the Phillipson name. Right. That had been a thing in Ashport for ages. The Phillipsons weren't that interested in whether the name followed the patrilineal or matrilineal line, as long as it followed a true line and survived. There was such pride to the name that this was not an oddity. Even people who were not affiliated with the community knew this. Of course, they didn't know why. But there was land, businesses, and even some mayors now and then with the name, so they had likely assumed it to be because of monetary power, not our kind of power, which in the end usually amounted to the same, respect. But the Ralstons see themselves as Phillipsons, don't they? I asked Genevieve as she sat across from me, a teal-painted kitchen table between us. Yes, our families have intermarried often enough that it's a good idea to check the public records before marrying one of them. She winked at me and proffered me some cake. At least that's the saying among us. I raised an eyebrow while I lifted a piece of cake onto my plate. Maybe a good idea, yeah. Anyway, Dale is one of those Ralstons who resent his ancestors for keeping that name. According to him, he's as much a Phillipson as the rest of us. And Genevieve put some cake on her plate and sighed. He's not wrong. Why are there so many Ralstons if you're all just the same family, extended and otherwise? Did I not mention the pride of men? She snickered and got up to get the coffee and poured us some. The scent filled the kitchen now. There were those who refused to give up their name, and so it has remained. It's not like every Phillipson has married every Ralston in town, only enough to make things complicated. She sat again and continued her explanation of what was likely the most recent family drama. Apparently, Dale had seen himself as a proper replacement as the unofficial leader of the Phillipsons when Pierce Sr. had died. But their relatives had started coming to Genevieve instead. It had been a natural continuation for them as they already knew her, and had dealt with her often when her husband had been alive. Dale had resented it and become more and more angered by it. In the end, he'd managed to create a divide in the family with a few of them sticking to him instead of her. Most of them are Ralstons, and a few young and angry ones are Phillipsons, she said after her explanations. She leaned back, her half-drunk cup of coffee in her hands. She looked outside a moment, her eyes following a poor seagull as it tried flying against the wind. There are other affiliates there too, I told her. I'd seen it for myself. Sadly, yes, I do think Dale likes his angry little court. Problem is, I think someone else might like it too, for all the wrong reasons. Genevieve's eyes darted from the seagull and back to me. Who? I'm sure Gerard has told you that the Yorov Corporation has people in town? A little, yes. I was under the assumption it's being handled. No. Genevieve gave me a resigned smile. Your bluntness is both disheartening and refreshing, Maggie. I shrugged at that. No need to beat around the bush with you. She was one of our leaders. It was her duty to know and help if she could. Well, they're still here, hiding. Do you know about the ledger? Genevieve shook her head and swallowed the last of her coffee. Gerard said they had a document detailing some of us. It's worse than that. I told her about the information Eddie had uncovered. It was not merely a document. It was several freaking books worth of information. Why had Gerard downplayed it? Maybe he didn't understand the threat. This does sound bad, I have to say. Yeah, I agreed. And inside Dale's compound are many people who would be interesting to these guys. Blakey, this historian, he's gathered information on all of us. When they're done, they can simply pick and choose who they'll want to take and use. Genevieve visibly shuddered in the warm room. So you're here because you want to know if any of them are already missing? Yeah, but also to give you a new warning, it seems. Your family is in danger. You know best who might be useful to the Yorov group. You need to warn them to be on the lookout. I agree. I'll have another chat with Gerard. Explain it to him. There's been a lot lately with so many out-of-town cops running around. That was true. The chaos of the Marbella had caused a lot of damage as well as a lot of possible exposure. A few of Blakey's crew had been arrested, the ones we'd left behind when escaping. Then there was the whole ordeal with the turned-off cameras. Nearby surveillance had not been off, but due to the darkness, nothing had yielded anything useful. That had been lucky for us as a community, and even more so for Nate and me. As for Dale's people, though, I haven't heard anything, Genevieve added. So they're safe? Which in extension meant the rest of us were. They might follow Dale, but most of them have relatives who talk to me. The problem is, though, and I hadn't thought much of it until now, I haven't really heard anything about any of them, not even Dale. I nodded. This was why I had wanted to talk to her. That's too bad. It was. It meant I had little choice. Does that relate to your own as well? No, I've heard nothing of anyone disappearing, and I'll tell them all to keep an extra vigilant eye out from now on. I nodded and ate the last piece of the cake on my plate. Good. Let's hope that's all it takes. Chapter 7. At one point, a few weeks ago, Nate had entertained the idea of changing all the locks on the windows to his apartment. Funny that. Of course, it did make sense, considering one of Blakey's people had broken in one night. That had been a woman named Ivy Allister, and she'd caused some damage with her little peep fest. So, Nate had done it, changed the locks to something sturdier and more difficult to break through. When I'd asked him how he expected me to get inside, he'd simply smiled and pointed at the front door. I mean, honestly, where was the challenge in that? As I sat perched outside his bedroom window, several stories between me and the street below, I smiled at the memory and the absurdness alike. It was a bit windy, sure, but not as much as it had been at Genevieve's earlier. The new lock, though, cost me a few more seconds than I had before. Of course, Nate didn't get that this meant a bigger challenge. So far, not a single neighbor had called the cops on me. They seemed blissfully unaware, which was both satisfying and disturbing at the same time. Then again, they didn't know people who could teach you to open certain locks one-handed in somewhat straining positions. Still, the absolute lack of expression on his face the first time I'd surpassed the new lock was far better than him showing any kind of surprise. It had been late one night, like now, dark and chilly, and I'd found him in the kitchen drinking some water which he'd barely not swallowed down the wrong tube. He'd sort of stared at me, his face void of anything, and then simply said, "Just don't fall." Of course I wouldn't fall, I thought as I got the lock open and carefully leaned out far enough for the window pane to pass me. That was the whole point. There was something called keeping your skills up to date, though. That included climbing. Plus, I really liked seeing Nate force back a small twitch at the corner of his mouth when I came in this way. It was beginning to happen more often. Besides, the benefit was climbing right into the bedroom of a hot sleeping guy who could very easily be woken up. Perks all around. Not now, though. Even though it was dark, it wasn't that late. I eased myself inside and closed the window behind me. The lights were off in the bedroom, but I'd seen from outside that all the lights were on in the rest of the place. I found myself smiling as I walked toward the bedroom door, which had been left ajar, a stream of warm light coming in from the kitchen, as was the sound of voices. I was conscious of the smile vanishing from my face when I reached the door. Should I join them? Or not? Should I go outside and come back through the door? It was one thing messing with Nate regarding the window. No one else needed to know. And when I reached the door, I double agreed on that. The open gap showed me Nate and Detective McCallan as they were in the kitchen. No, that guy did not need to know more about me than he did, which was likely way too much already. The furry form of Kona suddenly sprang into the kitchen with a happy bark. "Yes, Kona." Nate glanced sideways at her. "I see him." She barked again, but Nate was what was he? Too agitated to notice she was indicating me in the bedroom. Obviously, she'd heard me. "Go to your basket," he ordered her, his voice stern enough for her to do as told. I breathed out a sigh of relief and eyed the window. "I don't know what to tell you, Bill," he added to McCallan as soon as the dog had left them. "Really? It's a murder, and you haven't even asked." I reconsidered the window. Geez, was I seriously eavesdropping for the second time in as many days? I was a horrible girlfriend, wasn't I? Still, I couldn't help stepping a little closer. They were talking about a murder. They couldn't see me at a glance since they were to my far left, McCallan with his back to me, Nate facing him. They were halfway down a beer bottle each, which seemed normal enough, but there was something weird about it, though. Something kind of standoffish about the way they faced each other on each their side of the kitchen island. And no matter who stood next to Nate, especially near that monstrosity, they always came off as a bit shorter due to it being raised a few inches to accommodate his height. "It's not my business, is it?" Nate took a swig from the bottle. "Not technically, but seriously, this would normally be gnawing at your curiosity," McCallan argued. He wore his usual work clothes, a blazer, dark pants, and a light-colored shirt. There was likely some tie there, too, though I couldn't see it. His blonde hair was a tad longer on top and usually brushed back. The man never looked like he had product in his hair, so I had no idea how he got it to stay that way. "I have more than enough gnawing at my curiosity," Nate protested, and gave a seemingly relaxed shrug. The tension in his shoulders spoke another story, though. I wondered if McCallan saw it too. Something was wrong with this conversation. There was something unspoken, and I realized I hadn't heard much about McCallan lately. Which was odd despite the fact that I didn't see him often. I stayed away from the police as a general rule. Nate was the only one who had gotten an exemption. But McCallan and Nate had not only worked together, they were friends. Nate was friends with the guy's wife, too. I knew that because I'd picked up on it before Nate quit his job. But not so much after. Right. McCallan drank from his beer. How's the new job then? You mean, am I bored? Nate gave a wry smile. That's more or less what my old man wants to know too. Can you blame him? He's set in his ways. Oh, so he could tell McCallan about it, but not me. That was annoying. McCallan nodded. Well, I'm not, but a but can't be good. Whatever comes afterward. Unless you've been hiding under a rock, you'll have noticed we've had a lot going on lately, and I don't only mean the murder. Kona had gotten bored staying in her basket as she was now back at the open doorway that led into the living room. She was staring right at me. Don't bark! Don't bark! I silently pleaded with her and made a shooing motion. She stared some more and then went back into the living room, though away from her basket that was right outside the doorway. Is that why you're here then? Nate asked. The tone of his voice suggested he hadn't exactly expected a visit. Had they had a falling out? If so, why wouldn't he have told me? McCallan went quiet for a bit. Then he drew breath. Come on, Nate. What the hell happened? You quitting your job for no apparent reason came somewhat out of the blue. Not really, Nate argued, though his words were hushed as he glanced down. But I bet that's still not what you're fishing for. There was a pause, long and suffocating. I've been working on the Marbella case a while now. I should think so. It's been weeks. Yeah. Out with it. Nate didn't even seem worried. God, he was good at keeping things locked down when he wanted to. It took a lot of pushing to crumble his walls. So we couldn't reach you. My phone was completely messed up. Which was halfway true. His phone had been hacked and scrambled to eternity and back by Eddie. That had turned out to be a blessing in disguise. I know. You were here with Maggie. Right. And then a week later, with no warning and no good reason, you up and quit. Sterling offered me a job. Couldn't say no to our out-of-town hero. Yeah, but when did you meet him? Nate's new boss had indeed become the hero of the attack on the Marbella. If he'd not defused most of the bombs, the damage would have been worse. Probably not in human lives, though. Blakey and his crew had not been out to kill anybody, but that was hard to know for everyone else. I met him during the investigation afterward. When exactly? Can't remember. It was all very chaotic, you recall? McCallan's confirmation came as a sort of, So what are you looking for? Nate urged again. I used to interrogate people with you, you know. I know what you're doing. No, no, no. That could not be good. And why was Nate encouraging him? Was it simply to get it over with? Had he been expecting it? Okay, so I've been going over the names of those present in the Marbella. Since we don't have surveillance tapes to aid us, we only have witness statements to back up people's statements. I know. I was there with you, remember? Yeah. And which of these statements have you coming here, now? Come on, Nate. You've not exactly been easy to get a hold of. There was an unhidden accusatory tone in that statement. Had Nate been avoiding more people than his dad? I knew he didn't hate either his dad or McCallan, so why avoid them? Was he ashamed? Bill? Fine. McCallan withdrew a notepad from his jacket pocket. He did not flip through it. He had come with the information ready at hand. There were reports of a scuffle with some of the hostage-takers up in the art gallery, the one on the top floor. Mr. Sterling told us about this. Said he got some help but couldn't remember who from. I'm sure it was a stressful moment or two. But there were some hostages who were temporarily freed during this altercation, and what they say doesn't match anyone else we've got records of. Really? Don't remember that. Must have happened after I left. Uh-huh. Anyway, one couple said Mr. Sterling was helped by, he raised the notepad and obviously read from the statement jotted down there, some freakishly tall dude and a dark-haired chick with one of those whacking sticks. There was a pause again. Whacking stick? I'm assuming the couple meant a baton or something along those lines. McCallan lowered the notepad and took another drink from his bottle. And by that you're saying Maggie and I were there? The beer bottle clanged as McCallan put it down. Why did you quit a week later, Nate? New job, Bill. Are you in some kind of trouble? You can tell me you know that. Is it Maggie? I still have her file. Did you get pulled into something? Crap. What the hell was happening? Since when had McAllen gotten so suspicious? It had to be Nate's uncharacteristic behavior. He'd loved his job. We all knew that. McAllen was right when he said it was weird. And now he was the one with a file on me. Damn it. Listen to yourself. This is ridiculous. At least Nate was on my side. But a nasty little nagging thought came. How much would that cost him? You wouldn't be the first, McAllen went on. If you've gotten in over your head. Bill, stop it. This mysterious couple was seen by a few more of the guests, but not one person on our lists fits the description. I should think not. It's as vague as a stick figure. You haven't actually denied it so far. I was here that night. With Maggie. My phone busted. Not that we were busy watching the news. And to think he hadn't taken me seriously when I told him he needed an alibi. McAllen scoffed and blurted a sarcastic, "Fine." But it was not fine. I stepped back from the door. My heart hammered as if I'd gotten a rush of adrenaline through me. There was no physical danger around, though. No. But that did not mean there wasn't any danger nearby. McAllen clearly suspected we had been there because he was suspicious of me. They'd investigated me together at one point, hadn't they? But where Nate had seen the truth of my life, McAllen was in the dark. That did not mean he was wrong, though. Had Nate quit because of me? Because of what I was doing to his life? I was so confused. My mind was full of every worst-case scenario. I was hardly aware I was by the window again until the lock needed my attention, even from the inside. I forced myself to calm down by drawing a breath and packing away this chaos until I was safely up on the roof. At least I could compartmentalize, and those quiet minutes spent climbing out of there and back up onto the roof were the quietest of the rest of the night. Damn it. Why hadn't he told me?
Chapter 8. I don't know why I don't eat here more often, Vince Collier said, as a greeting through a mouthful of French fries when I sat across from him in the booth. The fries lay next to a half-eaten turkey sandwich. Because you live in Ashdale? He nodded, swallowed, then sighed. I should visit my grandma out here more. It was after lunch, so Danny's was fairly quiet at this time of day. The diner was my, and many others', favorite place to eat in Ashport, but it was odd going in there at unusual times like this. I realized my life had been a lot more structured time-wise in my old job, overtime notwithstanding. Still, Collier had information, and you kind of had to show up when he was available. He was, like me now, an ex-cop who had quit to work as a private investigator. In both our cases, it had turned out to be more lucrative. The guy was always on the move, though usually that pertained to the city. If he was here, it meant he had other cases here. If not, he could have emailed me. Good to see you, Nate. How's the new gig? This time I sighed. Couldn't help it. Oh, wow. Didn't know that was a loaded question. Vince forked in another pile of fries. He chewed a bit and talked around the food. So what is it? You're bored? Wrong kind of cases? Someone else bored for you? I eyed him a moment and then gave up. It wasn't always easy eyeing Vince Collier. The guy was completely bald, had no beard, and yet his nickname on the force had been Rasputin. It was the eyes. Good Lord, did the guy have piercing eyes that made you feel like something supernatural was going on? Wasn't that precious? I thought wryly. Still, he had a way of getting information out of people, and most of us thought it was because anyone who saw it simply wanted to escape that stare. Hell, people really did seem to blurt all kinds of things when they didn't know or weren't prepared for him. Those are oddly specific reasons, I told him. Vince shrugged. Happened to me when I first quit. When did it stop? Who says it has? Nice pep talk, Vince. Sorry, I kept on with what I wanted, and soon old colleagues began hiring me too. I nodded. I'd used him myself on occasion. Unlike me, he worked for himself. He'd set a standard early on for what kind of cases he'd take, and built up a reputation that kept him fed and with a roof over his head. In working for Sterling Investigative Consulting, or Sterling IC, I had it easier. I knew that. Like all his investigators, we had to meet a yearly minimum quota of cases. We had some choices in which ones, plus a hell of a lot of benefits that had never even crossed my mind before working there. As for cases involving Ashport, though, I seemed to have been given first dibs, even as the new guy. It didn't hurt to know the place. Right, so since you're here in person, I'm guessing you either missed your grandma dearly or you have another case in town. Collier scoffed. I always miss my grandma. I'm a good boy. Uh-huh. Anything interesting? Nah. Only extortion and proving some guy is a stalker. As for your inquiry, though, I actually got somewhere. Really? My inquiry pertained to all the equipment that had been stolen from the airbase outside Ashdale some time ago. Equipment only being a nice way of saying explosives, weaponry, and a chopper. That last one had been accounted for, though, and yes, the Air Force was investigating it themselves, but the general who'd been honey-trapped into giving away information to the thieves in the first place had hired Sterling IC to do a separate investigation. The man had been forced to retire and was now guilt-ridden, so Sterling had given it to me if I wanted it. What he didn't know was that I already knew who was behind the theft. But except for the chopper, I so far had no idea what they'd wanted with the rest. That was to say, what Blakey and his crew wanted with all the weapons beyond the most obvious. Collier nodded at my surprised question. Yup, he added. He swallowed his last mouthful and put down the fork. So this guy up in Ashdale bought some explosives about a week ago. It was poorly handled when it came to removing serial numbers and identifiers. Looked military to the naked eye. Unfortunately, he, and thereby I, lost track of it. But since you wanted to know where it came from, I followed that lead instead. I said nothing to that. Collier drank from his iced tea. He had contacts when it came to this kind of business that I didn't. That was just a fact this early on in a new career. It led back here to Ashport, which didn't surprise me much since you were the one who hired me, to some guy called Krabs. Not exactly a flattering nickname. Nope. And I should know about unflattering nicknames. Think this one relates to fishing, though. At least I hope so. I waved it off as not important at the moment. So this guy was talkative when cornered, right? Right, I agreed, meeting a pair of eyes that seemed to be popping out and wide open at the same time as his face was otherwise relaxed. Turns out he had gotten it from a guy named Charlie Ralston. That right? Yep. He grabbed a file from the seat beside him and handed it to me. It's all in here. Thanks, man, I said, and took it. A nagging thought at the back of my mind when it came to the name. Hey, no worries, and I'm charging nicely now that I know Jansen Sterling is sporting the bill. I wouldn't believe you if you said otherwise. Ha! Collier drained his glass. So what else is new in this quaint little town? I heard there was a murder. Mm-hmm. A couple of days ago. As far as I know, Bill's on that case. At least according to himself, he was working with a new out-of-town transfer now. Some guy who had wanted a nice and quiet life. He should have found a smaller town than Ashport, it seemed. Haven't heard anything about it being solved yet. The Daily claimed the murder victim was somewhat reclusive, with not too many friends. I shrugged. The Daily gets page views when something remotely interesting happens. I'm sure it's only filler stuff. Either that, or it's not as straightforward a case as first thought. I shrugged again. Fair enough? I stayed in Danny's a few more minutes, catching up with Collier, but soon went home. It hadn't been my plan, but the name he'd given me kept claiming my attention. I entered a Kona-free apartment, which meant that Mrs. Gaines, my neighbor, had taken her for the day. She lived next door and loved animals. Unfortunately, after her husband died fairly fast due to undiagnosed cancer some years ago, she'd developed a groundless fear of having any animal for company in case she died on them. So she'd happily taken to taking Kona along on her errands and looking in on her when I wasn't around. I felt sad for her, but it all kind of worked. A message pinged on my phone as I headed to the bookcase that filled up most of the wall to the right of the front door. It was from Maggie. A short answer to my earlier text. She hadn't come by last night as we'd agreed, and so I'd sent her a question mark this morning. It was a system we'd set up after she'd gone missing and been stuck aboard Jacques Hayes' boat with an insane old enemy with a grudge. I'd send her a question mark, and she'd send me back an exclamation mark, which meant she was fine, merely busy with something. Maggie, being Maggie, of course, seemed to send weird emojis instead. A cloud and a crossed-out bell today. Whatever the hell that meant. It didn't matter, though, which was likely the point. As long as the text wasn't empty, she was fine. An empty text meant something had gone wrong. I wondered how much wrong something had to be for her to ask for help. I glanced at her text from yesterday, stating she'd come over after she'd had coffee and cake with an old lady. What the hell was that code for? I put the phone away and pushed at the bookshelf to open the door that was part of it. It was a fixture that my granddad had built when he'd lived there, and the door in the bookshelf led into a small guest room. It was hard to notice unless one knew about it, so I'd put all the papers with Blakey's list in there. They covered the bed, desk, and windowsill, making the room useless for anything else at the moment. I wasn't risking Ivy Allister or any of her colleagues breaking in, looking for it, and finding it. Not again. It had also been an added bonus that my living room was not full of papers with information on certain people in town when Macallan had shown up last night. I could hardly blame him for being suspicious. I had quit abruptly and with little to no explanation. The last weeks after I'd handed in my resignation had been awkward, to say the least, and it was almost lucky we'd been so busy at the time. The fact that he suspected it was because of Maggie worried me, though. I could even see why he did, so it was hard to dissuade him. But the file we'd gathered on her, much to the credit of Vince Collier, was not complete. It barely scratched the surface. And why in the hottest corners of hell hadn't I taken the damn thing with me when I quit? I knew why, I reminded myself as I looked down at the crumpled piece of paper in my hand. I forcibly relaxed and flattened it on the desk. I had been so ready to leave, so ready not to walk any kind of line again. I hadn't thought about it. Big mistake. Macallan had, up until now, been less suspicious regarding Maggie than I had been, until she became a part of my life and I quit a job I loved and she hated. No, I couldn't really blame him at all, but I couldn't explain anything either. He'd never believe me. I was sifting through the papers when a name caught my attention. Charles Ralston, or Charlie. There was a lot of information about his relatives, ancestors, as well as living ones, but the most important to Blakey seemed to be his age, 31, and ability, Viper Strike. What on earth is a Viper Strike? I mumbled, and then settled on it, being fairly self-explanatory. Unlike Blakey, though, I needed more information, and Collier's file on the guy had provided some, including the fact that he had some priors, such as larceny and assault. How nice. His address was non-existent, though. Odd. Shouldn't his parole officer know where he was? Still, there was more than one way to find someone, and I walked back into the living room where I found my work laptop. It didn't take all that much time to locate Charlie. Like most people, he posted everyday happenings of his life on social media, and he wasn't savvy enough to keep his stuff private. After about 15 minutes, I knew he liked to hunt, drink, and generally make noise near the harbor and some of the more shady bars there. His place of residence also became painfully clear as he posted often about his life inside a fenced-off area I'd been inside only a couple of times as a cop. It was not a nice place, and that was putting it mildly, but I recognized the small houses and some of the people known to hang around Dale Ralston, which meant Charlie lived inside the compound. Dale was known to favor his relatives whether he liked them or not. So maybe Charlie's parole officer didn't want to know too much about his residence? We'd had warrants both times we'd been there. Once for a drug charge, another time due to a domestic abuse case. More often than not, the police never got closer than the gates, where Dale sometimes graced us with his despicable presence. Great. Absolutely freaking great. I stared blindly out the window a moment and then went back to it. Dale's compound was a no-go, and now that I was starting to suspect he had affiliates in there as well, I saw the place as more of a hazard than I'd done before. But I'd been given a job to track the remnants of the theft from the airbase outside Ashdale, and it seemed Charlie was my best lead. I simply had to find him outside of Dale's little realm. Too bad for Charlie that he didn't think about the fact that he had his geolocation on. Chapter 9. Maybe I was being a bit judgmental. Okay, a lot. But the public library was not where I had expected Charlie Ralston's social feeds to ping on. They clearly stated he had checked in there 15 minutes ago, though, and so I had rushed over and taken up a table near the window of a coffee shop across the street. I didn't have to wait more than 10 minutes or so because 25 minutes seemed to be his limit in there. So I could conclude, with little surprise, that the guy had not attended the poetry reading of which flyers were hanging everywhere around the block. Maybe he used the computers? It didn't matter much beyond my normal curiosity, and I left my untouched coffee to follow him. Not one of his photos showed any car more than once, and I'd guessed he didn't have one, banking on having to pursue him on foot. That turned out to be correct, at least until he eventually met up with someone with a car. Either way, that was a problem for later. Charlie Ralston, though, was not in a hurry. He was easily recognizable from the selfies and photos online. He was fairly tall and oddly lanky, as if he hadn't been able to grow out of it as a teen. He had the dirty blonde hair I'd seen on most of the people inside the compound. As with the sandy blonde color, it probably ran in the family. Like most others out that day, he was wearing some kind of thick field jacket that protected against the cold. High boots secured his jeans at the ankles, jeans that were stained and holed for reasons other than fashion. Despite keeping my distance, I saw he had an unnerving air about him, which would likely shine through even if he was wearing a tux. Some people, especially older ones, gave him worried side eyes as he passed by. Tailing someone in Ashport, especially when you lived there and knew people, was not as straightforward as one might think. Over the next 15 minutes, I bumped into two people I knew and had to cut conversations short with some excuse. Knowing the town, though, was a plus. I traversed parking lots and side streets several times while guessing Charlie's approximate trajectory. I knew where people would likely walk when entering certain streets, and it panned out. As far as I could tell, he never caught on to me, because I wasn't always there, certainly not in the same street all the time. Still, it took a detour inside Blue Nana's bakery before it became clear where he was going. As he came out with a blue cupcake, he checked his phone and then sped up. It was a good sign, for me at least. He must have been waiting for something and passing time because he changed his direction completely and went back a while. 10 minutes later, I realized he was going to the harbor. When he crossed into Harbor Street, I knew he was headed for the older part of it. There were a lot of quaint shops and sales of fresh seafood there, a nice area to especially draw tourists in the summer season. It was a lot quieter now, of course, though there were still people there. The locals used the area too. I kept to a secluded side alley while Charlie approached a fishing boat by the wharf. Only the bow and wheelhouse popped visibly over the edge, as well as the head of a man on board. Charlie hunkered down to chat with him. It was a bit hard for me to see, so I snapped a pic with my phone and zoomed in on the man's face. Sure enough, it was a bit grainy, but it looked like the photo Collier had put in the file. Crabs. It was him. Seemed the guy dealt in more than actual crabs, not that he could live off of his marginal sale all year round. There were such things as quotas, but explosives as a second source income? That did not sit right with me. The two men talked a while, and then, as I'd guessed could become a problem, Krabs pointed toward a red car parked farther down. Charlie nodded and got up, apparently waiting for the other man to finish whatever and then take him somewhere. Which posed a logistical problem for me. Not like I could hitchhike with them. I snapped a pic of the license plate, loving my new, improved, and especially Eddie-free phone. I could get someone at my old job to check this guy out later. No one in their right minds named their child Krabs, so obviously at least his real name would be helpful. If he'd had run-ins with the police, though, it had to have been a few years back. I'd never encountered him before. Charlie walked away from the wharf's edge and toward the old storage buildings which now housed various shops at ground level. He rummaged around in his pocket for something, took it out, and then headed for the nearest alley, which was, luckily, not the one where I stood. Whatever he was up to, he was not simply smoking a cigarette. I was about to ease out into the open to follow him or pass by when a familiar female voice caught my attention. "He went in that alley, to your right. God damn it, your other right." I stepped out of the alley and glanced in that direction myself, straight at my sister, who was clearly talking to someone via comms. "Sarah? Nate?" She stopped, stared at me in shock, and then right past me. "Not you, Henry. Yes, there." I turned. A man in a long coat walked inside the same alley Charlie had gone into. "What are you doing here?" I asked Sarah. She was dressed in civvies, a long camel-colored coat to keep her warm. "Charlie Ralston?" "What? No, Leslie Hewler." "Who?" Sarah stared past me again, her ponytail whipping back and forth at the motions. "Crabs," she blurted, and made an old man stare wide-eyed at us as he, of course, chose that moment to walk by. "Henry," she went on, clearly directed at her partner. "Henry? Oh, crap." She pushed past me, and I followed, noting that the actual crabs hadn't noticed us as he was too busy rummaging around on deck. As this was not the moment to start pestering her about what the hell was going on, I simply went after my sister. But before we reached the alley Charlie had entered, an all too familiar woman came out. Sarah swiveled and grabbed for my arm, but I was already doing the same, raising my phone and double-tapping to get the camera. "That's her," Sarah hissed. We both huddled over my phone, looking like we were checking something out. The lens had free range between us, though, and we both watched on the screen as Ivy Allister peered right and left along the wharf, and then, thankfully, headed in the direction away from us. She was swaying a bit, like someone had knocked her over the head. "What's she doing here?" Sarah asked. "Does crabs have something to do with the weapons theft?" I asked her. "Why else would I be here, Nate?" "Yes, but so did she. Why is she still here?" I couldn't exactly tell her that, nor did either of us have time for a long explanation. All Sarah knew was that Ivy had been part of the people who'd been behind the theft and that she'd been part of assaulting Sarah when she'd found them the first time. Just like Maggie and I had problems finding Blakey and the others after the Marbella, so must Sarah have. She hadn't thought any of them would still be here. She didn't know, of course, that there were bigger stakes at risk than ammo and guns on the loose, which was bad enough. Blakey and his crew were after people. "No clue," I lied in response to Sarah's question. "Here." She risked a glance over her shoulder and then nodded. "Let's go." We turned. Ivy was farther along the wharf, her platinum blonde hair easy to spot at a distance. We walked quickly over to the alley and did not find what we expected. Or at least, not what I expected, as I couldn't hear the communication through their comms. "Henry?" Sarah ran into the alley toward her partner, who lay sprawled and limp on his stomach next to the wall of one of the buildings. "Is he all right?" Sarah was nodding as the man stirred at her attempts to rouse him. "Think so. This is Agent DeLeo, by the way." "We were," the man said without opening his eyes. He was in agony, his features twisted into a pained grimace. "Ambushed. Some couple." And I knew. I had no doubt what had happened here. I stared after Ivy again and spotted her farther ahead. "Go after her, Nate," Sarah said. "You sure?" She nodded. "I need to see to Henry and make sure Krabs doesn't notice us." "Okay, but I'm calling you later." "Sure, be safe." I left them and went after Ivy, still able to see her far away. She was a tall woman, athletic, strong, and with a mop of wavy, shoulder-length hair that lit up with its light color, which was good for me. I had no doubt she could hide better if she wanted to, but my guess was that she'd been hit or pushed into the wall or the ground herself, as Agent DeLeo had intruded upon her. Charlie, and probably her partner, Ian. They must also have been following Charlie. Or possibly Krabs? I had no idea why yet. What I did know, more or less, was that Agent DeLeo had likely had a taste of Ian's ability. I'd been on the wrong end of that myself, and could only describe it as some sort of shockwave that amplified whatever punches or kicks he delivered. Somehow, Charlie must have gotten away. Ian had taken up pursuit, and Ivy had wandered onto the wharf, which was the opposite direction of the men. I followed her farther and farther along the harbor until she reached the main part and then headed into town. She pulled a hood over her head then and appeared to be talking on the phone. I interpreted both things as her getting her bearings back from the altercation in that alley. I kept racking my brain to figure out why they'd been after Charlie. Had it been something to do with his illicit dealings? Had he stolen from them? The explosives had to come from somewhere. Did that mean I had caught a break in my search for the stolen weaponry? If Ivy could lead me back to where they were hiding out, then I wouldn't need Charlie Ralston anymore. Unfortunately, Ivy getting her bearings back meant that she had called for help. A while later, as she had walked into Bay Street and sat on a park bench, a helmeted driver on a bike came up to her. My guess was still on Ian. The man fit his build, but it was hard to tell with his face covered and me standing in Hazel Street, watching from a distance. Ivy got on behind him and they drove off. I wondered if Charlie had gotten away from him or not. Still, out of the two, I found Ivy to be the more threatening one. While Ian certainly packed a punch, she could make me shoot myself with my own gun if she wanted to. Luckily, she couldn't do it by looking at you, but by touch, so there was that. My pulse sped up a bit. I remained where I was and watched them. As it happened, my car was parked a couple of streets over, but I needed to know where they were headed if I'd get lucky enough to catch up. And just at the T-section down in Bay Street, they turned right, which would lead them out of town and eastward. It was the most likely outcome, I thought. I ran to get the car. It was a black company car that I'd found inconspicuous enough and good to handle. I drove in the same direction as the bike, noting that daylight had begun to fade. It took me a few minutes to catch up, and by catch up, I mean I got them in my line of sight far ahead when a curve in the road allowed it. I wasn't surprised. I did not believe for 1 second that these people were holed up somewhere in town. They knew we were looking for them, and they had a considerable amount of weapons and ammo to hide. And don't forget the intense investigations that had been ongoing since the Marbella. They may have been masked, but still. No, they were somewhere near Ashport, but outside. As the night became darker, it was easier to spot the bike with its singular light. I still lost them, though. About half an hour east of town. I kept on driving a while but saw no trace of them and only passed houses and farms where I knew of most of the people. After a while, I gave up and parked on the side of the road a moment to check the map of the area on my phone. There were many places they could be hiding out, of course, and I only knew roughly where I'd lost them, not where they'd actually driven. One place on the map caught my attention, though. Dale's compound. It was close by, only a few minutes' drive. I'd have to leave the road I was on, but it was easy enough to locate. It was just not a place most people wanted to find. But could it be that Blakey's crew were there? Was that where they were hiding? It was sure as hell a big enough place to conceal the weapons. But there was one thing that didn't add up. Much as Maggie's kind distrusted law enforcement, they all hated and feared anyone working for the Yorov Corporation. Why would that be any different for Dale and his people? I sighed as I realized there was only one way to find out. I turned the car around and went back a couple of minutes. Driving down to the compound was out of the question, though. I might not work for the police anymore, but a few guys living there knew my face, and based on what I now knew about the community, they wouldn't be any more happily inclined to get a visit from me. I parked the car on a narrow old dirt road in the forest that seemed to be unused. Satisfied that it was hard to spot from the main dirt road leading to the compound, I settled on walking. It was easiest to follow the road and hide in the forest the 2 times cars passed me. Their headlights gave them away long before they could spot me. It had been a while since I'd last seen the place, but it appeared much the same. A few more shacks had been raised in the back toward the steepest part of the area, but the houses looked to be as before. Light flooded the area inside the fence and a bit beyond. I stayed safely out of it and kept to the forest as I tried getting any kind of grasp of the place. Obviously, being inside would get me more information, but I knew that was a no-go. They'd never let me in. I glanced over at the gate and the lit-up space in front of it where a couple of Dale's goons usually stood. Something was going on there, though. It was somewhat dark, right up against the gate doors themselves, as the light didn't quite hit that spot. I sidled closer between the trees and then stopped, my breath catching. If someone had been nearby, they would have heard it. A tightening in my chest settled like a stone. I stared in disbelief at the people in front of the gate. It might not be flooded with light, but I'd know that woman anywhere. And now she was there, quarreling, by the look of agitated hand gestures, with the guards. "What the hell, Maggie?" I whispered, as I managed to draw breath. What did she think she was doing? Dale didn't allow many people inside, which was just as well, and there she stood arguing to enter, and oh crap. Before I could think, the men led her inside the gated area, and she disappeared from my view.
Chapter 10. I had been inside Dale's compound a couple of times during my years in Ashport, and I'd felt like the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up then too. It wasn't that the place was dirty and disgusting. It wasn't. At least not much. It was more or less tidy, but the smell in the air was that of urine mixed with booze and something sour. No, Dale kept a tight ship, but the look of the guys and occasional gals in here made me want to wear armor in case they came near me. There were a few kids around that I hadn't seen last time. That had been in the daytime, though. God, I hoped they went to school in town, and this was only them at home at night. At least they seemed to live in the better-looking houses where there were some women about. I followed Briar without a word. He was neither a Phillipson nor a Ralston, but an Allman. Dale didn't necessarily exclude those who weren't his relatives. Sometimes personalities just clicked. After some persuading talk, which had mainly gone over this guy's head, he'd finally agreed to let me inside. Being allowed inside did, of course, not mean you got to go alone. No, there were plenty of drugs, guns, and whatever else these folks got their hands on in here, much of it stolen and usually ready for further sale. Briar led me to the largest house, which wasn't by much. Dale's house did have a big porch where most of his guys hung out, the door to the inner sanctum open, so they always seemed to wander in and out at random. Probably to get more beer, I thought. I eyed a couple of them who already had some trouble staying upright. Passing them by involved some catcalling and wolf whistling, which, please, when has that ever worked? Idiots. I entered the main room in Dale's house, which took up most of the ground floor. He'd made it into some kind of reception hall, or maybe a king's hall, I mused, as I noted a new fixture since last I'd been there. The room in general had a lot of open space with tables and chairs around for people to sit and chat, or eat, or whatever they did together. But a big-ass chair, padded and gray, stood against the wall opposite the front door. Seemed Dale had acquired a throne. Dumbass. Wait here, Briar told me, and then went over to the group of 6 or 7 men gathered around their king. I simply waited. There was no point demanding anything here. It had been easier when Freddie had been around, though. He'd been the mender in town before me, and during an overlap with me. Dale's guys hadn't liked him much either, but they'd at least talk to him now and then. That had made it easier to gather some information on them, who they were and such. They'd begrudgingly respected Freddie. They barely tolerated me. That was how it was. I scoffed at the thought. Silly penises. At least their underestimation gave me an advantage. I was, of course, ignored a while since Dale decided to finish whatever boring story the others had to listen to, and let my gaze cross the room. It seemed pretty much the same, excepting the throne and what turned out to be a boy in the corner farthest from Dale. He couldn't be more than 8 or 9, and he was seated at a table doing his homework. What the hell? One thing was the kids I'd seen outside who lived in some of the other houses. Dale didn't have a son, though, or did he? He wasn't married, but that wasn't a prerequisite to produce one. I walked over, a vigilant eye on the men just in case. Hey there. I smiled and stood next to the table. The boy glanced up at me, and I didn't like the halfway downcast look he gave me back. That was not only from being shy. Hi, he said and stopped writing in his book. Homework? He nodded, rather feebly. I'm Maggie, I said, and realized I needed to add, "What's your name?" He hesitated a moment as if wondering if he was even allowed to respond. No, I didn't like that at all. "Theo," he finally said. "Nice to meet you, Theo. I haven't seen you here before. You live here?" Again with the feeble nod. Although granted, now he kind of seemed like he wanted to shake his head. "So what are you doing then?" "Geometry." "Oh, yeah. I seem to remember that wasn't the worst kind of math." "It's okay," he conceded. "So is Dale your dad or something?" The kid didn't resemble him. He didn't have the dirty or sandy blonde hair most of the Ralstons had for one. His was a light brown. It kind of reminded me of Nate's, though Theo's was a few shades lighter than that. It was also a few shades darker than Dale's and his folk. It was like one of the boy's parents had given him enough genes to separate him from them. Of course, his eyes were the most different. They were a warm brown that would usually be the kind to invite people in, not look down like he was doing now. He wasn't scrawny or underfed, though. He seemed healthy, so I had to assume Dale was at least feeding him. The boy's eyes flashed to Dale a moment and were then turned down again. "No, he's my uncle." Ms. Evans, what a lovely, lovely surprise. I sighed and closed my eyes a second. Then I turned and stared right at Dale, who'd come closer. He was such an ordinary-looking man in his mid-50s, medium height, a few extra pounds around the waist, gray short hair, and trimmed beard. His buttoned-up blue shirt and worn dark pants and boots were made for being outdoors. His face radiated confidence, usually expressed through his lopsided smile and the confrontational glint in his eyes. Dale didn't care what others thought of him or his tiny kingdom, because he was okay with himself and he liked his place. He was the king, after all. At least judging by the way he strode back to the chair and sat, leaning onto the armrest as he slung one leg over the other, man-spreading the hell out of that chair. "Why don't you step over into the light so I can see you better?" he suggested. I shrugged and sauntered over. "What? So you're some wolf in disguise? Will you be smelling me with your big-ass nose next?" I grimaced at the thought. Eating comes to mind. He smirked and eyed me from top to toe. The other men, who had not left but remained, probably to listen, chuckled. "Ugh, gross. No wonder you have so few women living here." Dale didn't seem perturbed, but the snickering stopped. "Only the best get to live here," Dale commented, and then angled his head a bit, eyeing me. "So, why does our only Mender come here? Been a while, hasn't it?" "It has." "Here to save us from ourselves?" I snorted at the thought. "Little late, don't you think?" Dale flicked his hands out in a fair enough gesture. "But yeah," I told him. "I am actually, oddly enough I might add, here to talk to you about an outside threat." "And that would be?" I told him about Blakey and his crew. Not about the list, though. I wouldn't put it past Dale to use something like that if he got his hands on it. I was sure he could think of a million ways to use and blackmail people. But the threat of Yorov at least got the other men in the room to quiet completely, as in, not move an inch. We all feared them. We'd all heard the horror stories. They, unlike me, had likely grown up with them. I'd simply been chucked straight into the nightmare as a kid. I glanced back at Theo a moment before I focused on Dale again. "So there you have it." "Not the first time they've been in town, is it?" he commented. It wasn't, and Gerard would always make sure word got out to everyone when they were spotted, including this fraction of the Phillipson family. "It's not," I agreed. "But they've never come in such numbers before, and we know they're after people, spying and biding their time." "And they're after me and mine?" "Doubtful. You're what? A smolder hex? Not particularly potent?" That at least coaxed a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He was not particularly strong. Oh, he could cause damage all right, but there were others who could do so much more. "Tell me, Evans." He put his foot down again and leaned forward so he rested his forearms on his thighs. "What am I feeling now?" Like most folks, Dale had no idea of my true ability. It was too dangerous to tell people, and most also reacted by avoiding me. That was better than being used, of course, but still. Like almost everyone, Dale thought I was an empath, which was a common ability that people handled better. But what did I think he felt? I stared right at his eyes, focusing on what was said inside. You think I can't look out for my own? They're all safe. I've made sure of it. Stupid piece of trash should learn some manners. The kid seems to get it. I broke the connection at once. I did not need to hear this. What you're feeling? I shrugged and kept my face neutral. Annoyed. I'd barely said the word when a slight tremor ran through the house. An earthquake? I braced myself, but it stopped before anything more than people's heart rates were rattled. Oh, how I disliked the variations of the Smolder Hex's abilities. Right. Dale sat up, an eyebrow raised to make his point, his back straight. And so I thank you for your warning. Now piss off. Who's the kid? I asked, ignoring all the blustering, but Dale had already nodded at Briar, who came forward and clamped a hand on my shoulder. All right then, I added, and went with him. I cast a last look at the kid who was staring at me, his pencil still in his little hand. He opened his mouth to speak, then saw something behind me, and promptly went back to focus on his homework. The goddamn warning bells were tolling in my head, and I barely had more than general attention to spare the compound, while Briar steered me past the houses and curious faces. Soon I found myself walking through the gate as Wesley Phillipson, the other guy keeping watch that night, opened it. It really did feel like a damn castle. So, he said when the gate was closed behind us, you're done in there? He sort of slid all the way up into my face, pushing me against the gate door. Ugh, this was why I hated this place. They weren't all like this. But, ugh. I sized him up for the second time that night, but he hadn't been this close on my way inside. He was bigger than me with a gun under his jacket and a knife on his belt. I'm done in there, I told him. I moved my hand to the small shoulder strap bag at my hip. How about you stick around a while then? Obviously, that wasn't a question. I knew I could have the baton out before he had either weapon ready. I didn't want to anger Dale unnecessarily, though. At least not now, so I smiled and leaned forward. Sure, but only if he can join us. That startled him, and as he turned his head to look at an equally shocked Briar, I stomped down on Wesley's left foot and then bolted. Ow! What the hell? He yelled somewhere behind me, but I was already safe among the trees before they could gather themselves. Maggie! A loud whisper came almost at once. I stopped despite that not being part of my masterful plan of running blindly until they got tired of searching for me. Maggie! I glanced to my left, but it was hard to see anything. Over here! A silhouette uttered in the well-known shape of Nate. I went with it and ran toward him, conscious of Wesley, or him and Briar both, running for the forest too. Here, he said upon reaching him. He grabbed my hand and pulled me with him back out of the trees, right when the shapes of Wesley and Briar ran in among them. I couldn't help a little smile at one of them limping. Then came the sound of twigs breaking and low-hanging branches being pushed aside. This way, Nate whispered, and began running. We moved along the trees at first, though away from the compound, and not 30 seconds later, we ran in among the trees again, in a different direction than the other two. What are you doing here? I asked him several minutes later once I deemed it safe. So did he, apparently. He stopped and turned to face me. I could ask the same question. It was hard to see him properly in the darkness, as we were mostly surrounded by trees and no artificial lights. His voice came restrained enough for me to not need to read his face, though. I had business with Dale Ralston. What the hell are you doing here? Two could play at the worried game. You used to be a cop, remember? Because if they had so much as sniffed you there, alone and without backup, they would not have been kind. I know that, which is why I didn't freaking go in there. Well, now you're just making me seem crazy. Why are you here? I was following Ivy Allister. Damn it, Maggie. Okay, So that was a lot of swearing from him in a few seconds. Why are you so angry anyway? He sighed deeply before he let go of my hand and simply pulled me closer. I'm not angry. I was terrified for you. Oh, I uttered, my cheek pressed against his warm chest. I automatically put my arms around him. Yeah, oh. I didn't think about that. Apparently, he had nothing to say to that, because he already knew. But he didn't understand. It was my job to go into that place when I needed to. I might not like most of the people living there, but that didn't mean they deserved ending up in the clutches of the Yorov Corporation. Nor did the rest of us deserve the threat of them talking to the wrong people. And with turning that thought process all around, Nate was the wrong kind of people to Dale and his kind. I would have been terrified had I seen him alone in there. Well, damn. So Nate wasn't overreacting, was he? Okay, let's go. My car's not far. He let go of me before I could even acknowledge that I understood. But it wasn't like I could go running to him every time some bad situation presented itself, and he knew that. I followed him silently to his car, which was parked closer than mine and still well hidden. We said little while he drove me to my car so we could get them both back to town. Let's meet at your place and then figure this out, okay? I knew I hadn't been completely forthcoming with him when it came to this case, but I was trying to protect him. Yet now he was following Ivy Allister? How had that happened? I looked at him until he nodded, and then I exited the car. I was about to get into my own when my phone rang. It was late, and as I glanced at the screen and saw it was Annalise, I didn't hesitate in answering. Maggie? She stuttered. Yes, you all right? No, I need your help. I'll be right there. I hung up. Nate was halfway out of his car, an arm on top of the door, like I stood, getting into mine. More old ladies with cake? He asked. No. And if Annalise ever hears you calling her an old lady, it'd be your balls she'd be serving with the coffee. That actually elicited a smile from him, despite everything. You know, I wholeheartedly believe that. That's because I'm not lying. I got in the car and told him we'd figure this out later. Right now, the sound of Annalise's voice had me speeding most of the way to her house, back into town. I found her in her big living room, slumped on the dark gray couch with a blanket halfway pulled over herself. She was not in a good place. Her usually so pristine steel gray bob was spread out in a mess around her head, her clothes crumpled as she'd apparently been lying here a while. She was shaking, and it was hard to understand her when she directed me toward the kitchen. My drops, she kept repeating. My drops. I headed into the kitchen. Her pill tray was on the floor, the pills themselves scattered out everywhere. A broom lay next to the refrigerator, and I got down on my stomach to have a look with the flashlight on my phone. There it was, far under the fridge, her drops. Not eye drops, obviously. With a steady hand, I used the broom to fish it out. I then quickly gathered the pills in a bowl and took that and the tray with me back to the couch. There I helped Annalise place a couple of drops under her tongue before I sat on the table and sorted the pills. She'd have to get the doses right herself when she was up for it. I didn't have to wait long until her frail body finally seemed to relax, and Annalise closed her eyes and took a few calm breaths. Her phone was on the floor where she'd dropped it, and I picked it up for her. Why didn't you call sooner? I asked her after a while. She opened her eyes and gave me a resigned smile. Tried texting, couldn't hit the right buttons, forgot there was another option. Do you feel better now? She nodded, making a soft rustling sound against the pillow under her head. It's so late, and I was hoping you were up. Wouldn't have mattered if I wasn't. I'm sorry you had to see that. I scoffed at the thought. I'm not. Annalise smiled and closed her eyes momentarily. How about you take a little break and then I'll help you get to bed, huh? She nodded again, and it ached to see her so worn down. She was getting worse, that much was clear. She didn't even have the strength to argue with me, and she loved arguing. I just had a long and too busy day, she said as an explanation. Yeah, that seems to be going around. Really? Tell me. Don't think now's the time. She managed a sort of glare, but I could interpret the meaning well enough. Okay, how about this? Do you know anything about a boy named Theo, no last name, who lives with Dale Ralston? Annalise knew most of the affiliates in town, if not personally, then by name at least. So when her brows lowered and a crease formed between them, that was not a good sign. Theo? No, not that I know of.
Chapter 11. My neck twitched as a noise thumped in the room. I was instantly awake, instinct not giving me time to wake up slowly. Besides, I'd slept poorly anyway, after the events of the night. Soft footfalls, though. That was it. Someone was in the room. It wasn't just twitchy dreams making me paranoid. I lay still on the bed, my mind racing. My gun was out of reach, safely locked away. A book on the nightstand. The lamp was fastened to the wall. Nothing of use. The window closed slowly. It slid into place, a light click when it was closed shut. The window? That either meant a burglar or... Maggie? I asked. It's me, she confirmed, her steps moving from the window to the foot of the bed, or so I thought. I exhaled then and reached toward the nightstand to flip the light switch on. Sure enough, she stood by the foot of the bed, smirk in place, though her eyes didn't quite follow up. Everything all right? I rubbed a hand over my face. With the immediate danger non-existent, I realized I had, in fact, awoken abruptly, and it felt like I just put my head on the pillow, which was more or less the case. Everything's fine, she said. I reached for my phone. It was 3 a.m. I raised an eyebrow at her. Is the door still too fancy? Something told me that she didn't want to be alone, and that was fine. Why not say that, though? Instead, she walked around the corner of the bed, standing on the same side as I was. She gave a slight shrug and looked around the room. This way you didn't have to get up to let me in. Considerate? I always am. She smiled widely at that, probably to derail my attention, which wasn't all that difficult. But something was going on here. Sure, she showed up like this often, so I couldn't quite pick up on it. It was not just our disagreement about Dale's compound. Had something happened after? Your suspicious face is back, she pointed out. Her smile waned a bit, but her eyes perked up. Well, you broke into my place. I told you I'd be here. Didn't realize it'd be this late, but I thought you'd want the company. Her smile returned fully again. She slid her index finger along the edge of the bed. Seems too large a space for one person, she added, and hinted at the bed with her eyes. I sat up then and leaned back against the headboard, the metal cool on my skin. Is Annalise okay? Maggie nodded. As okay as she can be. That explained why she was so late then, and why she was so unsettled. It must have been bad for Annalise to call for help. My impression of her, based on a few short and one painful meeting, was a woman who was not ashamed of her condition despite hating it. She also didn't seem the type to ask for help much. I knew that type. I was staring at a specimen belonging to that group right now. I guess that explains why you're out in the middle of the night running around on rooftops then. Do you want me to leave? She glanced at the window. No, I answered, shaking my head a little. I might have been pulled out of a deep sleep with a disturbing dream of her not coming back out of that gate, but I was wide awake now, for several reasons. I smiled at her. Then I have a sure way of getting into that bed. Do you? Mm-hmm. She nodded. I reached out a hand toward her. She obligingly walked over to me. The sight of the way she carried herself, back straight, hips swaying lightly, her strength showed through. It was hot as hell. She put her hand in mine. It was still cold from her climb outside. I gently drew her closer until she was standing right next to me, and I got up. You're leaving the bed now? She asked. I bent to kiss her. New plan, I murmured onto her lips. I moved forward, leading her backward to the wall. She arched her neck, and I dipped my head, covering her with kisses there. Good plan, she whispered next to my ear. Need you too. She gasped and clung harder to me. I knew she hadn't read my mind. She couldn't see my eyes since her own were closed. Need what? She let go of my neck and placed her hand on my cheek, leaning in for a kiss, desperate, hot, lips pressed hard together. Maggie, I gasped when we broke apart. Need what? But she was too far gone to give me an answer, finding my lips anew, effectively stopping me from asking again.
Chapter 12. The cool air on my skin was threatening shivers. I wondered what time it was but couldn't reach Nate's phone to check, since he had his arms around me in a tight embrace. I sighed and looked at him, a small smile forming on my lips. I watched his chest move slightly with every slow breath. His body was relaxed now, his legs bent because we lay too close to the foot of the bed. I could watch him like that the whole night, but he had to get cold soon as well. The duvet didn't cover us completely. Anyway, I felt bad for coming here at all. I should have known better. He had caught on to me the moment he saw me. With the hours between meeting him outside Dale's compound and now, I'd had too much time to think. I moved and touched his shoulder to wake him. His skin was cool to the touch. That, at least, could be fixed. His breathing changed and became less rhythmic. He peered at me, smiling back at him, rewarding me with one in return. At least this was a better awakening than the one he'd gotten earlier. I informed him of our problem, and he whipped into action. He crawled up the bed, put his arm around my waist, and gathered me with him before pulling the duvet fully over us. He then fell promptly asleep again, leaving me confused as to whether he'd actually been awake. Oh well, he could stretch his legs out now. I, on the other hand, could not sleep, despite now being snug and warm in his arms. After what could have been 10 minutes or an hour, I gave up and got out of bed. I wandered around the room without making a sound, searching for clothes and settling on a t-shirt. Now that he knew I was here, it seemed his subconscious let him sleep. My subconscious wouldn't let me be, though. I walked aimlessly through Nate's apartment, Kona watching me from her basket in the living room. She probably thought I was mad as well as annoying as I disturbed her sleep. I had no idea what to do. We had agreed to figure this whole Blakey thing out together. And I had been crap at that so far. I couldn't help it. And then when I realized I should have said something, it always became harder. Why the hell did people think relying on others was such a good thing? There were so many minefields. His reaction to me going to see Dale, it wasn't over the top. I got it. And now that I knew Nate had gone there on his own because he was looking into things, well, damn, that wasn't good. I knew him. Sooner or later, he'd end up in there. I shivered despite pacing back and forth. And then there was the boy. Should I tell Nate? I had already made the mistake of thinking he wouldn't notice something was going on. That was stupid on my part. The guy had suspected me of crimes for a long time before finding out he was only kind of wrong. Silly, silly me. I shook my head and flung myself onto the couch, grabbed the remote, and flipped through a few channels until I settled on a baking show. I had no idea what any of the contestants were doing, but could relate to the burns and raw insides of a few of the cakes and pastries. At least I felt less alone among the culinary ungifted. The whole thing about the boy bothered me. I didn't think Dale was touching him. Dale was a sleazeball, and he directed that at what he wanted most, women. But the look in that kid's eyes? That had been the look of someone who was used to being hit, or at the very least, used to being threatened with it. I'd dealt with enough situations like that in my life to recognize it. People got that look no matter how old they were. I knew I couldn't help everyone in the world, but Theo was part of my community. I had no idea if he had any gift himself, but he was, if nothing else, affiliated through blood. That made him my business. I sat up as a deflated souffle appeared and turned off the TV. I was right. That kid was in trouble, and that made him my business. My gut wouldn't let this go, because I knew I was right, even from that short meeting. And what had he wanted to say when Dale had sent me out? I needed to find out. Annalise might not know of him, but he was one of us. I sighed and went over to Kona, who perked up at the attention. Her fur was soft and warm under my hand. Your owner seems to think some bad people are hiding out with some other bad people. She only responded by panting open-mouthed. Maybe I can check that out for him and see what Theo wanted at the same time. Kona answered by licking my hand, and I laughed. I'm gonna take that as a yes, I told her, and straightened up. Right. I'm gonna need my clothes, though.
Chapter 13. I was half aware that it was still night, as something tried pulling me out of sleep. In hindsight, that something was likely my gut feeling, but I was lulled in sleep and only drowsily registered a whispered, "Sorry." That was followed by soft footfalls and the sound of the window opening and closing again. Probably Maggie, I thought. Then I realized that no, she was right here next to me. I rolled over and reached out, but my hand found nothing but an empty spot on the mattress. Sorry? My eyes snapped open. Maggie didn't go throwing that word around. I sat up and took in the bedroom. It was dark, but not so much as to hide that she was nowhere in there, which wasn't unusual. It happened more than once that she disappeared in the middle of the night due to some emergency, but she didn't often say that word. I threw the covers aside and got up, hurrying to find some clothes. My guess was she'd gone out that way for two reasons. It was still dark outside, so no one would notice her, and she usually parked her car near her access point for the building where she actually climbed onto the roof. As far as I'd surmised, since she evaded those questions, it was 3 buildings over. "You're no help," I told Kona. She was up, tail wagging at the sight of me as I strode for the door. Crap. The gun. I chastised myself and headed back. Kona was equally happy on my second run to the door. Really, she hadn't alerted me when an actual intruder broke in, so it wasn't to be expected she'd tell on Maggie. There wasn't a soul to see outside, and I quickly made my way to the parking garage behind the building. It was a spacious enough structure with 10 cars or so inside. If I hurried, I might be able to catch up. I stopped behind my car, glanced at the gate, and then fumbled through my pockets for my keys. The electronic gate didn't help at all if I didn't have those. Hell, had I even locked the door when I left? It was all blurry in my head. I knew where she was going, though. That was crystal clear. Once without incident was lucky. Twice? Dale wouldn't like that. There were rumors that people who went into that compound without an invitation didn't come out quite the same. We'd tried talking to a couple during the time I was a cop, but they had refused. Now I knew why that was, of course. They were all affiliates of the town's community, which meant they had an added distrust of the police. The keys were in my jacket pocket, and I sighed with relief when I hit the right button to unlock the car door. I stepped forward, and something hit my back and knocked me into the car. A searing pain lingered. I gaped wide-eyed at the rear window. What the hell? A hand clamped down on my shoulder and pulled me back so hard I landed on my ass. At least the new pain seemed to erase the initial one. I scampered to get up while trying to understand what was happening. There was a man standing next to me and another one. I was blinded by a bright light a second before I was slammed into the concrete again, the same searing pain paralyzing me a moment. Never played with a cop before. What? I glanced up and tried catching my breath and getting up. There was a man there. This time, he didn't stop me. I scampered to my feet, stumbling sideways until I could lean against the car. There were 2 of them, all right. One, I recognized. Vaughn Ralston was about my age, shorter yet heavier set, and with his light-colored hair in crazy tangles around his face. He looked way too smug, though. The other guy? A lot younger. He couldn't have passed 20 yet, and since his hair and general features were similar to Vaughn's, I guessed he was a Ralston, too. "Have you?" he asked, the question directed at the younger one. "What?" "Damn it, Trevor, pay attention." Vaughn nodded sideways at me. "Now you try." "But he's a cop." For some insane reason, I was about to deny that, as if talking sense to these idiots would lead to something good. Doesn't matter, Vaughn argued, and before I could do anything, he flicked his hand out and struck me with the shock wave of burning pain again. I was pushed sideways, struggling to keep upright. My back crashed into the car's back door. My breath was knocked out of me for a second. See, he's not surprised, well, not extremely surprised at least, Vaughn told Trevor. He knows about us, see? So he's not off limits, is he? But what? Trevor licked his lower lip nervously. He glanced at me, then back at Vaughn again. What am I supposed to do? Whatever the hell you want. Yeah, but think of it this way. It's practice for when you need to protect yourself. Just leave him alive so there's less fuss. Trevor still seemed uncertain, but he nodded nonetheless and then seemed to steel himself enough to look at me. The worst of the pain Vaughn had inflicted on me was easing a little. Still, I forgot all about it as Trevor squared his shoulders, focused, and then his hair turned black. It was like a ripple of dark color went through it, transforming so fast it was hard to notice unless you were staring right at it. I'd seen that before, though. What had Eddie called them? Some sort of witch or a curse? A hex or something? It didn't matter. That little brat was building himself up to boil my blood inside me. Not much fuss, huh? Vaughn was wrong about that.
Chapter 14. Really, Maggie? Dale glared at me through eyes which were slit due to the light. He'd been woken up after I'd refused to leave the gate before the guys there let me in. Lucky for me, they were not the same as last night. That would have ended differently. What? I shrugged and put on a wide smile. Early bird and, something gross about a worm? Dale made a growling noise where he sat slumped in his beloved chair, head tipped sideways and supported by his hand. He'd gotten dressed at least. Boy, was he honoring me. You are one weird woman. Why, thank you. I batted my eyelashes demonstratively. Why the hell are you back here, Evans? Only doing my job, Dale. I am so worried about you and your guys here. Couldn't sleep with all that worrying. Uh-huh. He eyed me through narrowed eyes and then nodded at the guy behind me, one I didn't know, who'd escorted me from the gate. She's up to something. Take her upstairs and show her some of our special hospitality. Yeah, the guy uttered without any emotion and then clamped a meaty hand around my upper arm. Special? I repeated as I was being pulled backward. I'm totally fine with regular hospitality. And don't bloody wake me again until I wake myself, Dale shouted after us. I had little choice but to go where the guy pushed for me to go, which was farther inside the house, past some back rooms, and then up a flight of stairs. I stalled as much as I could, hoping Dale wouldn't linger. Judging by the brief look I'd had of the rooms downstairs, excepting his grand hall, of course, his bedroom was upstairs too. I needed to know where, so I tried halting. Problem was, the big guy leading me seemed good at following orders. Move, he grunted and shoved me because I'd stopped on the landing. I stumbled forward, careful not to hasten my steps, while he guided me down a hallway with several doors. The sound of feet stomping up the stairs behind us had me glancing back when Dale came upstairs. Why the hell are you so slow, Seth? He snarled at the man before he entered his bedroom, no doubt, through the door nearest the stairs. That was all I needed to know. I made no move to stall anymore. I was led 3 doors down from Dale and shoved into a room there. What's this? I mumbled. Seth let go of me. I spinned toward him, but he was already shutting the door. A moment later, the lock turned from the outside. That didn't worry me half as much as the inside of the room. I turned back and took it in. It was nice. Furnished with a bed at one end and a small couch and a few chairs nearer where I stood. There were a couple of windows, which I guessed were locked too. I was soon proven right. Still, the room itself was a lot more alarming than being locked in. There were black and white photos of long-dead relatives on the walls which were covered with flowery wallpaper. Heavy and reddish drapes framed the large windows, and there were knickknacks and even vases with flowers about. Sure, they seemed halfway wilted, and yet I turned around and around, taking this in. It was certainly confusing, and that was likely the point. I faced the door at the sound of a key turning in the lock. Whatever special hospitality Dale offered unwanted guests, I was about to find out. Judging by Seth's retreat, someone else had the honor, it seemed, and I was again proven right when two other men walked inside. They were sure enough of themselves to leave the key in the lock. "Huh," one of them, the biggest, said. "Never seen a Mender in here before." He was a head taller than the other one, more broad-shouldered and red-faced, too. "Doesn't matter," the other guy said. "These walls will silence her screams just as well." Ah, lovely. I backed up until I had the couch on my right side, as well as an end table with a blue and white vase on it. "It'll go easier for you if you play nice," the smaller guy said to me. I locked onto him immediately, vying for his thoughts to come through to me, while keeping the advancing big guy in my sight at the same time. What I learned came swift and muddled from the man's mind. I couldn't focus as long as I wanted to with the oncoming threat. I did hear enough, though. The big man was named Toby, and the other one, Patrick. What they wanted with me wasn't all that surprising, only worse. I'd heard rumors, of course, but people weren't all that talkative on the matter. What Dale's special hospitality entailed was his family members using their abilities on their guests as a form of practice, at least judging by Patrick's thoughts as they flowed to me. "That's it. Back away, as if that'll do you any good. Let Toby have a crack at you first, and you won't even know or care about all the other things we'll do to you." I switched over to Toby, who was slowly walking toward me, kind of looking like he thought I was a scared cat who might bolt any second. I would, only they were both between me and the door. And now Patrick was shutting it. Even more lovely. "Take off your jacket! Take off your jacket! Take off your jacket!" I blinked. The big guy's thoughts were a little odd. Then it dawned on me. He was ordering me. Maybe he needed a moment to get his thought control going? I switched back to Patrick again. "Bet you'd not be so high and mighty on that bed." Nope, I was not listening to that. I focused on Toby again. "Feel your damn body burn." I startled at the shouted, harsh command and stepped back. The man smiled as he thought he was gathering some control. In truth, all I felt was a twinge in my neck, but I had no doubt it would get worse once he actually took control of me. Patrick was sure he could. Slowly, I opened my little purse and retrieved the baton I had in there. I took it out with my left hand and looked straight at Toby. He stopped advancing. I gave the baton a flick, and it expanded. Toby snorted at the sight, and for a moment, forgot about controlling me. He stepped closer, presumably to rip the weapon from my hand, except I was right-handed. I snagged the vase and smashed it into his head. The big man stumbled sideways, his face a mask of surprise as he fell to his knees. I didn't wait to see what either man would do. The second it took for them to take in the situation was the time I needed to act. I switched the baton to my right hand and swung it at Toby, striking the side of his head so hard he fell to the floor. I didn't wait to see how he landed. Instead, I went for Patrick. The man didn't have the wherewithal to gather himself quick enough. He raised his hand as I stepped up on Toby's hip and leaped. Whatever attack he attempted, the height I gained fooled him. I landed on the polished wooden floor, feet first, and I kicked into his legs. Patrick grunted, toppled over, and fell on his back. I rolled toward him and grabbed the front of his shirt. I placed a knee on his stomach. He puffed out some air and looked to be about to say something, but I punched him, the impact hardened by the baton shaft. For a moment I could only hear myself breathing. I glanced back, but the big guy lay sprawled on the floor. I stood and hefted the baton, feeling its familiar weight in my hand. Nate had been right when he considered it a good weapon for me. But the handy impact weapon aside, I'd been lucky these two idiots had been relying on their abilities to subdue me. Toby wasn't overly strong, but I guessed he had enough juice to hurt me. I still had no clue what Patrick could do, and I honestly didn't want to find out. Besides, I had other business in this house. Convinced I'd knock them out for a few minutes, I went to work. At least they'd opened the door for me, sparing me that little pickle. I made my way out into the hallway and immediately began checking the other doors, all except Dale's. They mostly opened into a couple of sparse bedrooms, one office, and one den, which was similar to the cozy torture room they'd taken me to. The last room, though, held what I was after. It was closest to the one Dale had gone into, and I opened the door with care not to make a sound. It was another bedroom, almost as sparse as the other two, but it contained some toys and some books on top of a small desk. In a narrow bed, opposite a large window, lay Theo, his mop of hair poking up from under the duvet. I needed to ask him a few questions. The look he'd given me when Dale had thrown me out the first time around haunted me. I was sure he'd been trying to ask for help. Exactly what kind, I didn't know. I took one step inside and then froze. Someone else was walking nearby, the sound of unmistakable steps from someone ascending the stairs. There was no time to hesitate. I backed out and closed the door to Theo's room before I ran back to the one they'd locked me inside. If I hid somewhere else, they'd sound the alarm, and that would get me nowhere but stranded in Dale's house. Problem was, judging by their swift spread of news of a torture victim to practice their abilities on, the newcomer was likely headed to join the two unconscious men. I closed the door behind me and leaned back on it a moment, trying to stay my breathing. This was not the time to panic. The large frame of Toby stirred. My heartbeats intensified in their already high speed. No panicking, Margaret, not now. I closed my eyes for a brief second while listening to the steps out there. No way would the newcomer be this easy to outmaneuver, not with the sight of the two men on the floor. Toby groaned in pain. Right, I whispered. I hefted the baton and walked over to him. Chapter 15. The door opened slowly, like the man entering had no care in the world, which he didn't, until he noticed the eerily silent spectacle in front of him. I was on my stomach, Toby's meaty arm slung over my back as if he had knocked me out and not the other way around. I couldn't see the new man, but the speed of his steps intensified, and a string of swear words left him as he reached Patrick. "Wake up, man," he ordered him. There were some rustling noises. He likely tried rousing the other man to no use. That was a bit of luck. I didn't know I'd hit him that hard. The baton lay hidden under me. I clenched it tight, the rest of my limbs sprawled. To all intents and purposes, it seemed like Toby and I had knocked each other out. "Damn, Seth said we could," he mumbled, and then stopped, reaching for Toby. The newcomer huffed, took hold of Toby, and then the heavy arm vanished. "What the hell happened here?" he said to no one in particular. Then his hand landed on my back. His hard fingers scrunched my jacket into his fist and jerked violently so I was pulled and turned over. He didn't see the baton coming until it was too late. I aimed at the man's general whereabouts, my eyes still adjusting, and sent a vicious jab toward his face. Only, it was so not his face, but his throat that got the pointy end of the impact weapon. There was a strangled gasp. I was already moving up on my legs. 2 seconds later, I got a better look. He fell on his knees as if we were passing each other in the world's smallest elevator. He clutched at his throat and stared at me in obvious shock. He raised his hand just as I did the same thing. Crackles of blue lightning appeared around his hand, and I didn't hesitate. I swung the baton again, hard and unforgiving at the side of his head. He slumped over so fast I had already braced for a new swing when I realized it wasn't necessary. I stared at the 3 men on the floor and then back to the baton. "I'll be damned," I whispered, and sent a silent thanks to Nate before shoving all that aside. Thinking about him wasn't going to help me right now. I collapsed the baton into itself and closed the door. Now was the time to leave. Somehow, I didn't doubt another guy could show up, happy to join in the torture party. The rumors were certainly true, and worse than I'd thought. This kind of behavior was abhorred among our kind. We didn't go around using our abilities like this. Sure, there were scuffles and arguments and the odd bad egg. That was no different from any society. But to purposefully torment people simply to learn how to control themselves better? I needed to talk with a couple of people who I knew had been here and not come out quite the same. Right now, though, I needed to get out while still being the same. I studied the window and then headed over to one of them. I was on the east side, the sun's first rays already lighting the way for me, though it was still mostly dark. The workshop, or large shed, stood close by as well as a house next to it. A couple of lights were on downstairs, as someone was likely up and making breakfast. Right outside the shed stood bottle upon bottle of a clear liquid stacked. I smiled at that sight. Not far from the window was the end of the balcony. It didn't stretch around the whole house, but I deemed it close enough for me. I could get out, use it until I reached the front, and then climb onto the roof. I sighed and glanced back at the men. This wasn't a movie, though. They wouldn't stay unconscious for hours. I had minutes at best. No matter how much pain they were in, they would be able to sound the alarm. All it took was one shout, and someone hearing it. My gaze fell on Toby. He had a nice-looking leather jacket on that had been pulled up his back as he fell, revealing a holstered gun. That raised my hopes a bit, and I ran to take it, as well as search the other two. Half a minute later, I had what I needed, and all thanks to these idiots' bad health choices. I grabbed a decorative bottle from a side table and went to the window. Careful not to be seen by anyone outside, I worked fast. I poured the contents from Toby's flask into the glass bottle. The sharp and unmistakable smell of alcohol told me he didn't mess around with any weak stuff. My mind focused on nothing but my goal as I ripped a piece of fabric off one of the drapes. I only had half an ear out, listening for approaching footsteps. By the time I jimmied the lock with a letter opener and opened the window, none had come. Maybe the whole compound had heavy sleepers, excepting those who had to send their kids off to school shortly. I thought of Theo in the other room, but I couldn't let him distract me either. Instead, I took the gun and aimed. It wasn't my favorite weapon. It was too noisy and too easy to get caught with. That didn't mean I didn't know how to use it. Besides, with the row of stacked bottles ready to be moved somewhere, like today I guessed, my target wasn't exactly small. When the first blast sounded, I shook my head despite the expected noise, and then continued firing. Several of the large, clear liquid bottles exploded as the bullets shot right through them. I emptied the clip. My ears were ringing. I secured the gun in the waistline of my jeans and took hold of the bottle. I registered shouts from outside as well as inside the house, but there was no time to hesitate now. I needed them to focus on something more important than me. That something was what I guessed to be their distillery. I lit my little Molotov cocktail with the lighter I'd found in Patrick's pocket. It was not something I'd ever used before, and I had nothing but the alcohol from the flask. I had a feeling I was missing some ingredient, but all I needed was a spark surviving the distance between me and the broken bottles below. The makeshift wick certainly caught fire fast enough as it was soaked in alcohol. I stood then and eyed my target. I hurled the burning bottle outside and drew breath. I stared in agitated tension. Someone was roaring in anger inside the house, probably Dale. There were shouts outside as well. The flaming bottle flew in a perfect arc that covered the correct length. Then, it began its inevitable descent. I couldn't help the smile on my face when it crashed into the broken and unbroken bottles by the wall of the other building. The bottles smashed into pieces, and the contents flew out and ignited like a fireball before it spread on the already soaked wall and makeshift shelves. I glanced back. Patrick moved sluggishly, resembling a snake on the floor. That was as good a cue as any, I thought, and scampered out the window. The upper balcony wasn't hard to reach. It only required a steady balance and belief I could hold on once I let myself drop forward. The railing felt reassuring in my hands as I let my feet leave the edge outside the window. There were screams and shouts from below, but judging by the tone, they were due to the fire, not the woman scaling the walls. I went up and onto the balcony, and then ran toward the roof. It had slate shingles, and depending on how well they were fastened, I deemed them safe enough. The pitch of the roof was my true friend. It was moderately steep, and I went upward fast and steady until I reached the ridge. The rounded, soft stone felt comforting under my hands. I stopped, drew breath, and held on to get my balance. Then I risked a glance back down. People were milling about the fire, shouting and screaming at each other in the confusion. Until someone could shout over them and gather them, hardly anything would be done in an organized manner. That would be Dale's doing. At least I hoped so. The muscles in my arms and legs were strained, and I took a deep breath and then climbed over the ridge. On the other side, I found a roof ladder that was mounted for easy access to the chimney. I inched sideways and sighed in relief when I got hold of it. With it, my descent was safer for a short while. It only lay on the roof itself, leaving the edge entirely open with no added safety. "This is going to hurt," I mumbled as I quickly assessed my options. There was no ladder put up. Of course there wasn't. No, my best bet was the railing next to the small porch in front of the back door and the patch of grass around it. There was no time to think. Besides, thinking about the height would make it worse. I had one chance, and that was now when everyone was busy with the fire. I eased myself over the eaves and shortly after hung over the edge. I looked down and wished I had more to go on. Even Nate, with his height, would have had a bit of a lesser fall. I resigned on it still hurting either way and let go. The fall was fast, but long enough for a jab of panic to hit me. Was that a man coming my way? A jolt of pain stung my feet as I hit the railing, and I bent my knees automatically before flinging myself sideways so I crashed down on the grass. Even the inelegant roll when I hit the ground didn't soften much. I couldn't help a small cry of pain that forced itself from the sharp puff of air escaping my lungs. Luckily, or purposefully I should say, there was still a cacophony of noise coming from the other side of the house. I even allowed a groan as I got to my feet, looking around. I winced at the pain in my back and knees which hurt at the abrupt motion so shortly after the shocks I'd given my body. Nothing was broken though, only my pride at such a clumsy last part of my descent. Not that there was time for pride now. I turned and reached for the baton in my purse, but there was no man there. What the hell? I turned around, and movement caught my eye farther away. A figure vanishing behind a smaller house. A woman? I registered long brown hair and a foot, and then she was gone. Not a Ralston then. Maybe a Phillipson? They had so many different appearances. I shook my head. As long as she wasn't attacking me or alerting the people near the fire, I didn't care. My further escape went easier since I used the houses and sheds to hide and sneak by. There was a plume of smoke coming from the fire. The buzz of agitated voices persisted, and I used it to my advantage. I did not doubt that Dale would remember me the moment some control over the fire was added to the mix. A couple of minutes later, I reached the gate. It was unmanned. That wasn't a surprise since they needed all hands with the fire. It wasn't like there was a lot of traffic going by this place anyway. They even had to drive their kids up to the main road before they could get on any school bus. The last bit toward the gate was open, though, with no trees or buildings to hide behind. I eyed the inside of it and then made a run for it. There was a latch and a big padlock. I didn't have the key, but there was also a lot of junk strewn about, likely from bored guards. Maybe I could find something to jimmy the lock with. It looked old and possible to pick. "Hey!" someone yelled. Something hit my left side and sent me crashing sideways to the ground. Dirt and wizened grass sprayed around me, and I barely glimpsed two figures nearby. The raw smell of the dirt confused me for a second. I wasn't supposed to be smelling that if I was on my feet. I shook my head, realized what had happened, and tried to get up. I knew it was her, the voice said. It sounded familiar. Sneaky Mender thought she could outsmart us. I raised an eyebrow at that as I turned and confirmed that it was Patrick's voice. I'd been called worse. And besides, I had outsmarted them. For a while, at least. Patrick didn't seem all that well. He was squinting and breathing heavily as if the run from Dale's house had taken everything he had. He was accompanied by another guy, though. He had raven black hair and steely blue eyes that suggested they weren't related. Also, he looked like he'd dosed up on his ration of spinach. There were plenty of muscles under his clothes, and his cautious approach suggested he wasn't fooled by me. "What the hell are you waiting for?" Patrick snapped. "What's her gift?" the other guy asked. Patrick scoffed. "Nothing important. She may be a mender, but she's an empath." That seemed to ease the guy's doubts. It didn't ease mine, though. One of them had sent me flying a moment ago, and though I now stood on 2 feet again, I expected a new attack. Although empath wasn't quite correct, the men's conclusion was. I didn't have any active ability to help me, and so I'd always had to manage. That wasn't going to change now. As with any ability, there were always weaknesses. That meant I had to be quick on my feet. Now was not an exception. The man raised his hand, ready to fling me against the gate doors, no doubt, but I was already running for Patrick. Though they were both stronger than me, he was weakened from my previous treatment of his head. He opened his mouth at my approach, but his cry of shock came after I'd grabbed hold of him. He didn't have time, or the energy, to use his ability on me. I twisted his arm behind his back and made sure to grab onto his middle finger and bend it backward until I had the man under my control. He twisted his body slightly sideways to avoid me breaking any bones. It had the added bonus of his height not blocking my view of the other guy. He was staring wide-eyed, standing with his hands raised, ready to slam me with force, only his friend would be hit too. "What the hell?" he uttered. "Do it!" Patrick screamed. "Do it! Ah!" I made sure to give his finger an extra twist. "Come on, lady. You don't have a chance here," the man tried to reason. I did, though. At least I hoped so. It wouldn't be long until someone came to check out why these two were taking so long. But I could push Patrick forward and launch an attack at the same time. If I could get my baton out before I reached the man, if I got close enough, then maybe— So many ifs. I had no time to hesitate. I yanked at Patrick's arm, and he howled in pain. Then I stepped back and kicked him forward. He didn't have a chance at gaining his balance, and he stumbled forward faster than either of the men expected, and I followed on his heels. I didn't look down into my purse, simply grabbed for it and shoved my hand inside. The baton came out in a fluent motion, but the man seemed faster. I sensed the beginnings of a pressure I couldn't see. Patrick also seemed to be halted. I raised my weapon. Even a half-hearted jab could rattle someone. A gunshot cracked through the air, the noise as unsettling in our little skirmish as the force emanating from the dark-haired man's hands. But it stopped then. I was propelled forward at the same time as another shot sounded. It echoed like thunder in the otherwise quiet area. I managed to stop myself a couple of steps from the man. He fell to the ground, crying out in pain and shock. What the hell was it with these Ralston guys in stopping my careless plans before I could execute them? I gasped, and then looked around and up. What in the— Up on top of the fence, one leg over the barbed wire, was Nate, gun in hand. This didn't shock him as much because he was still paying attention. He moved his arm and pointed the gun at Patrick. I swiveled around, the baton ready in my hand, and swung it at his shoulder just when he rose from the ground with a murderous look in his narrowed eyes. He wasn't fast enough, though. A second strike, yet again, at his head, had him joining his friend in an unconscious state. I wondered how much he could take before I severely damaged his brain. Not that it was much to brag about in the first place. I'd heard what he wanted to do to me. I should pack away any thoughts of empathy. At any rate, I faced Nate again, thoughts of relief and worry occupying my mind instead. Chapter 16. The padlock inside the gate was no match for me after Nate threw his set of lockpicks down. I might not have been as versed in the art as he was, but I had made sure to learn it some years ago. "Are you all right?" Nate asked me the moment I stepped outside and closed the gate door behind me. He eyed me from head to toe, hardly glancing at the lockpicks when I handed them back. I glanced down at myself. My clothes were a bit rumpled and stained with dirt, but other than a body that would be sore tomorrow, I was fine, and I told him so. Nate eyed me a second more and then peered over the fence. "That fire's dying down. We should go." He was right about that. The plume of smoke had gotten thinner now. Soon Dale would shift his focus to me. Nate turned and walked toward the forest at a brisk pace. The right leg of his jeans was torn below his knee. The fabric was blood-stained, but judging by his speed and lack of a limp, he only had superficial cuts on his leg. Are you okay?" I asked him. I jogged to catch up. He'd used a nearby fallen tree to climb up the fence at the sound of the shouting and noise, thereby setting off the motion sensors. We had to leave fast.
Perfect, he said, voice firm and neutral. His tensed shoulders? Not so much. He pushed some low-hanging branches to the side and seemed to plow through the forest, daring it to get in his way.
"You didn't kill the guy," I told him, wondering if that was the reason.
What? He halted and half turned back to me. "One bullet in the arm and one in his side. Unless they're idiots, they'll get him help."
Nate thought about that for a moment.
"By your Dr. Morris?" I nodded. "Probably. She doesn't discriminate."
A short huff escaped him. Then he continued his brisk pace. "Nate," I tried, following him yet again, "are you angry with me? I think I already told you how I feel about you going in there." Not angry then. Worried for me, yes. I'd understood that because that was how I would feel if he went in there. But I hadn't meant for him to know I had gone back. I knew he would have insisted on coming. "I couldn't bring you with me," I tried explaining, but I strived to find the right words. I hadn't ever had to explain anything like this before. One thing is what they'll do to me. I shuddered at the thought now that I had the time to do so. "But if they were to see you in there," I added, "they'd—"
"Oh, I know." Nate stopped and swung around so abruptly I almost stumbled over a root in my haste to not walk into him. The sound of shouting reached us between the trees. We both snapped around to peer over at the gate. It was wide open, and several men had wandered through. At the front of the group strode Dale. "I want her found now!" he roared in anger. Then he snapped his fingers at one of the men and pointed at the trees in front of them, the trees that more or less covered us at the moment. Dale visibly tensed while the other man walked ahead of the group. Then both their light-colored hair changed into a dark hue. "Oh, crap," Nate blurted in a half-whisper. "Dale's a damn smolder hex too?" What?" I turned back to him in confusion. How did he even know what a smolder hex was? "Oh no." Nate was oblivious to my surprise because he had his eyes on the group of men. I never had time to look back as he grabbed hold of me and pulled me with him a few paces before I was dragged to the ground. Around us, the air suddenly went dry, like all the humidity had vanished. Then came a roar of wind and the shaking of multitudes of branches and trees, a rustling that screamed something was wrong. A pressure wave flowed over us and pushed us the last part, in under the fallen trees Nate had been heading for. It was an uprooted old copse, it turned out, when I opened my eyes to see. Several thinner trunks concealed us, the upended roots at our feet. I lay on my side, close to Nate, who had his back to what would have been the opening. Now it was pretty much covered by the leaves that had still been on the trees, as well as on the ground. Seemed Dale had had his man make a pressure wave of all the humidity in the air to clear the nearest area of anything that could camouflage us. They were both smolder hexes, after all. From what I could see through the various small openings around us, every single tree out there was naked and appeared ready for winter. "How did you know he was going to do that?" I whispered at Nate.
He shook his head. I didn't. I just saw him raise his hands. I sensed him shrug more than saw it, and knew nothing good was going to happen. I couldn't argue with that. Instincts were not to be overlooked when wanting to survive. Good thinking, I whispered, and closed my eyes a moment, relieved to have him so near. The enclosed space around us smelled dry and of dirt. I inched closer and was engulfed in Nate's arms. His familiar scent, his breath tickling my ear was so reassuring. He'd not only shocked me when shooting that man, but he'd also damn near scared me to death by being on his way to entering the compound. I supposed I shouldn't be so surprised about his reaction, but I didn't quite know how to handle it. I'd had people who would go into a place like that with me. I'd never had someone who'd go into a place like that for me. And he would, even blindly if he had to, though I knew he didn't like that. No wonder his body was tense beside me. It wasn't only the men searching the forest for us who were agitated. Anything? A faraway voice called. No, another man replied so loud and sharp he couldn't be more than a few feet away from us. There was some more silence except general shouting. Then, the sound of footsteps walking through and rustling up leaves. Nate had one arm around me, and he pulled me a little closer. I moved my hand down and realized he was resting his other hand with the gun on his hip. I couldn't see his face, but I wasn't about to argue. Neither of us could send pressure waves to stop these men, so his gun was our best bet. Mitchell messed with the ground, the nearest man shouted. Yeah, no tracks here either. Seemed the shockwave had been a blessing in disguise then, wiping out any trace of us. If only the nearest man wouldn't stumble over us. Hey, anything? A familiar voice sounded between the trees. That was Dale, all right. No sign of him. There was a moment's pause, and I fixated on Nate's breath, which was now softly rustling through my hair. If that guy figured out we were there, we had to react fast. All right, Dale shouted. He sounded far off. You take Seth onto the lighthouse. The rest of us'll head over to Terry's. The man nearest us yelled an affirmative and then swore under his breath at that order. Nate and I remained still, listening to the man's footsteps as they moved away. We probably lay there for a full 5 minutes after the last sure, audible sign of them. Let's see if we can get out of here unseen, Nate whispered, before he let go of me, turned around, and gently pushed the leaves out of the way. I followed him and rolled out of our enclosed space to a barren forest. It was like fall had suddenly given over to winter. I glanced around but couldn't see anyone. Neither did Nate, it seemed, since he got my attention and nodded in the direction he wanted to go. It was not the path that would lead to my car, but I went along nonetheless. Soon enough, we found ourselves among leaf trees that had been too far away and therefore unaffected by the shockwave. We walked in silence and as quietly as we could, taking care not to step on anything that could snap and be heard by others nearby. I was about to ask once more if Nate was angry when he broke the silence. Who's Terry? I blinked as he stepped around a narrow copse that was blocking his path. Terry? Oh, they were going there. Right. I think he's related to Dale, lives nearby. Nate didn't say anything to that, only walked on, leading us away from the compound. How'd you find me anyway? I asked after a while. A half-hidden twig protruded from under some leaves, and I lengthened my step to avoid snapping it in half. Nate gave a soft scoff and shook his head. Come on, Maggie. My eyebrows lowered, and my gaze switched between the back of his head and the ground. I really had tried keeping quiet to make sure he didn't notice me leaving. I hadn't wanted to answer any questions. Over here. He changed direction. I followed him between some close-standing trees with more bushy undergrowth and suddenly found myself on a narrow dirt road that was halfway overgrown with grass and weeds. A few yards to our right stood Nate's car. He'd discovered a new hiding place for it then, just as well. Dale would have his guys check the area after this. I was about to tell Nate where my car was when a pounding noise sounded. I reached out, held on to Nate's arm, and glanced around. There was no one to be seen. We had gotten away unnoticed, hadn't we? You hear that? I whispered. Nate glanced back at me and opened his mouth only to be interrupted because the sound came again. That was when I saw the car was moving a bit. I stared in silence and then turned my eyes back on Nate. Do you by any chance have someone in the trunk of your car? Nate's shoulders sagged a bit. He sighed and looked down a second. Then he walked toward the car and unlocked it. The same pounding came from within one more time. Nate was still holding his gun in his hand, and he raised it as he opened the trunk. What the? I mumbled. The inside of the trunk revealed two men who'd been tied up, gagged, and stuffed inside. I stepped closer. I recognized them. Vaughn and Trevor Ralston. Cousins, if I'd been informed correctly. I'd had a run-in or two with Vaughn before. The younger Trevor had been trailing him on one of those occasions. At the moment, Vaughn seemed unconscious, and the blood under his jacket was a good indicator as to why. Trevor had a blood-soaked thigh and was breathing heavily through his nose due to the gag. His already wild eyes widened at the sight of us above him. His hair changed to a darker color at an alarming rate. Nate, however, didn't let that faze him. Forgotten already? He asked Trevor and aimed his gun straight at him. The younger man eyed the weapon and sank down a little. Then his eyes darted to his cousin and back. He'd learned that lesson then, I thought. Nate lifted his free arm to shut the trunk again. An ability wasn't faster than a bullet. The two men were lying on a green tarp that was neatly folded at the edges and corners. I smiled. Of course, Nate took care to put down a tarp properly before stuffing bleeding affiliates into his car. Oh! Oh! Trevor shouted through his gag, likely meaning no. Ah, ke Alvik! Then the trunk slammed shut. I turned to Nate. That gun's not registered to you, is it? He lowered the weapon and sighed again. I find it deeply concerning when you ask questions like that. I smiled widely. What happened? Why do you have two wounded affiliates in your car? One wounded. What? Vaughn's dead. The smile withered on my lips. I drew breath and paused. My voice suddenly threatened to go a few octaves higher in panic. No need for that. No time. Are you all right? I asked him when I regained control and put a hand on his arm. He scoffed. Not really, but I'm in one piece. How did this happen? I couldn't see why it would, but he told me. Again, I had to keep myself quiet. They had come for me and gone after him instead. They'd attacked him, but they hadn't counted on him actually shooting them, which he had. Trevor first, and then Vaughn, who'd been in a rage due to his cousin getting shot. My heart beat faster than it had during my escape from Dale's house. Dale was escalating his antics for some reason, and now it seemed Nate had become free game because he knew about us. After they found out about Vaughn, and they would, not like we could silence Trevor, they would come for Nate. This was a slight Dale wouldn't stand for. Oh, Nate, I said when I could trust my voice not to reveal my inner panic. This is my fault. No, it isn't, he argued. They chose to attack me. I should never have involved you. What? You're not involving me at all. If we'd kept to our original agreement, then nothing like this would have happened. We'd agreed to keep our jobs separate and look at what was happening now. That didn't work, Nate pointed out, and eyed me with suspicion. He holstered the gun under his jacket as he shook his head. And I don't think this is working either. You're keeping me in the dark. That's not true. You have the ledger, don't you? It's still semi-dark where I am. I was about to deny it but bit my lip. He wasn't entirely wrong. God damn it, Maggie. You went in there again. What could possibly be so important as to risk that? It's my job. No. A job's something you do, for pay I might add, and then you go home. They were going to torture me for the hell of it. What do you think they were going to do with you? He seemed terrified at the thought, and I decided not to tell him what I'd heard in Patrick's mind. I sighed and glanced anywhere but at Nate before I shook my head. Nate, I said, my voice calm, I have to. I know what you have to, and I get it. I do. But going into Dale Ralston's compound is not something anyone should have to do if they're not invited. You don't understand. There's. I don't care what's in there, he said, exasperation marring his voice more than anger. No matter what, it's not. There's a child! I interrupted much louder than I'd intended. That shut him up for a second. What? He squawked, staring at me, eyes wide. But you, birth control? I gaped, and then my brain caught up. Not that kind of child. I shook my head again. There's a boy inside the compound. Oh. Yeah. Try and look a little less relieved, why don't you? I crossed my arms and smirked at him. He uttered. He closed his eyes and rubbed his neck. Then his gaze met mine. What boy? I told him what little I knew, about how Theo had not seemed to belong there, how he'd tried to tell me something. There's something wrong, Nate. I know it, I finished, hoping he'd understand. He sighed. All right. Really? I trust your instincts. If you think something's off, then it likely is. Then you see why I had to go in there again, I began, but he was shaking his head before I'd finished the sentence. No, there are other ways. I shut my mouth and eyed him. He trusted my instincts, he'd said. That wasn't the same as trusting me entirely. No wonder he wasn't telling me about his dad and McAllen. What other ways? I asked, instead of what I wanted to at that point. You don't always have to barge ahead alone, you know. If you let me help you, there are other ways to go about it. If I let him help? I let him help, didn't I? How's whatever you were going to say working for you? He asked. Not very well, though I was not going to admit that out loud. Still, my silence produced an I'm right expression on his face nonetheless. Damn it. It wasn't like I could begrudge him that. I hadn't achieved anything other than setting a fire in Dale's compound, which would definitely come back to bite me. It's only that. This isn't working, Nate repeated. I hated those words, hated what they implied. Okay, I said so fast it surprised us both, but I didn't want him to elaborate or make any rash decision about us. Okay, what exactly? Show me another way. You're serious? Yes, of course I am. He stared at me in silence, and I was pretty sure I could hear the cogwheels churning in there while he considered what I'd said. I'd meant it, though. I was willing to try something else. It didn't come easy, as I already wanted to double back and stake out the compound again. Okay, he finally said, drawing the word out as he eyed me. But you have to do something my way, too, I added, and stepped closer. Despite his obvious misgivings about what had happened during the last 24 hours, his arm went around me automatically. I gave a soft sigh when he pulled me close. I was relieved, but not surprised. Nate wasn't one to push anyone away with gestures. He was too welcoming for that once he decided to allow people in. I relaxed and rested my cheek against his chest. Your way? He asked. You have a dead man in your trunk, Nate, and I'm guessing killing Trevor to keep him quiet isn't an option? There you go with one of those disconcerting questions again. Yeah, I figured, I said. If I had been the one to kill Vaughn, I wouldn't have taken out Trevor either. But right now, the danger closing in on Nate felt like a freaking noose. That was so much worse. And because it was about his safety, I might not have been merely joking. Still. They will not forget this. I assumed as much, but I was not going to let these two idiots use me as a test dummy. No, I shuddered at the thought. Nate's arm tightened comfortingly around me. Neither would I. But now we have to lay low. Dale is not the forgiving type. You understand? Yeah. He combed his fingers through my hair and kissed the top of my head. And I shouldn't have reacted in such a juvenile fashion to the, kid misunderstanding. I chuckled at that. Don't worry about it. You handled it way better than I would have. 3 bangs from inside the trunk sent a jolt through me. It was followed by Trevor's muffled shouting. Be quiet, you claustrophobic idiot, I yelled at him. We're having a moment. Nate laughed. It came as a soft, low rumble. I loved that sound and wished I could hear it more often. Trevor's rude interruption, though, reminded me that we needed to get rid of the men in the trunk and get away from this place. I sighed and stepped back from Nate. Come on, ex-detective Hansen. Let me help you move a body. Part 2, Dissonance. Chapter 17. Nothing seemed amiss, and that was worrying. I was walking along Ratner Street and was suddenly alone. I turned to see Nate staring down through a side street. Something wrong? I went back. Nate shook his head and came toward me, a weary look in his eyes. Don't think so. I'll jump at my own shadow next. I glanced down and smiled at the darkened silhouette on the ground. So far, that guy seems pretty calm. Let's hope he stays like that. Anyway, it really was nothing, he added, and put an arm around me as we resumed walking. We were in the town center, and with the nice weather, people were out and about on their various errands. As it had lately, the sun shone with enough warmth to make it comfortable outside, despite the lateness of the year. Well, better to check one time too many than one too few, I told him when we neared Bay Street. After dumping Trevor's and Vaughn's bodies in the woods yesterday, we had gone by Nate's place in a hurry, getting some basics before staking out the place. And sure enough, a few hours after letting Trevor go, a couple of Dale's thugs showed up and settled in to keeping an eye on the place themselves. I had no doubt my own apartment had a couple of them nearby, too. Needless to say, we'd spent the night in one of my safe houses. Large, open, and crowded areas in daylight was another matter. We figured we were fairly safe in the middle of town in broad daylight, as Dale was not one who wanted the police involved. That didn't mean we couldn't be followed if spotted, though. No, Nate was right to keep an eye out, and he wasn't the only one. All I saw, though, were people shopping and/or moving about, cars passing by, a stray dog running in front of a car and nearly getting hit, as well as kids having fun on a nearby playground. It was as normal as our town usually seemed. Are you sure this lady can help? I asked as we passed an ice cream parlor. I couldn't help but ask. As far as I knew, she wasn't an affiliate, and what use was she then? No, Nate answered with patience, and not for the first time. But this is where we start, and then we move on if not. I glanced behind us at the homemade ice cream with longing. And her name's Erin, by the way, not Lady. Right, I forgot. I stopped by the corner to another street and consequently made him do the same. I really didn't like involving outsiders. Are you sure? Hey. His eyes and voice matched in consideration. He turned toward me, his arms still around me. I get that you're worried, but just try. It's not like we're going to barge in shouting about people shooting fireballs from their hands. He smiled and kissed me. I've never actually seen someone shoot fireballs, I whispered, between the tender and soft movements of our lips. Point is, he answered, his voice comforting, his lips brushing mine, we won't say more than we have to. I smiled against him, lost in the kiss. Is that your girlfriend, Nate? A young voice interrupted. What's with this town and interrupting kisses? I murmured. 4 children were staring up at us. Of course it is, a small, dark-haired girl told another girl, who looked so similar I assumed them to be twins. They were kissing, duh, she added matter-of-factly, and crossed her arms while adding an eye roll at her sister. Ew, a younger boy added to that and made a face at us. Kissing's gross. The last child, a boy identical to the first one, nodded his emphatic agreement to that. No, it's not, Alex, the first girl protested. It's romantic. Besides, Mom says he has a girlfriend, so there. Is this conversation meant to include us? I asked Nate, who only shrugged. The children, 2 sets of twins, giggled and smiled. They were not dressed identically, but there was no mistaking them for anything but siblings. Both sets had similar dark eyes that acknowledged Nate with familiarity and me with curiosity. "Hey, kids," Nate said. "This is Maggie. You're not here alone, are you?" "No," one of the girls said. "Dad's—" She pointed at the deli next to us, right as McAllen came out with 4 popsicles in his hand. The man was then swarmed by all 4 children and somehow managed to greet us at the same time. The children were having a half day, and he was taking them to some animated flick at the movies, which was usually open when this happened. While I listened to this explanation interspersed with helpful comments about the movie from the kids, I realized I wouldn't have known anything was off between Nate and McAllen. Apparently, in front of me and the kids, nothing seemed amiss. I was introduced to the children and knew that the next time I saw them, I wouldn't be able to tell the boys apart. The sight of this little happy scene got me thinking, though. "Those boys look to be Theo's age," I told Nate after we'd said goodbye and walked on. "They're 8. And those kids got popsicles and are going to see a movie with their dad. That's not something Theo has in store if he's supposed to grow up in Dale's house." "I know," Nate said. He glanced both ways and then crossed the street. A drab concrete building among other not particularly awe-inspiring ones housed Ashport Child Services. I followed as Nate entered, looking like he knew the place. It wasn't a surprise if he was familiar with them from his previous job. As we entered the offices, though, I realized that that was not the only reason. On the 5th floor, we came into a sterile and boring-looking office space with enough desks for 5 employees. 4 of them were empty of any stuff that would indicate people usually filled those spaces. A couple of doors led elsewhere, and one had been left ajar, as the only person with a solitary office seemed to be out. The only desk in use in the main office was occupied by a young red-haired woman, which I assumed to be the Erin we were searching for. She appeared to be in her late 20s, dressed in a form-fitting long-sleeved dress with a floral pattern. Her bangs were cut short, right above her bright blue eyes, and she gave us a genuine smile as a greeting. What made me connect the dots was the fact that Nate did not even glance my way when he introduced us, which wasn't like him at all. If not for that, the easygoing and friendly tone would have left me clueless. As it was, my curiosity was piqued tenfold. This was an ex of his. "So what brings you here today?" Erin said after the general small talk was over. The fact that she'd inquired about Kona made me like her instantly. Anyone who disliked that furry angel would be of a suspicious character, in my opinion. "I heard you quit your job," she added, and it sounded like an open question. A question I wanted some more information on as well. "Yeah," Nate said, and that turned out to be it. "I'm working for a company specializing in private investigations and security now. That's why we're here, actually." "You work there as well?" Erin asked me, and there was a microscopic twinkle in her eye at that. "No, I'm an independent contractor." Nate paused and then went on. "It's about Dale Ralston's compound. You know it, right?" That wiped the smile of Erin's face, and she sat back. She eyed us both a moment, then nodded and added a guarded yes. Then she glanced sideways at a stack of papers on her desk and seemed to have made up her mind. "It's not a healthy place. You've been in there once or twice, right?" she asked Nate, who nodded. "Well, obviously I can't tell you the details, but we have a couple of cases there. Most of the kids there do well enough. They have mothers who see to their needs, and the fathers seem to calm down a bit when they're settled in a family situation. But—" She stopped talking and flicked her hands out in an exasperated gesture. "Are you familiar with Dale himself?" Nate asked. "Oh yes. That man manages to interfere in everything we do. Claims we have no right to meddle or even make home visits. We're not there to meddle, we're there to help." She sighed as if she'd said that line more than once in her career. It likely wouldn't be the last. "Are you working on a case involving that place?" she added. Nate told her about Theo and what little we knew. "I was there on an unrelated matter," I said, "and I found him there. That kid wanted to ask for help, I'm certain of it, but he was prevented from doing so. A child living with Dale Ralston? Erin moved her hand to her chest. Are you sure? Maybe it's a nephew visiting or something? That kid was living there, I told her. He was doing homework and had his own room and everything. Sounds like that might be the case, yes. She huffed more than sighed, and the look in her eyes was that of concern. Do you know who this kid is? Nate asked her. No, I've had no new cases in, 8 weeks or so, but Oliver has. Oliver? My boss, Erin clarified, and nodded toward the open office door. He's new, started about 6 months ago. He's out on a home visit right now, though. One thing is children living in the houses there, but with Dale? You've heard the stories, right, Nate? The man is a violent brute. Yes, Nate said. There was no need to add anything about the community. Dale had a bad enough reputation outside our world as it was. Anyway, Erin said and eyed Nate. If the case is recent, he likely has the file on his desk, and oops, I dropped my pencil. She glanced at a pencil on her desk and then swiped it with her hand so it tumbled to the floor. As she bent slowly to pick it up, Nate winked at me and walked into Oliver's office. This was so ethically questionable. I realized that whatever their past and reasons for ending it, she trusted Nate. Erin put the pencil on her desk and straightened up. She glanced back to see that Nate was out of earshot and turned to me. That guy does not have a type, does he? She said in a hushed yet incredulous tone. I smiled and stepped closer, glad she'd caught on as fast as me. I know, right? Did you see his girlfriend before me? The blonde? Erin confirmed with a nod and a smile. I had because Eddie'd had access to everything digital connected to Nate for a short while. That had included finding a photo of her on a long-ago deactivated social media account. Because of course Eddie did. The perfect blonde. Erin rolled her eyes, though not without mirth. Then me, the curvy redhead, and now you. She pursed her lips sideways before she smiled. I'm gonna say, dark and mysterious. That was not a descriptive I'd heard of myself, ever. Erin smirked at me. Maybe if he ever had a type you might actually fit. How so? I couldn't help my curiosity at this point. In unison, we both looked toward Oliver's office and Nate, who was still at it in there. I bet if you asked him why we broke up, he'd say we'd grown bored with each other. Nate's polite like that. He'd say we'd fallen into a pattern of repetition and everyday nothing. Did you? Well, yes. Except I didn't mind. That's what I want. The ordinary, everyday life that everyone has. I might have wanted it a bit sooner than him. Certainly a lot more. Ah, right. I glanced toward Oliver's office. Nate moved behind the desk. An idea started growing in my mind. I turned back to Erin. So you're into the whole 9 to 5, 2.5 kids and a nice house thing? Precisely. That made me smile. Oh, I really liked her. Erin, what's your stance on sea captains? She blinked and stared at me in confusion. You mean the kind with peg legs and parrots? Well, a peg leg isn't an option, but I suppose a parrot could be procured if a lack of one is a deal breaker for you. Don't worry, I told her, and helped myself to her pencil and a post-it from her desk. I'll write down what you need to know. When Nate came back out, he got a slightly alarmed look on his face since we both smiled at him. Did you meet through your jobs? I asked him 5 minutes later as we were walking down the stairs. There was no working elevator in that building. Nate glanced sideways at me and sighed while shaking his head in exasperation. You two were alone for 2 minutes. So, turns out we had a lot to talk about. Nate's sigh came a lot heavier this time. I met her when Mel introduced us. Why'd you break up? Because we kind of ended up in a rut. We got bored with each other, nothing more, kind of fizzled out. I couldn't help but smile. You really are too polite sometimes, aren't you? Huh? Never mind. I laughed. Did you find something useful about Theo? Yes, quite useful, I'd say. First of all, we've got an address.
Chapter 18. They've taken the police tape down, Maggie said, her attention on the yellow 6-story apartment building down the street. Yeah. I glanced around at what had caught her eye as well. There were some remnants of the plastic on the ground, but the police had released the crime scene all right. We were in Tierney Street, the same street the shooting had occurred a few days past. What are the odds we're looking for the same apartment? Normally, I'd say slim. I sighed and leaned back against the wall of the cafe we were standing outside. But since the file on Theo said his mother is recently deceased, I let the words hang there. Maggie closed her eyes in exasperation a moment. Poor kid. Her voice was hushed and full of sympathy. First, he loses his mom, and now he's living with Dale? Something is seriously wrong here. Agreed. According to the file I'd skimmed through about him, he was 8 years old. His last name was Michaels, and he was now given over to the care of his uncle as his mother had been killed. Murdered, that was. She had been shot in her own apartment, and Theo's file mentioned he hadn't seen anything as he'd been in school. Thankfully, it was a neighbor who'd called the police because she'd heard the shots, thereby sparing the kid coming home to find his mom like that. Should we go in there? I shook my head. They may have released the scene, but they might also have eyes on the place. Unsolved murder, remember? Damn. She stopped herself and smiled innocently at me. Did you mean to say, damn, how those awesome guys at the station are working hard to figure this out? Uh-huh. She could barely keep her face straight. I was thinking something along those lines about those guys. Yes, I especially would have used the word awesome. I smiled at her. Did that hurt? A little bit, yes. She made a pouty mouth and then gave it up and shrugged. She'd never hidden her general distrust of my old employer, and though we didn't agree, I appreciated her honesty about it at least, which was why her resentment of my resigning confused me so much. Her lips, bright red today, softened again as she mulled Theo's case over, her dark gaze on the building. It's a weird coincidence if that's what it is. I nodded, not that she could see it. She was right, and I wasn't surprised by her conclusion. God, the woman had needed 2 freaking seconds to realize my history with Aaron. Not that I'd intended to hide it. I owed her a favor after her help today, too. I was still friends with Aaron. And now, for some odd reason, so was Maggie, it seemed. What had they been talking about anyway? I'd like to get in there, though, she went on. She seemed to be taking in the whole area around the building, looking for familiar faces. She knew most of the cops in town by appearance, after all. Right, Theo's problem. It was more serious than mine, certainly less awkward. I mean, she said and looked discreetly around. There's a camera by that ATM, obviously, and the office is on the other... Geez, Maggie. I straightened up from the wall and put a hand on her shoulder, so she turned back toward me. What? She seemed genuinely puzzled at my reaction. Do other couples plan break-ins to crime scenes? I wouldn't be surprised if they do, if they also gain access to confidential files through their exes. I stared at her a moment. Touché? Her tempting lips formed into a smirk. Anyway, I cleared my throat. You're forgetting the camera behind me. The bar? Maggie didn't lean around me to stare. Of course she didn't. No, there was only a slight flicker in her eyes as she noted I was right. Okay, so what then? There was a hint of impatience in her voice. Well, I stepped back to let an older man with a cane walk by, steady steps toward the cafe. I waited to talk until the door shut behind him. Everyone in your community seems to know each other, or someone who knows someone, right? Yes. She arched an eyebrow and peered up at me. I mean, you were taken from your parents at an early age? I understood where her sympathies for Theo came from. This was an issue I didn't want to press with her. What had happened to her as a kid was not something that should happen to anyone. As far as I'd understood, she'd never seen her parents again, despite getting out from under her captor's clutches. Someone helped you. And I don't only mean your escape, I mean afterward. Ah. She cast a last glance at the apartment building and indicated with a nod that we should walk. Lots of people helped me, she mused, while we strolled down the street, people and cars passing us by. I ended up in Seattle, as you know. I spent some time in a few different homes, and then some paperwork was provided for me at 17 when I was emancipated as an adult. Wow, there was an insane amount of information that was left out there. How did your community manage that? I asked her, instead of all the questions on the tip of my tongue. I never thought about it, she said, and stopped when I did, near the entrance to a side street. Someone was moving down there. I just knew they would take care of me. She shrugged and noticed, like me, that the people down there were only a couple kissing, not someone hiding out and waiting for us. They even managed to get me a job in a grocery store. That lasted about 3 weeks before I was fired. Apparently, I talked back to customers. But that's beside the point, she added, and smiled. No, I said, in mock outrage. You? Someone must have set you up. She flashed me a smile, and we stepped around a group of people who stood clustered together, talking on the sidewalk. I knew there was something about you I liked, she said. I was pretty sure she would have had a hard time keeping down a normal job, because I knew she'd started working as a mender fairly early. It would not have made her prioritize a job. But this means that your old community had contacts to make this happen, right? I asked her. Yes, I guess. I've just never encountered a problem like this here in Ashport before. I wouldn't be surprised if they had some sort of contingency plan. I glanced around, but no one was close enough to listen. I mean, they managed to muster up a whole cleanup crew after the incident at Steep Rock. They'd been efficient too, making sure anything in that house that could lead the police back to us or any of them was destroyed. That happens more often than you think. Maggie laughed. Don't look so glum, Nate. It doesn't happen that often in such extreme cases. She stopped walking then and took in the area around us. There was nothing but the town and the people in it going about their business. As far as I could see, we weren't being followed. I think we should talk to Gerard about this, she concluded. I nodded. She was right. He would be the one to know from what I'd gathered. He was as close as the community came to a leader. They called him Judge, and talking to him was like talking to a living, breathing lie detector test. Maggie could read minds, sure, but Gerard was an empath who picked up everyone's emotions like a sponge, and unlike her, he couldn't switch it on or off. I'd quickly come to terms with that, though. Emotions, unlike thoughts, were multifaceted and needed interpretation. When it came to Gerard, I found it best simply to get on with it. I followed Maggie back most of the way we'd already come. The cool air outside had us keeping to the sunny sides of the streets, while we both kept an eye out for anyone we knew who associated with Dale. It took us 10 minutes to find our way to Hartman's, which was the name of Gerard's supermarket in town. He had 2 as far as I knew, but according to Maggie, this was the one where he kept his office. Sliding doors opened up and let us inside a packed store. People were milling about between the aisles. Maggie navigated between them until we reached a door in the back that stood ajar. She gave a quick knock and then pushed it open. Gerard, a big bald guy with a neatly trimmed beard, sat at a desk, busy typing on a computer. The sudden appearance of us at his door had him startled a bit before he shook his head and smiled at her. Then he noticed me, and his large face took on a more severe look. For once, I didn't think it was my former job that provoked this, nor my present one, come to think of it. Private investigators weren't at the top of their distrust list, but they were represented there too. No, it was likely my concern and annoyance at the handling of Theo Michaels that Gerard picked up on. Gerard leaned sideways, his chair creaking under his large frame. He took one peek at all the customers in his store and then suggested we follow him outside to talk. Outside turned out to be the alley behind the store, where our only company was a couple of recently emptied dumpsters, which at least made the smell bearable. This is very distressing to hear, Gerard said after we'd laid out what we knew. He absent-mindedly pulled his shirt sleeves down his giant forearms before he stuffed his hands in his pocket. It was probably a bit chilly without a jacket even for a big guy like him, especially since I sent him there. You did? Maggie seemed genuinely surprised. You have heard of Dale, right? Gerard nodded. I have. But it's not as simple as that. Little Theo is one of us. And after what happened to his mother, he has no one. What actually did happen to her? Maggie asked. I only know what they write in the paper. She was shot? Yes, don't you know? Gerard added, and gave me a pointed look. I didn't know because I was staying clear of McCallan these days, at least until he calmed down about his suspicions about Maggie and me and the Marbella. All I could do was shrug and emphasize the fact that I did not work for the police anymore. Theo's mother, Meredith, was shot. It happened in her own home. Thankfully, the boy was at school. I nodded. This we knew, at least. I don't know all the facts, Gerard continued, but from what I understand, someone broke into her apartment. It was a robbery, I guess. She must have surprised the burglar because she was then shot. Someone heard those shots, a neighbor, and then called the police. At least the boy was spared both the experience and the sight. Gerard shook his head and glanced down, no doubt picking up both Maggie's and my emotions around this as well as his own. He doesn't have any family. No one? Maggie gave Gerard a quizzical look. None that we know of. The father, according to Ellie, has been out of the picture since the boy was a toddler. And Ellie is? I asked. Ellie Torp, Maggie explained. She's one of our leaders. Not important. So, about the father, she added to Gerard. He's dead. Dead? Oil rig accident, years ago. Right. Maggie sighed and pursed her lips sideways. So with no relatives, why is the kid calling Dale uncle? Because he is. Theo's uncle, I mean. Dale is Theo's paternal uncle. Dale never got along with his brother, nor with Meredith. But, with foster care being the only option, what choice was there? I see. Maggie nodded slowly and for a while, mulling this over. Whatever she was seeing, I was not. There were many and better choices as far as I can tell, I said. You actually sent a child to live with Dale Ralston? Gerard sighed so heavy you'd think he carried the burden of the whole world on his shoulders. Not with a light heart, he admitted, but Theo would have ended up in the system, and he would very likely have ended up in a foster home which has no connection to the community. Ah, Maggie nodded her understanding at this. Why would that be so bad? I asked, and immediately felt like I'd missed a particular class, judging by the looks they sent me. Then they glanced at each other and seemed to consider my question, remembering that I had missed a ton of classes they hadn't. Gerard raised his eyebrows, seemingly leaving this to Maggie, as she was the one to give me an explanation. Okay, so here's the thing, Nate. Children in any community need the guidance and patience of their parents, especially if they have active or particularly difficult abilities. I think you are well acquainted with our desire to stay hidden. I could only nod at that as I'd noticed this obsessive secretive behavior in every affiliate I'd ever met. There's a reason for that, she went on, because children, especially the younger ones, have no filter. It's easy to let information like that slip when they're young, and not everyone can be trusted with the information. I know you can understand how that can bring on a whole host of problems. I could. I'd been such a problem myself not long ago, so I nodded in silence as they both seemed to scrutinize me. Because of this, every child born into any community needs to be taught the art of silence, so to speak, by their parents. They also need to learn how to control whatever abilities they have. Not doing so could lead to serious problems. She stopped and then eyed me. I am a prime example of that. Right. Her parents had not understood her ability and had been frightened of her. They'd asked for help from the wrong people, and that had led to Maggie being taken by the Yorov Corporation to be exploited. Fair enough, I conceded, but still, handing a child over to Dale? Gerard almost looked a little helpless at that. What choice did we have? Dale came to me and asked for help. He wanted the boy to stay with the family. Having Theo placed somewhere else and risk him being exposed to outsiders was not the best course of action. Again, Maggie was nodding along. She didn't like the result, but she seemed to understand the reasoning. That made one of us. What's Theo's ability anyway? I asked, and was not surprised by the twitches visible on both their faces. It wasn't polite to ask such a thing. Gerard got over his shock quick enough, though. He released one hand from his pocket and rubbed it over the back of his neck. I don't know, he finally admitted. You don't know? I repeated, a fraction too loud. A woman passing on the street farther down stopped a second to look before moving on. What was it with these people? They were so secretive, even with each other sometimes. This surely should have been an exception to this particular rule. What if he doesn't have any ability? Did you think of that? If that was the case, then it wouldn't matter if he ended up with a family who didn't know anything about gifted people. I knew it was a possibility that he could have been born with no ability. Blakey's ledger had plenty of examples like that. Well, it's not that simple, you see, Gerard countered as he shared an uneasy look with Maggie, even if he doesn't possess any ability as such. Yeah? His children might, or his grandchildren. It didn't make me happy to know he was right. When I thought about it, Blakey's ledger showed this as well. These gifts could skip a generation or two. I'm an example of that as well, Maggie reminded me with a weak smile. If at least one of her parents had been aware of their particular family history, then maybe things would have worked out differently for her. And that, I realized, was why Gerard didn't know about Theo, because in the long run, it didn't matter to the community whether or not he had any ability. It only mattered that he was one of them. But that shouldn't have mattered to child services unless one of them was an affiliate. I knew it wasn't Aaron, and excluding their part-time employees, that left only one person. I resisted the urge to roll my eyes, but was pretty sure Gerard sensed my resignation and anger at all of this regardless. Chapter 19. As far as surveillance went, keeping an eye on Krabs's boat wasn't that bad, since he only came ashore about once a day. Seemed the guy was living on his boat because the only address I could find on him was an old one, which indicated he lived with his parents, or had until recently. My phone made a low ping, and I glanced down at the table. It was a text from Maggie. I was in a nice little coffee shop by the harbor with a small tablet in front of me, seated by the window with a full view of Krabs's, as well as other fishing boats out there. I'd never been in there before, but it seemed like a place for people to work in, as every single person in there had their noses buried in a screen of some sort. I didn't stand out in that regard, and it was better, less cramped, and warmer than a car. I shot a short glance in Krabs' direction and picked the phone up. Maggie's text was simple and to the point. A question mark. I couldn't help but smile. Usually I was the one sending those texts, but our standing with Dale and his guys must have rattled her somewhat, at least on my behalf. Still, I couldn't stop working, even though I couldn't go home. I sent her a few emojis, including an alien, an apple, and a squid, to confuse her and hoped that wasn't code for something I didn't know. I turned my attention back to Krabs, who was moving around out on the deck. It was easier to see him today, as the tide was in, and a bit more of his boat rose above the wharf. There was another ping. Sorry, but I'm not the kind of girl who's into that sort of thing. What? I mumbled, and shook my head when another text pinged. This one was from my sister. Been busy. DeLeo's in the hospital, severely concussed. Can't talk now. I mulled that over a bit. I'd been trying to get a hold of her since running into her here a few days earlier, but she'd been avoiding me. She still was, judging by this. Her partner was indisposed, but I didn't think that would keep her from moving forward with their investigation. I knew her too well for that. Sarah's attitude was to see things through, and this was her subtle, in her mind at least, way of keeping me out of it. I looked up then. Someone had approached Krabs. I put the phone down and focused on the newcomer. The lanky form belonged to none other than Charlie Ralston. He and Krabs exchanged some words, and then likely something else. Charlie bent and reached down to shake Krabs's hand. Was it a weapon? Drugs? Money? I didn't care. I was after information on the explosives, and at the moment, Charlie seemed like my best bet. I knew where Krabs was at least once a day. Charlie was another matter, As long as he stayed within Dale's compound, I couldn't get to him. I really wanted a word with him, but I also wanted to see who he was in contact with. When the man straightened up and seemed to take his leave of Crabs, I grabbed my tablet, stuffed it in my jacket pocket, and went outside. Kona's head perked up as I closed the door behind me. She'd been in a staring contest with a black and white border collie after they had given up their 2-minute barking contest when a woman had arrived with the latter. Now she came willingly as I untied her leash and led her away. Normally, I wouldn't have brought her along at all, but with Dale's people keeping an eye on my place, I hadn't wanted to leave her with Mrs. Gaines. It wouldn't take much to find out I had a dog, and I had no doubt Dale would hurt her if he could. So Kona came with me. Besides, someone walking their dog didn't stand out in Ashport. We passed a few others, and even the occasional barking didn't get Charlie to turn around as he kept wandering along the wharf. He appeared relaxed, but also as if he moved with a purpose. His decisive strides didn't slow down when he took a left, moving away from the water. My phone pinged again, and I realized I hadn't muted it. There was a new text from Maggie. Maybe if you buy me dinner first. Now you are messing with me, I said to the air in general, and shoved the phone in my pocket and headed left as well, spotting Charlie farther ahead, turning right between some old buildings. I became aware he was navigating around the more official part of the harbor as the harbor master's offices lay there, and sure enough, as soon as he'd passed it, he went back toward the wharf again. So I followed, Kona beside me, her tail wagging as she was happy to be outside, and not alone in one of Maggie's many hiding places around town. Charlie finally slowed down, and I wasn't surprised to see him do so outside an old warehouse. It appeared to be abandoned, or at the very least in serious need of an upgrade. I watched him skulk about a bit, check his phone, and then go inside through a large door, a side entrance to the street. I moved around the nearest corner, ready to follow. It was clear as day the guy was meeting someone here, and if it had anything to do with the weapons theft, then I needed to know who. A short, high-pitched wail escaped Kona, and I looked down at her to check what was wrong. The next thing I knew, I was pushed back toward the wall behind me. I gave an inelegant oof at the impact. Kona barked, and then I gasped at the pain that shot through my back. "What the hell?" I said, somehow managing not to shout and attract attention from the warehouse. At least the impact hadn't knocked the breath out of me. I glanced down at Kona, who stared back at me, her tail calm now. She cocked her head sideways like she was trying to figure this one out. "You and me both," I mumbled, relieved to not see Charlie or any of his friends around. I was about to step forward and realized I couldn't. That was when I noticed I was stuck. I was pushed up against the wall. There was something akin to a pressure around me, like all around me. There was almost a buzz to it. I'd sensed that before, though. It hadn't been much fun then, either. And still, I tried breaking free from the invisible restraints. "Are you really that stupid, detective?" I sighed as I stopped struggling. I recognized the voice. I hadn't met her many times, but she'd made an impression on me on the occasions I had. "Annalise." I nodded at her, which was about the only thing I could do as she came out from behind me. Not a detective anymore, though. Annalise wrinkled her nose at that like I was tainted or something. She looked well, though. She was dressed in black pants and a white jacket, her short bob perfectly framing her face. She seemed to be walking steadily, too, though she did have a cane with her. A bag from a nearby fishmonger hung from her left elbow, which explained her presence here. "Care to let me go?" I asked. There was little point in being anything but straightforward with her. Annalise scoffed at that and stopped right in front of me. Then she eyed Kona. "I like your dog." She reached out her hand, letting Kona sniff it. "Oh, for crap's sake," I blurted at the sight. "You're no help, are you?" Kona was seated next to me, still on her leash, but she was wagging her tail happily, getting familiarized with Annalise's scent. "Well," I conceded to Annalise, "everybody does." "I can see why." She stroked the fur on Kona's head a moment, and then returned her attention to me. "Why are you following one of mine?" "What?" "Oh, one of hers." I guessed Charlie was that. Annalise was one of the leaders of Ashport's community. But still. You do know that guy lives in Dale Ralston's compound, right? Annalise's eyes turned to slits as she eyed me. Yes, he's Dale's cousin. Why's that your business? I don't see Maggie anywhere here, so I'm assuming this isn't community related. Yes, no, it isn't. I looked over at the warehouse. I had no idea how long Charlie would be in there, and I wanted to see what he was up to. I certainly didn't want him to see me here, but there was nowhere to go as long as Annalise wielded her damn telekinesis. She wasn't using her cane. It dangled from her hand, which was itself raised and directed at me. Like most of her kind, her ability seemed connected to her whole body. Then I don't see why we shouldn't stand here talking until young Charlie is miles away. Technically, I'm not standing, I pointed out. She'd managed to lift me an inch off the ground when pushing me against the wall. You must be a hoot with this argumentative attitude. I'll argue something else for you then. Oh, good. Did it occur to you, while following me, that Ralston might have done something to warrant people checking up on him? Annalise only smiled. I'm sure he has, and if that's the case, then it's our business to take care of. Her pointed "our" was not to be mistaken. I was not one of them. I might know of them, but that was not the same thing. That didn't bother me, though. Getting them to trust me, now that was the challenge, and that was what mattered. You're wrong about that, I told Annalise. As expected, her face didn't radiate joy at me telling her that. What he's mixed up in is not only your business. She wasn't stupid either. She'd been a mender herself in her youth, and the fact that she was still alive meant she had more than one functioning brain cell. What do you know? I'll tell you if you let me down, I bargained, throwing in a smile that vanished fast as she closed her hand a little. The film of pure energy that covered me and kept me nailed to that wall suddenly retracted, and it became seriously difficult to breathe. Annalise raised an eyebrow as the corner of her mouth twitched. Not my biggest fan are you, I wheezed. She scoffed through a smile at that and released the pressure enough for me to breathe normally. Your attitude is growing on me, she offered. So, what business is not our business? I eyed her a moment, which didn't seem to faze her at all. No, she had authority and strength to boot when it came to the world she lived in. Even with her illness, she was a force to be reckoned with. That much was clear. I also really needed her to let me go so I could follow Charlie. Charlie's involved in stealing and selling explosives. I don't know what the plan is for it all yet, but considering we're talking explosives and other weapons, I'd say it's a safe bet someone will get hurt. And not only affiliates, if that matters at all. Maybe I shouldn't have thrown in that last one, but I was getting annoyed at her handling of me. If she wanted to talk, she could have just said hello. Would I have ditched her to follow Charlie? Sure, but still. Of course that matters, she snapped at me. At least I'd hit a nerve, the right kind of nerve. None of the leaders lets any affiliate threaten the safety of innocents. Comforting. I remembered Maggie saying something similar, though. They let their own kind pay for crimes if they'd willfully committed them. How many leaders are there in the community, anyway? I added, remembering Gerard mentioning one yesterday. Annalise smiled widely at that. Oh, now I see. See what? That adorable and not so innocent tenacity must be what Maggie likes. You know what? I'm going to take that as a compliment coming from you, and I'm going to ignore all the backhanded parts of it. Annalise chuckled. Smart choice, detective. I'm not a detective, yes, I know. Seems you have a grain of sense in that head of yours. Good looks will only get you so far, you know. Okay, then, I said, not without some confusion in my voice. Annalise seemed a little friendlier, at least, despite her sharp tongue. So, can you let me go? I can, yes. I rolled my eyes at that. Fine, will you? She glanced over her shoulder toward the warehouse. He's mixed up in regular crime? Yes, he is. I also think he might lead me to answers about that crime. Unless he'd already left, of course. There was more than one entrance, and thereby also exits in a building that size. Annalise turned her attention back to me. And his ability? Haven't I kept my mouth shut so far? The few times I've spoken to you, you seem to never shut up. Oh, for crying out, ah! The pressure holding me vanished so fast I hit the ground and almost stumbled, grabbing for the damn wall to keep upright. A little warning would have been nice. Yes, it would. Now run along on your errand, but if... I'm not interested in his affiliation to the community. I walked past her with Kona in tow. I didn't have time to worry about Annalise, no matter the obstacles she could create if she so chose. I did believe that she took me seriously. In this matter, at least. I reached the warehouse and made my way to a different door than the one Charlie had used. The thing was locked, but with an old padlock. I glanced around quickly, but no one was near, not even Annalise, to watch me pick the lock. Using such a useless lock was almost like inviting someone to break in. I didn't want to use the same door as Charlie, though. He might be right next to it, and he might not be alone, which was what I assumed anyway. Why go in here otherwise? With the door open, I glanced down and realized it would have been better to leave Kona with Annalise. She wasn't exactly easy to get along with, but I would have trusted her with that. It was too late now, though. I opened the door carefully and entered the building. It was darker in there, and the smell of salt water and raw air welcomed me at once. There were voices as well, but they were too distorted for me to hear what was being said. The voices sounded agitated, though. Kona's ears perked up at once, and I knelt beside her and told her to be quiet. We were not there to greet these people. She might be the nicest creature in town, but she wasn't stupid. She kept calm and quiet as I guided her over to a set of metal stairs that led up to a walkway. At my order, she sat behind one of the countless metal tubs stacked around the place. I had no idea what business had been run in there, but a slight whiff of fish that seemed to be attached to the walls was a telltale sign. Not that it mattered, beyond the large space being filled with things to hide behind. I climbed the stairs and found myself on the walkway. From there, the whole room came into view. Huge barn doors led out to the water, and people were getting into a boat. Charlie handed something over to them, and, of course, there was also someone else inside who shouldn't be there at all. Oh, crap, I mouthed, needing to say it and aware enough to know not to be heard. Chapter 20. This is not good, I whispered to myself. Charlie Ralston handed over a small package of something to Ian, one of the hostage-takers from the Marbella. Next to the man stood Ivy Allister. A couple of their crew, Noura, and the man I only knew as Green, were already in a boat on the outside of the warehouse. Why was Charlie working with these people? Wasn't every affiliate in town careful to avoid those associated with the Yorov Corporation? Charlie sure as hell didn't seem like he was avoiding them. The worst, though, was the sight of my sister ducking behind a stack of metal barrels on the opposite side of the warehouse. I had seen that, hadn't I? I stared at the place she'd disappeared, and sure enough, a second later, and slightly more to the right, her ponytail appeared between the barrels. She was moving closer to the boat to hear what was being said. What was going on? Sarah was not with her partner at the hospital, that much was clear. But why was she avoiding me? We were clearly investigating the same people. At least I thought we were. A minute later, though, I was not so sure. Both Ian and Ivy said some final words to Charlie before they both went and got in the boat. The engine revved, and they left, while Charlie closed the barn doors. A moment later, he left too, walking in my general direction to use the door in the wall behind me. He never looked up. I noticed then my sister making her way away from the barrels, heading in the opposite direction to Charlie. She wasn't interested in following him. Was she after Ian and the rest of them? Had she been all along? She knew Ivy had been in town. We'd both come across her when she and Ian had attacked Agent DeLeo. I sat, hunched down and quiet. Charlie slammed his door shut, while Sarah closed hers without a sound at the other end. What was going on? I was so confused. Were the AFOSI investigating affiliates in Ashport? Did they even know that was what they were doing? This was not good, on so many levels. Maggie's kind did not much like this type of scrutiny. Was Sarah even aware of that? I shook my head at the questions and reached for the top of the metal railing. I was ready to get out of there. I needed to get a hold of my sister, though, to figure this out. Preferably without her catching on to the town's community, unless she already knew. I glanced down toward the floor below to check if Kona was all right, and caught glimpse of a blurry form next to me instead. By the time I managed to turn to the side, I felt a shove so strong I was slammed into the railing. I gasped, grabbed hold, and started tipping over, my side hurting in beat with my pulse. Whoever it was too agitated to take control. A fist swung my way, only to hit my shoulder and send me reeling back onto the walkway. I landed awkwardly, half on my side, the air knocked out of me. I looked up then. There stood a man I recognized. I'd only seen his face briefly before, while escaping in a stolen helicopter. I didn't know his name, only the part he'd played in the crew that had taken people hostage in the Marbella. Oh yes, I mostly remembered his face with a gun pointing at it when Maggie had ordered him to lift off from the roof. This was the pilot. The man's face was a grimace of pure anger now. His eyes squinted to mere slits as he approached me. He seemed genuinely surprised at my being there. He must have stayed behind to follow Charlie and spotted me instead. I tried scrambling to my feet, but my side and back hurt from the unbraced crashes with the metal walkway and railing. "What are you doing here?" he snarled. He bent down, and despite my clumsy effort to get up, he snatched hold of my left leg. I almost choked on my own cry of pain as something akin to an electric shock shot through it. I kicked blindly with my right leg and hit him in the face more by accident than anything else. The pilot cursed and stumbled back a bit. I tried getting up, but my leg wouldn't cooperate, and everything else hurt too. What kind of ability was this? "You're gonna regret that." His voice was clipped and hard, but he got his bearings back. He was likely right about that statement too. He shook his head and focused on me again. I was swaying on my feet and gripping the railing so hard it was hurting my hand. My breath came ragged and my heart pounded. What was I going to do? I had my gun, but... There was a noise I didn't immediately recognize. The man's eyes widened a bit as he, too, tried identifying it. It was low and threatening. It sounded like a growl. Even I didn't realize it was Kona until it was too late. What can I say? I'd hardly ever heard her growl before. The pilot realized it came from behind him, but he wasn't fast enough when he turned. Kona attacked, a flurry of white fur and bared teeth, and she flew right toward the pilot. He yelped in surprise as her jaws clamped down on his hand. That was when he screamed. It was more in shock than pain. That would come, though. Kona kept growling, and her teeth remained buried in the man's hand. She was shaking her head, and the pilot yelled at her to stop. He moved one leg behind the other, ready to kick, and I snapped into action. I couldn't let him do that to her. Jumping forth on one leg, I threw my arms around his neck. Unfortunately, I lost my balance, pushing us both forward and forcing Kona to back up. The pilot braced himself, almost admiringly considering he was attacked on two sides now. He tried twisting toward the railing, aiming to topple me over. I was lucky I was bigger and that my functioning right leg was closest to the railing. I managed to push back. That was when he switched tactics and pushed in the same direction as well, all the while screaming at Kona to let go. My left leg felt like it was sleeping, as did my side and back. I cried out and landed with my back on the walkway, the pilot over me as I hadn't let go of his neck. He was screaming in agony now. Kona had let go during our fall. The man was staring at his bloodied hand. I knew I had barely a second before he'd use his ability on me again, so I did the only thing I could. I shifted my grip, so I had both hands on the left side of his head and slammed it into the bars on the railing beside us. His shouting at Kona turned into moans of pain. I placed my arms around his neck again and tightened my hold. The pilot kicked and twisted in panic at once, but he was too dazed and unfocused to do anything. His hand found my right knee, and an inward panic at the sting of his ability rose again, but it never came. Instead, the man's movements became slower and weaker. Only Kona's loud barking was audible where she stood in front of us. When the pilot stopped moving, she went quiet. Suddenly, the only noises were my own ragged breath and my pulse in my ears. My arms were clamped around his neck and throat, locked in a grip he couldn't shake. One of his hands was still holding onto my wrist, but it had no strength and slid off. A flash in my mind brought me back to the garage at my home. I could see Vaughn Ralston clear as day as he turned his face of pure horror at me. I'd just shot Trevor before he could do something to me. Vaughn had attacked then. I'd felt the blinding pain of his ability as I'd fired the gun for the second time. He'd been an outright cruel bastard, but still. I loosened my grip around the pilot's neck. I scrambled to back away and push him off me at the same time. He was heavy and I was in pain, but I managed to free myself. Kona came over, making little whining noises while she sniffed me to make sure I was in one piece. "What were you thinking?" I asked her, and checked her over for injuries. Except for a few drops of the pilot's blood near her jaw, she seemed fine. "You could have been hurt," I went on nonetheless, and as if she could understand me. "I told you to wait downstairs." Kona gave a happy, short bark at that and then proceeded to lick my face. Maybe she understood more than I thought. Okay, I began getting up. That feat brought her tail into full wagging mode. It also appeared that the pilot's ability stung like hell at first and then eased off. I already had feeling back all over, which meant I would likely only feel normal pain from the fight. I could live with that. A thought that had me bending down to check the man's pulse. The relief at those small beats didn't surprise me. I didn't want to kill anyone, despite the threat they could pose later on, and I had no doubt this guy would. It wasn't how the world was supposed to work, and boy did that make me an idiot. I didn't care, though. It was the damn principle of the thing, and still, I knew I should have drawn my weapon on this guy. It was all so... "Damn it," I whispered, and turned away from him. I needed to be gone before he woke up. Suddenly, there were a ton of things I needed to figure out, the biggest problem being my sister's involvement in all of this. Chapter 21. "Listen, Mr. Hansen, was it? I love my wife, but I'm fond of Lily too," Oliver Langan said, as his eyes darted sideways, checking if someone was listening. No one was, of course. The few people nearby were busy with their own things. "I'm sure you are." I glanced up at the house that had been divided into 4 apartments. Lily lived in the top right one. "Did my wife hire you?" "What?" I focused on him again. "No, I'm here on another matter." I shook my head for emphasis. Thankfully, Sterling's company never took on infidelity cases. It was one of the reasons they'd been appealing to me as an employer. I didn't want to deal with this day in and day out. However, following Oliver after he'd left work half an hour earlier had been quite revealing, considering the fact that this was not where he lived with Mrs. Langan. At least my showing up here had made him talkative, especially when I mentioned my occupation. "You are?" He sounded so relieved I was pretty sure he'd help with my problem. "Yes, it concerns a child that was in your care. A Theo Michaels?" Oliver gaped a moment, then resembled a goldfish, since his mouth kept widening and closing while he thought this through. Then he noticed Kona sniffing his shoes and bent to pat her. It seemed to calm him down more than her. Not that she didn't enjoy the attention. I rolled my eyes at that. We were both back to normal now, no trace of the fight in the warehouse to be seen. I'd managed to clean the blood off her jaw. Otherwise, Oliver would not be so calm this close to her. "So," I urged, after a few moments of this, That's confidential," Oliver finally said, and straightened up again. He was a normal-looking guy, somewhere in his 40s, not the type one would think was fooling around with a mistress. "Maybe so," I agreed. "Many things should stay hidden if you were to decide," I added, with a pointed glance up toward Lily's apartment. "But as for Theo, I do not think it's standard procedure to hand children over to people like Dale Ralston." I could expound on Dale's reputation, of course, both the known and suspected parts, but there was no point. "I really thought it was in the boy's best interest." "No, you didn't." I shook my head. "You did what you were told, didn't you? But why listen to Gerard on this?" The man's eyes widened at the mention of Gerard's name, so really, there was only one way to proceed. Scare the crap out of him. "I know he thought he did the child a favor, but you..." You should know better. You've had more dealings with the compound than your judge. I don't know what you're talking about. Of course not. What's your ability anyway? I asked, my tone as blunt as possible. It had the desired effect. What? I don't understand. Uh-huh. Maybe I should ask Mrs. Langan about this instead? I cringed inwardly at the statement. Blackmail wasn't my thing, but I didn't think it'd go much further than this anyway. I simply took one step back, and Oliver's face turned into a mask of panic. No, don't! Please! He lunged forward as if to grab hold of me, but changed his mind and backed up to the entrance door behind him. Then he sort of seemed to meld into it, like the wall was made of molasses. Huh. I angled my head sideways. Was it some sort of invisible shield around him that rendered his clothes able to be absorbed too? Kona moved closer, sniffing at the almost invisible shape. She already knew his scent, so this confirmation seemed to settle it for her. Oliver moved forward and freed himself, all the while staring wide-eyed at me. Then he looked around, but there was no one on the sidewalk, and as far as I could see, no faces pressed to any nearby windows. Right, I said. About Theo? It was Dale, Oliver said. His voice sounded flat and beaten. I told Gerard it was a bad idea, but Dale wouldn't give in. He showed up at my house. I nodded. That sounds like Dale. The man was not above threatening people if he wanted something. So you handed the boy over? At least Oliver had the sense to look ashamed. He was threatening my wife, whom you care so much about. I couldn't help the comment, but it wasn't fair. Of course he'd relented when Dale had come knocking with threats. Do you think Dale had anything to do with Meredith Michael's death? I asked, instead of harping on the subject of his mistress. No, and as I told... He shut his mouth so fast I had no doubt it was important. Told who? No one. I eyed him a moment. It was such a blatant lie. It wouldn't happen to be the Mender in town, would it? Again, me knowing anything about the community seemed to turn the guy's whole world view upside down. Right. When was she here? She wasn't. She cornered me at lunch. I nodded again. Maggie wouldn't need to know about Lily upstairs to get this guy talking, and she had done that. Sought him out to double-check Aaron's information. So had I, of course, because something wasn't right about this, but... Leaving Oliver and his life of lies behind was a relief, albeit a short-lived one. I'd checked out the other name Gerard had given us yesterday, and finding Ellie Torp hadn't been that hard. She worked in a hair salon and lived in a modern house in the middle of town. I'd made sure to seek out both her and Oliver after work, to be able to ask questions without coworkers nearby, so I wasn't surprised to find Ellie at home when I approached her house. What did surprise me, despite what Oliver had just told me, was Maggie in the woman's front yard. Kona pulled at the leash at once, wanting to run over to Maggie. Before she could bark a happy greeting, I hunkered beside her and held her to my side. Shh, Kona. No barking now, okay? Kona gave a soft whimper as she wanted to run over and greet Maggie, but she stayed put and kept quiet. Good girl, I whispered, and glanced over at Ellie's place. Kona and I were mostly out of sight as we'd come by a crossing street a few houses down. I was close enough to recognize Maggie without trouble, though. The woman with auburn hair who was following her to her car had to be Ellie. She seemed to be in her 50s. A little younger than Annalise, maybe? The two women chatted shortly, and then Maggie got in her car and drove off. Ellie waved at her and then went back toward her house, where she promptly got her cell phone from her jean pocket and made a call. That wasn't all that strange. Her lingering look down the street after Maggie's car was. It could be anything, of course. I didn't know her. It could be a number of things, and yet I got a bad feeling. Kona followed me without a sound when I turned around and walked away. There was no point in talking to Ellie Torp, I was sure about that. Maggie was doing her rounds, keeping it from me, likely because it involved affiliates of the community. And I was not much better, it seemed. This was not good. This was... Why was it like this? One moment she said she'd let me help. The next, she went about it all on her own. Why? I walked on with these questions in my head, and Kona likely picked up on my dark mood as she came along with an unusual lack of interest in sniffing things. A few more minutes of this, and I was forced to stop due to a tour bus full of late-season tourists that exited it and were filing into the Museum of Mini Marine Life because, of course, Ashport had one of those. The forced pause had me realizing I was one street over from Meredith Michaels' apartment. Who was she really? Why was there all this fuss over her and her kid? Why would someone kill her? And why would Dale, of all people, insist on raising her son? It made no sense. And now Maggie was invested in the kid. That I could understand. I didn't much like his situation myself, but would Maggie go into the compound again? I was uncomfortable at the thought. She hadn't said overly much about what had happened in there, but my understanding was that there was more than one pissed-off Ralston wanting to get their hands on her. So no. She could be reckless, but she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't go in there like that again. With that being the sole comforting thought of the day, I managed to sneak between the tourists, Kona in tow, as I made up my mind about what to do about Meredith Michaels' apartment. All in all, it wasn't that hard when I set my mind to it. It took me about an hour to leave Kona with a friend who ran a hardware store 2 blocks away and to hire a decoy. I had a couple of those working for me in Ashdale, but the benefit of Ashport was that I knew enough people to find one quickly anyway. Luke Bales was usually unemployed and not too fond of the police on account of them arresting him for things he should have been arrested for. I'd never been part of that since he'd calmed down by the time I'd moved to town, but he was also a good source of information, and often in need of money. With him being obvious about casing the building by searching for cameras and the like, I knew he drew the attention of officers DeMar and Routledge, who I'd spotted easily enough once I'd begun looking. This left the back door of the building clear, and soon, with the help of my lockpicks, I found myself closing the door to Meredith's apartment behind me. I hadn't wanted Maggie involved the day before, but now I needed to know who the hell Meredith was. As it turned out, she had been as normal as they come. I entered a quiet apartment. It was a little chilly due to it not being used since the murder, but it generally struck me as a nice, warm home. The walls were all painted white, except for Theo's bedroom, which had blue ones. They didn't have a lot of space, but it was enough for the 2 of them. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a living room with a kitchen separated by half a partitioning wall. There were photos and drawings on the walls, nice colored furniture that somehow matched, though nothing seemed to come from the same set. From what I'd gathered, and that was from what little was said in the paper, Meredith worked as a waitress and bartender, and she'd made a normal, safe home for herself and her kid. It was tidy, too, except for toys and drawings that were scattered about. The kid had been allowed to be a kid in her tidy home. I took this all in as I went through the rooms, careful not to touch anything. The kitchen was the last room. That was where it had happened. Meredith must have been trying to get away, but she'd been pushed into the corner. There was a large, uneven, brownish-red stain of her blood on the bench, the lower cabinets, and the floor. She hadn't gotten farther than that. I sighed and turned to leave, but there was a fridge in the other corner. It was covered with photos of Meredith and her son. All kinds of them. Birthdays, trips around town, soccer games, one where they were laughing with their mouths stuffed with chocolate cake. Theo was a brown-haired boy with a face that showed exactly what he felt in those photos, and that was safe and happy. I didn't need Meredith's confiscated computer to tell me her feelings about her kid, nor did I think she was mixed up in something. You never knew. But at least it wasn't the vibe I got from this place. Crap, I whispered, and shook my head. Maggie might not be forthright with many things, but she was with this, and she was right. Theo needed help because his community had done him a great disservice in their fumbling attempt to help him.
Chapter 22. It was an odd sound that awoke me, yet my pulse didn't speed up as I grew aware of my unfamiliar surroundings. There came sharp whispers from the kitchen-living room combo on the other side of the half-partitioning wall, and I realized Nate was back. One more, His words were followed by barely contained barks before the sound of Kona's paws landing on the floor. I moved a little in bed to see through the opening, the form of her, so much bigger when she jumped up, stretched out in her full length, to catch what had to be a doggy treat. Nate often played that game with her, and she was so happy to play along. "Good girl," he whispered, as she landed again after snatching the treat from his hand. He must have bought some because we hadn't had time to take any with us after we'd left his place in a hurry. The tiny apartment we were staying in now was placed above the garage of an affiliate family who usually rented it out during the tourist season. They also let me use it when needed. They were on their vacation now that things had calmed down in town, which meant it was easier for me to use the place for more than a night or two. How easy it was for Nate was another matter. He hadn't said anything, because of course he hadn't, but I knew he didn't much like having to stay away from his own home like this. "Another one?" he asked Kona. I smiled at that. I couldn't see her pushing her snout against his hand, but I'd seen her do it countless times before. And he would open his hand and show her it was empty. "See? Nothing there." And then he would open the other hand and get up, like he was doing now. Kona gave a happy short bark. "Shh! Maggie's sleeping." I smiled wider because of the impatient patter of her paws dancing on the floor. With her hearing, she probably knew I was awake. Nate must have gotten the peanut butter and bacon biscuits for her to be this excited. She loved those. "Okay, last one." Kona's blurry white form shot up in the dark as she got her last treat and then landed again to eat it. "Good girl." That really was the last one, though. At least one of us needs some shut-eye. Nate disappeared into the bathroom at the opposite end of the apartment, and Kona went to find her basket. At least we'd brought that for her. I huffed impatiently, turned over on my back, and stared at the ceiling. I needed to do something to get Dale off our backs. Unfortunately, he'd look weak if he let either Nate or I go free. I'd humiliated him in front of everyone in the compound, and Nate had killed one of his cousins. Crap. I wouldn't let that last one slide either, and it wouldn't matter to Dale one whit that it had been in self-defense. I must have half-dozed to those worries, because the next thing I knew, Nate got in next to me. This bed was a double and wide enough for us both, but too short for him. His feet stuck out at the end. Still, it wasn't usual for him to sit up like he was doing now. "You okay?" I asked him, rolled around, and put a hand on his thigh. Unlike the cool sheets covering me, he was warm to the touch. Warm and comforting. "Yeah, didn't mean to wake you." He moved his hand and brushed his fingers through my hair. The gesture was lulling, and I closed my eyes, enjoying it. "Go back to sleep," he went on, his voice a low murmur so as not to disturb me further. That had me wake up properly, though. It wasn't exactly easy avoiding each other in this cramped place, but one of us sleeping took care of that. And I knew he wasn't okay. I'd seen too much lately to believe that. He didn't say anything when I gathered my knees under me and halfway climbed over him to switch on the lamp on the tiny nightstand. I settled for straddling his lap to keep my balance as I looked at him. We both squinted uncomfortably at the sudden light, which made it difficult to read his expression. "Why were you giving Kona so many treats at this hour?" I asked instead. That elicited a small smile. "She deserved them. If she knew how to stop eating them, she'd get as many as she wants." I glanced back at the opening to the kitchen, but saw nothing of the dog. She must have settled in her basket by now. I turned back to Nate. "Are you sure everything's okay?" His eyes had relaxed a little now that he was getting used to the light. "You know, you've been asking that a lot lately." "I have?" "Mm-hmm. Why?" "Because I've been eavesdropping, avoiding you getting involved, and leaving you alone to kill someone who was after me. Yes, I could admit to all of that, but I didn't because the thing I said instead was also true. And let's face it, I didn't quite know what to do. Because I want you to be all right. That's important to me." His eyes softened at that. "Don't worry about it." He cupped my cheek, brushed his thumb gently over my cheekbone, and rested his other hand on my thigh. I had no clue how I was not to worry when bad things seemed to happen to him because of me. I also had serious trouble resisting him. I leaned in to kiss him and did exactly what he told me. I stopped worrying, at least for a while. The kiss was soft and tentative at first as I ran my fingers through his hair, deepening the kiss, urged on by the glide of his lips on mine. "I'm not worried," I murmured into his mouth. "Okay." "Not at all. I couldn't help a small whimper of delight because his tongue slipped past my lips. I grabbed onto the headboard again and let my other hand slide down his chest and across his abs, a need to touch him. A hiss escaped him then, and he jerked his head back, his lips pressed tight together a moment as if he was suppressing pain. "What?" I mumbled through my unfocused haze. I glanced down and realized I'd flattened my hand on his side and let go. Are you hurt?" "No, it's nothing," Nate insisted, his lips and tongue teasing the sensitive spot behind my ear as if he'd already forgotten about it. Or was pretending. I couldn't see clearly, not in this position and not in this light, but Nate didn't bruise easily. It might not be showing yet. "But," I began. "It's just a work thing," he broke me off. "Do you really want to talk about that now?" His voice was husky next to my ear. A weak no escaped me, even though I was pretty sure I should be asking about it. At that moment, he leaned in to kiss me, and he did look like he'd forgotten about it. We were lying the right way on the bed again the next time I touched the sore spot in his side, right below his rib cage. I was lazily stroking my hand up and down his arm when I remembered. Nate's hand had been gently stroking my back, from shoulder to hip in a slow rhythm. I lay draped along his other side, my cheek resting on his chest. We were warm, sated, and tired. The apartment was quiet, as was the street outside. I let my fingers hover above his skin a second, and then I lay my hand back on his arm. A moment later, his fingers skimmed over my back again. "This feels right," I said after a while. "It always does." Nate moved his hand up and brushed my hair back behind my ear. "I love you," I said. "I love you too." I sighed, and he rested his hand on my shoulder. "Then why aren't we working?" He had no answer to that, it seemed, because there was only silence until we both fell asleep, still in each other's arms, refusing to let go. Chapter 23. As I got up to follow Tegan and Rob out of Blue Nana's bakery, a familiar woman waved at me from the other side of the room. "Guys, give me a sec," I told the others and walked over before they could ask. "Maggie, nice to see you," Sarah said when I approached the table she was at. I hadn't seen her come in, but then we'd been seated in the back where there were couches and soft chairs. "Hi, Sarah. I didn't know you were in town." Nate certainly hadn't mentioned that his sister was here, and didn't she usually stay at his place? I hoped she wasn't going near the apartment now, what with Dale's cronies keeping an eye on it. "It's a short visit. I'm waiting for Mel." I nodded. That made sense. From what I'd gathered, Sarah was good friends with her cousin. Of course she'd visit her. "So how are things?" Sarah took a sip from a cup of tea. Somehow, though, that question rattled me more than it should. It was only a polite inquiry, nothing more, and yet I managed an "everything's fine" in a tone that absolutely suggested otherwise. Sarah lowered her cup and eyed me. Did I just walk into a minefield? I shook my head. "Sorry, I'm only tired." I turned and searched for Tegan and Rob. They were chatting and laughing out on the sidewalk. "Is Nate okay?" Sarah asked, drawing my attention back. "Yes, it's nothing." "Sure. And last I checked, I wasn't born yesterday. Are you and Nate okay?" I glanced back out through the window, but Tegan and Rob didn't seem impatient waiting for me. They were preoccupied with something on Tegan's phone. There was no sight of Detective K either. I made a snap decision and sat at the small table across from Sarah. Wouldn't she be the person to ask? Judging by her response, one would think so, as she simply waited patiently with a friendly smile for me to say something. We're fine, really. Uh-huh. It's just that. Yes? Again, I halfway turned and looked for my friends. They wouldn't know the answer to this. I'll venture a guess here, Sarah said, her hands around the large cup, soaking up the warmth from the tea. There was a pleasant smell of citrus in the air. You want to ask a personal question about my brother, and your friends out there can't help? I gave a soft scoff at that. Are you a mind reader? I wish. Sarah took another sip, luckily not noticing the twitch to my eyes at that statement. Fine, I conceded. It's only that I'm having some problems getting him to trust me. Oh. And I might be having some, issues in the trust department myself. Ah, she sighed and leaned back. At least there was no hint of a smile. She was taking me seriously. He's my brother, you know, so I'm supposed to be on his side. I nodded and got ready to leave. But I'd like to give you something to help. At least I hope it can. Oh? I relaxed a bit. I'd start by asking him about Jim. Jim? Uh-huh, she nodded. Jim Larson. Hey guys. Hi, Maggie, a voice interrupted. I wanted to shout at its owner to go away, but turned to find Detective K looming over us, her light brown hair in a high ponytail, an easy smile directed at us. Shouting was a no-go. She was a cop in this town, after all. I quickly got up and left the chair for her, saying my goodbyes to Sarah, who seemed somewhat flustered and not sure whether she should follow me. I was too quick for that, though, and said my goodbyes with a long-rehearsed smile before I rejoined my friends outside. Who was that? Tegan asked. She straightened her herringbone coat over her blue poodle skirt. She had opted for straight bangs today instead of her usual curly ones. Just a new friend. Isn't that Detective K with her? Rob asked. He discreetly peered through the window. Yeah. I sighed and then froze. What? Rob got a worried look. Nothing. Let's go. That was Detective K. But hadn't Sarah once said her maiden name was Larson? If so, then who the hell was Jim? I left with Tegan and Rob, automatically following their lead, hardly paying attention when Tegan said goodbye to go to work to start her shift. This had been Rob's lunch break, and I walked on with him the short distance to the Daily's offices. With the murder of Meredith Michaels, Andy was out, and so was Oleg, the paper's photographer. It's been busy here. Rob moved a few stacks of papers on his desk over to one of the other ones with a frown. Then, a bigger frown emerged behind his glasses as he found a half-eaten burger in its wrappings. Someone had parked their ass in his chair while he was out. I can see that. Out-of-town reporters? Rob threw the burger in the trash and slumped down into his chair and shook his head. Personally, I had more than my share of them after the whole Marbella debacle. It sure is easier when it's just your regular small-town news. I miss the odd cow wandering into town, or your run-of-the-mill vandalism with spray cans. Is that too much to ask for? I smiled at that and jumped up on Oleg's desk, bumping into a stack of papers which toppled over. The mess brought an evil little smile to Rob's face. It's too bad, then, that I have to ask you about Meredith Michaels. Andy is handling that now. Yeah. I glanced pointedly at Andy's desk, which stood about 5 inches away from Rob's. I'm gonna assume that you've picked up some stuff about it anyway. Well, you know, he shrugged. Is it a community thing then? Not sure, to be honest, but Meredith's kid ended up in the official care of Dale Ralston. No kidding! You didn't know? He shook his head. No. We knew he was taken into foster care, but the kid's like 8 or 9, so it's not as if we were going to try and interview him. But you know Meredith was part of the community, right? Yeah. I gathered that when I did the initial reporting. Her late husband was a Ralston. Dale's brother. I drummed my fingers on the desk surface. Do you happen to know what kind of affiliation either Meredith or her kid have? Rob shook his head again, slowly this time, which was not a good sign. I don't think she was very active in the community. From what scant information I've found through a few of our people who knew her a bit, I'm guessing she was an affiliate by marriage. Right. That would explain why she wasn't all that involved. Just so. With her husband dead, she would likely not be very involved in something she might not even have known about before she'd met him. Maybe Theo hadn't inherited anything from his dad? Maybe that was why they'd almost flown under the radar all these years? What makes you think it might be community related? Rob persisted. As far as the police are concerned, it looks like a break-in. That's their theory? Oh, yes. They're thinking she caught the thief by surprise and that he killed her because he panicked. Could be. I didn't think so, though. It didn't sit right with me at all. It's only that, well, her kid ended up with Dale real fast. That's what's bothering me about it all. Rob pursed his lips, but then nodded. That would bother me too, whether it happened fast or slow. That guy's a monster. True. I jumped off the desk. Anyways, I'll leave you to it. If you're really lucky, a moose will come walking into Tangier Square soon. I wish. He rolled his chair back, halfway blocking my route to the door. Hey, are you okay? What? Do I have a frowny face or something? Sarah had asked the same thing. Kind of, yes. I sighed and stepped around Rob. Is everything all right with Det? I mean, new guy? Rob, that's not his job nor his name. You're right. I'm sorry. He put his hand in mine and squeezed gently. Old habits, you know, but you seem out of sorts. Anything I can do? I pursed my lips into a resigned smile and squeezed back. He was doing it right now, of course. Whatever our issues, Nate and I needed to deal with them ourselves. I just didn't know how. I'd never done the whole serious relationship thing before. Nate had, and that didn't seem to help either. I wasn't able to figure it out, though, and asking Rob, who was in a freaking perfect marriage, despite some long-distance weekdays, became too difficult for me. However, Rob had so many skills. What? He said as his eyebrows creased together. The last time you looked at me like that was right before you and Tegan volunteered me for a meat auction. It was an auction for charity, not meat, and if I remember correctly, you ended up married after that. Not to the no sense of boundaries old lady who won the bid. No, but her lawyer, so I figure that was a win-win. I smiled and patted him on the shoulder, and a sort of growling noise escaped him. What can you find out for me if I give you a name? Sarah had given me one. And yes, I knew she said to ask Nate about it, but maybe I could check it out and then see what she meant by it beforehand? Wasn't that what all those scouts were on about? Being prepared or something? Well, quite a lot, I imagine. Why? Maybe it'll help. Okay. What's the name? He asked instead of prying. Jim Larson? Not an affiliate name. No, don't think so. He nodded and moved his chair back to his desk where he logged on to his laptop. I do think it's local, though. There are a few Larsons in town. He started his searches, and I waited patiently, but not long after, he came up short. It's very strange, Rob said, and turned toward me. I've looked for both Jim and James Larson, but I can't find one in town. It shouldn't be that unusual a name. It's funny, though. Did you know that Detective K used to be named Larson? That was on there? Rob nodded. Seems she was quite the running champion before she settled down. My point is, though, that there is no Jim Larson that exists online here today. He'd barely said the words before he trailed off. Then his eyes snapped back to me, and he pushed his glasses up. They did tend to slide down the upper part of his nose, and he never seemed bothered enough to get new ones. You know, it could be someone dead. What a lovely thought. Yes, well, no, but maybe it's someone who died before we all started spewing information about our dinners online? Oh, sweet Rob, I told him when he got up and grabbed his phone. You have no idea how long and incredibly boring a conversation you and Nate could have on this subject, do you? Hey, it's called research. I shrugged at that. Or investigating. He narrowed his eyes and gave me a sideways glare while opening the door. You're lucky I'm fond of you. Yes, I am, I beamed at him. Where are we going? Next door. I groaned and didn't bother to hide it. Next door was the library, and if Rob wasn't working there, that meant that Connie was. She didn't like us. Or more to the point, she didn't like me around Rob. It was like she mistook me for a bad influence or something. Still, I endured as Rob greeted her, and she had to act civil, while still sending us disapproving glares when we went upstairs where the microfiche was. None of it had been digitalized prior to the Ashport Daily, getting an online version, which was now the main version. The next couple of hours were spent with him searching through metadata and old newspapers, while I, at some point, fell asleep in an uncomfortable chair. I awoke to a disapproving grunt that turned out to be Connie glaring at me on her rounds through the library. So, I found something, Rob said with no indication he'd even heard or seen his colleague. I smiled at her and then focused on him. You did? We make a great team. He decided to answer that one with a snort. Then his face got all serious. Something wrong? I don't know, but I believe I've found the Jim Larson you're looking for. He leaned back and then vacated the chair, gesturing for me to have a proper look at the desktop reader. With his help, a sad story came to life before me. A Jim, Larson had died at the age of 16, and Rob was right in thinking it had happened before everyone had digital lives that were easy to track. The kid had died by jumping off the roof of a hardware store near Bay Street. There was a clothes store there today, but the building was big enough to do the trick. That's awful, I whispered. Connie would have been touched by my library-fitting voice had she been near us then. Yeah, Rob agreed, and helped change the news article for me to a day later. Seems the kid was sort of goaded into it. There are plenty of articles about it. It became a huge thing in town judging by this. See here. Some people thought the other kids should be punished. I did see, and he was right. It had been a whole thing for months, considering the number of articles the Daily had written. One thing caught my eye, though, Rob went on, and again sent numerous articles flying before me. Then he brought up one showing a small family in a living room, seated on a light-colored sofa. It was a man, woman, and a teenage girl who seemed familiar. I read the caption under the photo which named Louis, Petra, and their daughter, Melanie Larson. They'd agreed to be interviewed to talk about the death of their son and brother, to dispel rumors, set the record straight, and explain why they didn't want to sue anyone. A small town like Ashport had to have been a cesspool of rumors because of this, and I couldn't even imagine what they'd been through. That must be Detective K, right? Rob said. I nodded and sat back. Do you know her well? He added. The confusion in Rob's voice was clear, and I didn't blame him. He was a good friend to spend so much time helping me and not knowing why. Suddenly, there seemed to be a lot of cops in my life. I could at least dissuade him from this. No, only a little from when the community leaders had me work the odd job for the police. Rob shook his head in despair. Had he been one of those leaders, he would have said no to that experiment. Why the sudden interest in her, then? Not her, I clarified. Her brother, Detective K, and thereby also Jim Larson, are Nate's cousins. The Harbor Bar and Grill was your typical aged pub, which had stopped its grill portion of the business years ago. The only thing to eat in there these days were salty nuts you had to share with others who might or might not wash their hands after using the bathroom. The place was kind of tacky, and a lot of brown with wooden walls, brown upholstery in the booths, wooden interior, and oddly enough, a lovely red cedar bar. Hiya, Eddie, I said, and sat on the vacant bar stool next to him. Eddie, in the middle of some loud, though easy and friendly discussion with a couple of guys I didn't know, turned and greeted me with a cheer. Maggie, you're here! He smiled widely, and the whiff of alcohol that hit me, and his slightly unfocused eyes, told me he was a little more than tipsy. I sure am. This is Maggie. I bet she could take all your money in a game of darts. So darts had been the topic of discussion before I came over. Eddie, you're not supposed to talk me up if you want to hustle them. I winked at the guys who only laughed. Clearly, they knew Eddie well enough to know he wasn't a cheat. At least not that kind of cheat. I mean, he amended, Maggie's crap at darts. You'd take her money. Uh-huh, I agreed. I need a quick word, though. Got a minute? I eyed the room around us. There were few affiliates, and the jukebox was making it hard to speak in private. Outside? I added. Eddie wasn't difficult to ask. That was one of the best things about him. Sure, he did do things most people frowned upon, but he would never say no if it was to help out our community. In that regard, he was one of the best. So, he said as we stepped outside into the evening darkness, no police shadow today? Also, he was an annoying ass sometimes. But hey, no one's perfect. Still, even though Eddie probably could have found something on Jim Larson by hacking into various official databases and the like, I had asked Rob for a reason. I didn't want Eddie to know about Nate and me struggling. Hell, I barely wanted to think about it. We were in love, so why couldn't things be easy? Why did we have to be us? I forced those thoughts away and focused on Eddie, who slumped down on a bench on the other side of the street that faced the harbor. The raw smell of salt water was infinitely better than the inside of the bar. The music had been reduced to the bass rattling through the walls. I need some information, Eddie, and I was hoping you could help. I sat beside him. I don't have my equipment here. He got a packet of cigarettes out of his jacket pocket, took one, patted his pockets until he found his lighter, and lit it. Then he offered me one in a silent question, even though he knew I didn't smoke. I suppose it was a nice gesture. I'm pretty sure you could wreak all kinds of havoc with only your phone. His eyes widened as he turned his face toward me. You want me to wreak havoc? When? Where? I was engulfed in cigarette smoke and waved my hands in front of me to get it away. No havoc today, I'm afraid. Just some information will do. Eddie tisked at me. No fun. You're going soft, Evans. It's about a kid, one of ours. Huh? I quickly told him about Theo and his awful and recent life events while Eddie puffed out white smoke that fluttered around us in the semi-dark on the harbor. You shouldn't be messing with Dale Ralston, Maggie. I shouldn't have to tell you that. Yeah, well, am I supposed to leave Theo there? Eddie groaned in resignation and stomped a foot on the ground. No, I get it. Kids gotta be scared mindless. Yeah. Okay. So what do you want from me? I need to find a way to get him out. Kidnap a child? Sorry to burst your bubble, but that's not going to go down well. What do you think your boyfriend's old colleagues will say to that? Hell, what do you think your boyfriend will say to that? Regardless, I said, not quite able to keep the bite out of my voice. I need a way inside the compound. I don't know one. I didn't think you did, but I'm hoping you might know someone who does. Every Ralston in Dale's compound knows I don't do business with them, so they have no reason to seek me out. Glad to hear it, but here's the thing. Those guys keep sneaking out of there, or more like it, they sneak in after the gates are shut at night, and I need to know how. Ah, I see. Eddie nodded and inhaled the last of his smoke before blowing it all out. He threw the butt on the ground and snuffed it out under his shoe. You see what? You should talk to Jack Kenzie. Jack Kenzie? Ugh, of course. Eddie was right. If any outsider would know, he would. The guy was a scumbag who liked to hang out and drink with other scumbags. It wouldn't be far-fetched to think he'd picked up some information about this. Yes, of course, Eddie echoed while giving me a side eye. What's that supposed to mean? Everyone in my line of work, or yours, would know to ask Jack. So? Seems St. Nate is having an effect on you. Eddie leaned back and shoved his hands in his jacket pockets to protect them from the cold, and looked so relaxed it was kind of annoying, considering what he was saying. I don't know why I was letting him get to me, but I was, judging by the heat that rose to my cheeks. I was glad it wasn't particularly visible in the dark. Nate's going to help me with the kid. Eddie snorted and smiled widely. Yeah, right. That means breaking the law. I huffed and got my phone out and texted him, more to spite Eddie than anything. Might have got a lead to help the kid. Wanna come? It wasn't like Eddie was right, was it? Because that would be bad in this case. And I so wanted him to be wrong, which was why an insane amount of relief hit me half a minute later when Nate answered. Of course. Where? See? I told Eddie, not able to keep the gloating out of my voice as I showed him Nate's answer. God, Eddie had managed to rile me up tonight. This was juvenile behavior on my part. Of course, it wasn't lost on me that he wasn't all wrong. You're a dumbass sometimes, you know that? I managed to keep my voice scorn-free. I wasn't mad at him, more offended that he'd hit the nail on the head. Eddie laughed it off and got up to go back inside. Yes, I am. You know where to find me if there's anything else I can do.
Chapter 24. It did strike me as odd that Maggie was so inclusive all of a sudden, but when she asked me to join her in trying to help Theo Michaels, I hadn't hesitated. Of course, in her defense, she had promised to try. Still, the quiet, normal-looking house in front of us, with a warm glow coming through the windows, was not where I'd thought the night would bring us. Really? Jack Kenzie? Maggie stopped right in front of the man's porch steps and huffed. Yes. She managed to drag an extra syllable out of that small word. And if we'd been playing a drinking game right now, and the key word had been really, I'd not have been able to walk. Okay, point taken, but, are you sure? Maggie scoffed through a smile. Nice save, and the answer's still yes. He's not exactly my favorite person, but he's like a living cesspool of criminal gossip. Lovely. I followed her to the door, where she knocked, as there was no doorbell. I already knew that, though. This was not my first time knocking on this door. So, is he what? You know, one of you? You look like you had a light bulb moment. I kind of did. Jack had a history of robbing small shops and kiosks. After he'd served some time for that, it had all started up again. Naturally, Jack had been suspected, but he'd had an alibi every single time, as in being completely hammered when we turned up. So much so that his blood tests showed that he couldn't possibly have done it. Nobody got that drunk in such a short time. Once, McAllen and I had driven to his place, arriving 30 minutes after the robbery was reported. So yeah, since I was now standing on the guy's porch with Maggie, because she knew him, I was wondering if he might have an ability that enabled him to circumvent the laws of nature. Is there a way to, I don't know, cheat time a little? Oh, Nate. Maggie smiled and knocked on the door again, harder this time. Time travel? You're pretty when you try to figure us out. Hey, The door was yanked open as Jack had finally heard us. It was a somewhat stocky and blond man that appeared before us, a frown plastered in place. Know what time it is? He was saying. Then he recognized Maggie. Oh, damn it, he blurted, before he noticed me and added in, oh crap, for good measure. The last one was shouted, though. You do know him, Maggie said, and stepped forward. Jack backed up into the house at her movement, hurry in his steps. Listen, I don't know what the hell this is, but I'm sure if we talk it through, then... Oh, we're going to talk, Jack, Maggie broke him off, following him. I closed the front door behind us and went into the living room kitchen combo, right inside a dark hallway. A light brown leather couch functioned as partitioning between the two spaces. Watch it, Jack, I told him, but it didn't matter. He bumped into a rickety small end table next to the couch. What kind of unholy alliance is this? The man squawked. Maggie, you do know he's police? Maggie only shrugged, apparently not interested in setting the record straight at this point. Unholy is a bit overboard, isn't it, Jack? She'd stopped right in front of him, her arms seemingly relaxed at her sides, but I knew she was on the alert for anything. Besides, don't you know 2 minuses make a plus? Huh? The man blurted, too upset to follow her words. We only want some information, she went on. No need to be so jumpy. Information, he repeated. It did seem to calm him down a bit, though. I moved a little closer to have him fully in my view, but took care not to seem like a threat. In this case, Maggie was more likely to get him to talk. She had some sort of rapport with him that did not involve the possibility of arrest. Not that he knew that wasn't the case regarding me anymore. I need some insights into Dale Ralston's compound. What the hell? Jack's eyes bulged. Not in a million years am I going to risk telling this guy something about Dale that might be traced back to me. He quickly pointed at me before swinging his hand too wide and then lowering it. Maggie reacted instantly. She grabbed his hand and pushed him back instead of toward herself. It let him reach some drawer in the end table that rattled against the back of his hip. He reached for something in there as Maggie advanced on him. I didn't know if she was going to calm him down by talking to him or throw him to the floor, but his desperate movement made me react. I pushed between them, ready to block whatever he was up to. It was a mistake. The man yelped when he noticed me and not Maggie so close, and the next thing I knew, something that had probably only been meant as a threat was stabbed into my arm. I stared at my forearm in shock. What the actual Jack? I couldn't help shouting. I staggered backward, staring at the needle that was still stuck in my arm. It was empty. Whatever had been in it was now pushed into my bloodstream. Nate? Maggie's voice came from somewhere nearby, but I suddenly had trouble focusing. I was pretty sure something was not right when Maggie, Jack, and the wall were substituted for the ceiling. Had I fallen? My head was spinning, and nausea surged. Nate? I tried yanking the syringe from my arm, but couldn't seem to get a hold of it, despite staring right at it. It was like I was moving in molasses a moment, and the room around me faded in and out. Oh my God, Nate! Look at me! Maggie touched my arm, but her words weren't making much sense. Everything around me seemed to confuse me as the whole situation was lost on me, and I had no chance to think straight anymore.
Chapter 25. I yanked the syringe out. A tiny spot of blood formed on Nate's sleeve. He lay on the floor, left shoulder propped against the couch, while he stared blindly at the coffee table. Nate? Nate, answer me! He looked too shocked to do so. I turned toward Jack, who appeared to have frozen on the spot. He was horrified at the sight of Nate like that. What did you give him? I got up and moved over to him. Jack, what did you give him? He didn't respond, just stared blindly ahead, like Nate. A surge of fear ran through me, like a pressure tightening in my chest and stomach. I inhaled sharply and pushed Jack back into the kitchen, against the fridge. Magnets and photos fell to the floor. What the hell did you give him, Jack? I snarled at him, demanding his attention as my face was up in his. I, he muttered. What the hell's in this? I yelled, holding the syringe next to his left eye. What did you poison him with? I didn't. Oh my God. The man actually wailed, like it was dawning on him what kind of trouble he was in. He thought Nate was still a cop. He had no idea what kind of trouble he was in. You see this needle? I asked him, pressing my forearm onto his throat to get him to focus. He gave me a startled nod. Whatever problems you think you got yourself into, they are nothing compared to what I'll do to you if you don't tell me what poison you gave him. What? I can't. Jack gasped and gulped down air after I released some of the pressure. I don't give two craps about your excuses right now. I only care about what you did to him. Why? He's a cop. I thought you didn't much like those. Shut up, or I'll find out how many holes I can poke into you with this thing. I raised the syringe and held it in my fist like I was ready to stab with it. Which I was. Wait, okay, don't. Please. What's the poison? What's the antidote? I shouted. I could feel him trembling. I was so close to him. I knew he wasn't above using violence, but his unhidden fear right now told me he had no doubt I would hurt him, extensively. There's no poison, he stuttered. Jack. I lowered the syringe so the tip of the needle was right next to his eyeball. So help me God, what's the damn antidote? Uh, huh, coffee? I blinked. What? Please, Maggie, I pushed my forearm against his throat again, cutting him off that way. What do you mean? I switched my grip on the syringe so the needle pointed down. What was in this container? I eased the pressure somewhat. Ha, alcohol, he wheezed at me. I glanced over the couch at Nate, who was still on the floor, trying and failing to put his left hand on the carpet. He ended up staring at it like it was some kind of marvel. You injected him with alcohol? Yes. I didn't mean to. He startled me. I glared at the man a moment. The fear in his widened eyes, staring back at me, was almost tangible. Then I kneed him so hard in the groin, a sour puff of air hit me as he looked like he was seeing white. It might not have been my best moment, but hell if I could be bothered to give even a resemblance of a damn at that point. I let go of Jack, and he sank to the floor, groaning in pain, and made my way back to Nate. He was completely out of it. His face was a mask of confusion and bewilderment, like he had no idea what was happening. He did not seem like someone who'd had a beer or two too many. He'd gotten the full dose too. The syringe was empty. And if Jack had shots of pure alcohol lying around, that meant he used them for something, and that the doses were meant for him, not Nate. And yes, Nate was a big guy, looming over most people, and though there were cut muscles under those clothes, he was also lean. Jack had a lot more to go on in that regard with his stocky and pudgy build, which meant that a dose made for Jack could be completely wrong for Nate. Hell, Tegan and I were approximately the same height and build, and she could still drink me under the table. It didn't always matter. All these thoughts ran through my head while I tried helping a halfway responsive Nate up and landed on a conclusion that sent the wrong kind of shivers through me. There was such a thing called alcohol poisoning, wasn't there? There was a reason people didn't go around shooting up with alcohol. Nate, can you hear me? I asked when it was clear he wasn't standing up, but instead only barely managed to get up on the couch. He didn't answer me in any intelligible way, only said something along the lines of, blum, and then tipped over sideways on the couch. I had to draw a deep breath or two then, as I had no idea what to do, and was thankful he at least wouldn't swallow his tongue in that position. I grabbed my phone, but for a second I felt completely paralyzed. I realized I wanted to call Nate and ask what to do. He'd have dealt with more than his fair share of drunk people during his time as a cop. Get it together, Margaret. Right. I drew in an extra gulp of air and then got to it. Jack had been spending the last 10 minutes in the fetal position with his hands clamped firmly over his crotch. There was also a small puddle of barf next to him on the floor. I hung up with Dr. Morris and then glared at him. He'd gotten over the worst shock of the pain now, but still seemed nauseated. You are lucky the doc said what she did, Jack, I told him, and stuffed my phone back in my pocket and stepped around the couch and Nate to get a better look at the wretch. If something happens to him, I pointed at the couch where Nate lay on the other side, hidden from Jack's view. I'm gonna rip you to pieces. The sound of my calm, factual voice surprised even me a bit, since I absolutely meant it. Even Jack realized that because he nodded and then tried sitting up a little. I must have kneed his balls harder than I'd thought. He didn't look good. But neither did Nate, so I honestly had little compassion to spare for this dimwit. I also had to make sure he would keep quiet about this. So I walked closer and stood looming over him. We've already established the fact that you know a lot about what's going on in this town, haven't we? I opened my purse and grabbed hold of the collapsible baton I kept in a handily placed pocket in there. As I took it out, Jack's eyes were already bulging. I flicked the baton, and the two hidden shafts expanded. I want to know something about Dale Ralston's compound, and if you know what's good for you, I tapped the tip of my baton on the hand that was covering his groin, you're gonna answer, okay? He nodded so vigorously he had to shut his eyes a moment due to the pain that must be coursing through him. You know some of his guys. Yes, Jack whispered, despite that not being a question. How do they get inside the compound at night without Dale knowing? I don't know. I tisked at him and shook my head before indicating my baton with a sideways nod to it. I swear, I don't. I do know some of the guys, but they've never told me. Oh, Jack, that's not what I wanted to hear from the guy who stabbed my boyfriend with a syringe full of alcohol. Jack's eyes went wide at that admission, and then he seemed to realize how invested I actually was in Nate's well-being. Okay, he rambled. He held his hands up, but a second later, he was back to cradling his aching junk. I don't know, I swear, but maybe Tracy knows. Tracy? Tracy Hackett. She used to date Toby Ralston. It didn't end well 'cause she's moving and all, and why should this interest me? Because she never lived in the compound, but I know she spent nights there. Toby bragged about it. Yeah, he struck me as a swell guy. Jack wisely didn't comment on that. At least he was on to something. If this Tracy had been snuck into the compound at night, she would know how they did it. There seemed to be a problem, though. Why did you say she's moving? Because she is? Jack. Sorry, she's moving out of town. That was the last I heard, at least. When? Maybe last week? Not when you heard it, idiot. When is she moving? Oh, right, yeah. His face suddenly turned white. It might have been yesterday. I pressed my lips together, and the guy whimpered, probably fearing I'd have another go with my knee to his crotch. She lived, in the gray house on Tempest Street, the one with the green shutters. I eyed him and then nodded. I was pretty sure he'd told me what he knew. I glanced at the couch, and my pulse sped up again. What the hell was I going to do? Jack must have seen the fear and anger on my face. He began, and then licked his lips, his tongue darting out nervously. I swear it was an accident. I didn't mean to. I don't care what you meant. But I do care about what you know about me, and that you know if you tell anyone we were here, I'll be back to do more to you before anyone can stop me. He swallowed hard and then nodded, his eyes never wavering from the black baton. It wasn't like I trusted him. I hadn't before this, and I certainly didn't now, so I locked onto those eyes as he stared in fear, and I listened in. Please don't hit me with that thing. Oh my God, she's gonna kill me, I know it. Please don't. He's just a cop. Please don't beat me to death with that thing. I broke the connection and shook my head slightly. Okay, so he didn't know the truth exactly. I wasn't going to kill him, but if he thought so, then that was his truth for the next few hours. And a good thing, too. Jack didn't know about my ability or the world I lived in. He was a small-time crook who happened to know a lot of other bad people in town. That made him useful, but after the stunt he had just pulled, I was so mad I was clenching my fist around the baton, and the man could see it. I don't want to hear a peep out of you until I can get Nate out of here and… But… Really? You're interrupting me now? No, it's only… He's leaving. I turned, and darned if the dumbass wasn't right. Nate was indeed leaving. Not in a straight line or looking like he'd known how to walk for more than a day, but he was moving toward the front door. Nate? Crap! I hissed and went after him. He didn't go far, though. He kept reaching for the walls and door frames, stumbling his way outside, where he took an abrupt right instead of walking down the porch steps. I heard the sound of him retching before I reached him, and ran out to find him throwing up over the railing, right into Jack's flower bed below. An odd, superfluous thought in my head questioned why Jack even had a flower bed. Did his mom tend to it? Had a girlfriend planted it? Either way, it wouldn't look pretty after this. Nate? Are you okay? I asked, when he stopped throwing up and sank to his knees a little, his shoulders and head still bent over the railing due to his height. Schnur, he mumbled, and then threw up again. I collapsed the baton between my hands and watched with anguish while he emptied his stomach contents into the night. Had this been his own fault, then it might even have been halfway funny. But even with Dr. Morris's reassurance, I wasn't sold on the fact that he most likely didn't have alcohol poisoning. His blood alcohol levels had to be sky high, and the doctor had agreed on that at least, telling me to keep an eye on him and call her if he started showing symptoms like seizures, blue-tinted skin, and severely slow breathing. In the end, all I could do was go back inside and find a glass of water to let him rinse his mouth after this ordeal. Obviously, he managed to slosh half the water out of the glass before he even got it to his lips. After that was done, he turned and sank into a seated position. It took some serious cajoling to get him to the car, which involved falling down 5 small porch steps, trying to take his clothes off, not believing he was drunk, and attempting to kiss me. "Not with that mouth you don't," I told him. But it went right over his head as he'd apparently lost his short-term memory. "What are the odds you won't throw up in there?" I asked, after what felt like an hour, but was likely just 10 minutes. Nate had, for some reason known only to him, climbed into the back seat to lie there. There was a long pause before, "I'm having trouble with math right now." "Right," I said, not liking those chances for my car at all. I told him to stay put, and was pretty sure I could run around the block before he could crawl out of the car. I went back into the house where Jack had now removed himself from the floor and was sitting awkwardly on a chair with an ice bag in his lap. "Oh no!" he yelped, and then winced. He managed to get up, and the ice bag fell on the carpet. "I need a bucket," I snapped. Jack was so shocked and afraid that he simply gaped and pointed at the cupboards under the sink. I strode over and yanked one open. I grabbed a blue bucket and emptied the bottles of cleaning supplies in it out on the floor. I was not above making childish points at this time. "What's that for?" Nate asked when I opened the back door on the right side of the car a minute later and put the bucket behind the front passenger seat next to his face. "That's for you. And the car." "That's nice," he mumbled, and then he chuckled. "Maggie would kill me if I threw up in her car." I sighed, closed the door, and then spent a few more minutes on the other side trying to get his legs inside before I could finally get into the driver's seat myself. I leaned my head back on the headrest a moment and just breathed. What the hell had I gotten Nate into? I'd never seen him so unable to do anything, so helpless, and it was my fault. "Maggie?" came Nate's voice from the back seat. "Yeah." I looked over my shoulder but had trouble seeing him with the dim light from the streetlight outside. "You all right?" "Sure. With you, aren't I?" He moved a little. "Ow! Where are we?" "We're on our way home. We only have a small stop on the way." "Oh, okay." I smiled and turned the engine. He'd sounded so trusting just then. Chapter 26. "I don't think you have to worry, Maggie," Tegan told me. She was seated awkwardly by Nate's head in the back seat as she checked him out. "I'm pretty sure Dr. Morris is right." She got up and took hold of the door. "Careful," Nate uttered from within. "I think this is Maggie's car." "Okie dokie," Tegan said with a smile, but she obliged and closed the door gently. Then she came over to me. I'd parked outside her apartment building in the Blue Street, not willing to go anywhere else yet in case something was wrong with Nate. "Are you sure?" I asked, despite what she'd just said. "Maggie, it's too cold for me to lie. Also, it's unethical." She was shivering a little, as she'd been asleep when I called. She pulled the same coat from earlier today tighter around herself, but there were flannel pajama bottoms peeking out under the hem right now, and she'd jumped into a pair of clunky winter boots that likely weren't meant for her usual retro style. "You should get inside." I crossed the street with her. "I really think it'll be all right, Maggie. His body temperature seems normal, not cold. His breathing's fine, as is the color of his skin. Hell, I must be paler than he is right now. Brr." "Sorry, Tegan." "It's okay." She stepped closer, put her arms around me, and hugged me. "I get that you freaked out. Also, you've been doing everything right." I hugged her back, So thankful for not only her help, but also her support. Sometimes you just needed your friends being there, their presence calming in itself. Tegan had also been able to ascertain through me that Nate had not had any seizures, and except for that initial reaction, which wasn't weird considering the shock to his system, he hadn't vomited anymore. It's still my fault. I shouldn't have brought him along. Then Jack would have likely stabbed you instead, and then you'd be alone, unlike he is now. She leaned back a bit and nodded toward the car. You said Jack's name as if you know him. I do. Sort of. We went to nursing school together. He quit about 6 months before graduation, though. Huh. Does that mean he might know what he's doing when he's injecting himself with alcohol, then? God, no. No medical professional would do that. But also, yes. It's more likely he knows what he's doing than your average thug. I sighed. Okay. So that might be a glimmer of good news in this crap show. Tegan turned a little and still held on to me in a sort of sideways hug. Now you're just stealing body heat. Yes, but I love you, so it's kind of like my best friend's privilege. Rob would be miffed if he heard that. True, but he loves me, so it comes around. Also, he's bigger, so he's got more body heat to share. True, and, what's your guy doing? I followed her line of sight, noticing that Nate was, for some weird reason, climbing out through the window on the side of the car opposite to us. The logic behind it had to be obvious to him. I sighed and let go of Tegan. No idea, but if it's only drunken logic, then I think you should go inside again. I told her goodbye and crossed the empty street to find Nate face down on the sidewalk, next to the car, his foot still hooked on the open car window. Any particular master plan going on here that doesn't involve using the door? I don't think my legs work, he mumbled into the ground. I rolled my eyes and got his foot unhooked from my car. Nate turned and smiled up at me. Oh, hey, Maggie, what are you doing here? Then he looked around at the large storage buildings looming over us. Where is here? Well, Nate, I believe this is Narnia. Pfft. Don't be ridiculous. No, we don't want to be ridiculous, do we? I said, and then spent the next few minutes getting him back in the car. This time, he went for the front seat, which I guessed was an improvement. One little piece of luck that night was the fact that I knew where Tracy Hackett lived because I'd been there before. Her sister Janet had needed my help with something a couple of years back, which also meant they were both affiliates. Janet was magnokinetic, and I had no idea what Tracy's deal was. I didn't care much either. What mattered was getting in touch with her and finding out what she knew. Why's everything spinning? Nate mumbled in honest confusion as I found a parking spot in Tempest Street, already eyeing the house about 60 yards away. You're drunk, Nate, I told him for the umpteenth time, and yet again he only scoffed at me. Somehow I did manage to convince him to wait for me in the car, and I jogged over to the house to get it over with as quickly as possible. It was after midnight by this point, but light streamed out from several windows, and there was a poppy song playing somewhere inside. Besides, the thing about affiliates was that they didn't feel it necessary to play by any social rules when it came to Menders knocking on their doors late at night. It was Janet who opened, her curly red hair glowing due to the light that shone behind her. Maggie? Oh, is something wrong? Sort of. I need to get in touch with your sister, Tracy. Janet nodded her confirmation. I was in the right place. Is it true she's moved? Jan? Who is it? An unfamiliar voice shouted through from the living room. Then the owner of the voice stepped forward. Tracy was fairly similar to her sister, the red hair the biggest clue of their shared genes. Unlike Janet, she didn't seem happy to see a stranger at this hour. She was carrying a large cardboard box in her arms. Maybe Jack had been right. Oh, Tracy, this is Maggie. I don't think you've met before. Maggie's our Mender, you know? She added a conspiratorial tone to the last two words in case her sister didn't get it. By the looks of her, she did. Her eyes narrowed enough for me to see I was not welcome. Oh well, not like I was everyone's favorite person. At the moment, though, I had little patience to spare anyone. Tracy, you and I need to have a talk. No, we don't. I don't want any Mender in my house. It's my house, Tracy, her sister pointed out. It's about your ex? Toby Ralston? Oh, yes, it was, because Tracy's blue eyes widened at that, and her lips settled in a pressed state as if she could force the blood out of them. I have nothing to say to you. She dropped the box on the floor, a few things rattling in there. Besides, Dale would snap if he— Dale will never know, I promised her as I pushed past her sister, not waiting for an invitation. And besides, I don't care what you say to me. I'll ask the questions, and then I'll know whether you're lying or not. 20 minutes later, I closed Janet's front door behind me and stepped back out into the cool night air. At least one burden was lifted from my shoulders. I walked with quick steps toward my car, only to find the passenger door slightly open and no Nate inside. Damn it, I whispered, not wanting to draw anyone's attention. There was hardly a soul nearby, but there were plenty of houses and apartment buildings with the lights still on. I made a quick scan of the area, trying to figure out where he'd gone. There seemed to be more lights farther down the street, toward the town center. And music. It was faint, but the bass was unmistakable. Oh, damn it, I repeated, with more anguish in my voice this time. I jogged down the street, not meeting a soul, and neared the music which turned out to come from a bar. I shook my head and went in, both hoping and not hoping to find Nate there. But of course he was. And somehow he'd found some people he knew, not cops. Maggie! He shouted as I pushed through what had managed to become a small crowd inside the darkened bar. I could hardly hear anything unless shouted. There was a band, which explained the extra volume. I reached him, and Nate handed an empty beer mug into some guy's hand and swooped me up. He spun me around, once, thank God, because even that had him stumbling a little, and another guy and a woman tried to support him from the other side. I eyed the beer glass when I was put down and introduced to 4 or 5 people from town I'd never met before, and it was kind of fun. For about 10 minutes, I forgot all the craziness of the night while talking, shouting actually, to some old friends of his. Then one of them, named Gil or Will or something, returned with drinks for him and Nate. I snatched the shot of whatever and downed it before Nate could get his hands on it, receiving whooping noises from the others as the kick set in. Pure vodka. Lovely. Then I became aware of the stare from across the room. For one moment, I wondered if the shot made me see things, but no, that was definitely Briar Allman, eyeing us. It took some cajoling to get Nate to come with me. He was too far gone to understand what I was trying to tell him, but at least he followed me. We neared the door and the music was a fraction lower. I turned to Nate. I didn't know— What? He bellowed into my ear. Then he started laughing as I jumped sideways. I said I didn't know you were a happy drunk. What? I'm always happy. Sure, in a very toned down, contained, and proper way. I think it's almost 1 a.m., he offered to that. For God's sake! I rolled my eyes and pushed open the door. We needed to leave, and that meant as fast as I could get this very intoxicated flagpole not to be interested in anything on our way. That, of course, turned out to be the least of my problems. I knew Briar was still inside. He hadn't dared approach us on his own, nor had he found the back door. But he had texted some nearby friends, it seemed, because when Nate and I stepped outside, I recognized both Patrick and Seth farther down the street. Crap. What? Nate was laughing, maybe not having seen the threat. Ralston's, Nate. We need to leave. Nate glanced around, and I took his hand and yanked him along. A moment later, the door to the bar opened again, quickly shutting off the music as it closed shut. I didn't need to look back to know Briar had come out to join his gang of dimwits. Dimwits who could cause a lot of damage. And I was sort of a man down. I'd barely digested that thought when Nate's hand was pulled out of mine. He didn't make a sound, but I turned to see him flying sideways into an open space between two apartment buildings, a flash of light fizzling out. "No!" I yelled and changed my direction to reach him. Something hit my legs long before I could even see if he was okay. I slammed to the ground. The fact that it was dirt and grass didn't help. I gasped and rolled around. I got hold of the strap of my purse and flicked it free from under me, grabbing inside it for my baton. Patrick and Seth were running to reach us, Briar a few yards behind them yet. I forced myself up, my baton at the ready, shafts expanding at a precise flick as I took in the situation. We were so screwed. A light glowed in Seth's hand, and I knew it was going to sting like a A gunshot blasted through the tiny park playground or whatever we were in. One of the Ralstons howled in pain. The light disappeared, and then Nate stumbled forward and sideways. He was more or less bent over, trying to catch his balance. His arm flailed, and he fired his gun again. Bullets seemed to go everywhere, spraying dirt and splinters of the nearest tree, one bullet hitting a swing set, making it ricochet into the darkness. Every Ralston and I ducked our heads, yelling for him to stop, hoping for the best. Sirens shot up in the distance. Someone must have seen us being followed and called the cops already. "Geez, Nate, stop it!" I shouted at him. The Ralstons were fleeing, likely due to both the sirens and the crazy-ass shooting. "What?" I ran over to him. "Give me that." I took the gun from him and tried staying my breathing. How could I have forgotten he was armed? I understood how he had forgotten. He probably didn't know his home address at this point. "Is this thing traceable?" I asked him. "Huh?" "Nate, focus!" I yelled and repeated the question. The blue and red lights flashed above the buildings from farther down the street. "No. Brought it for one of your jobs," he said. I tucked it into the waistband of my jeans and took his hand. "Good. I hope you can stay on your feet a while longer. We need to run."
Chapter 27. My right arm and shoulder ached to the point of waking me, which I wished they hadn't. As I opened my eyes, normal daylight seemed to sear through my retinas and burn into my head, which was pounding to the beat of my pulse. What the hell was going on? After what was likely a few minutes of trying to figure that out, I realized I was on the floor, which was why my arm hurt so much. How long had I been here? Slowly, lest the beat of the headache switched up the tempo, I rolled over on my back. I was in the tiny apartment Maggie and I had been using. I was on the floor, fully dressed, my shoes off, a pillow under my head, and a red blanket spread out over me. I turned my head, oh so slowly, to the left. Maggie sat next to me, leaning toward the back of the couch, Kona lying next to her, curled up between us. Unlike Maggie, Kona was awake. She half closed her eyes when I lifted my hand to scratch her behind the ears. Then I moved my hand over to Maggie's leg. The light touch had her head jerking up as she awoke. "Oh, Nate, She glanced around and seemed to notice the daylight. She swallowed and shook her head. "I must have fallen asleep." "You—" I began, and then had to clear my throat, which was sore. It was like I hadn't spoken in days, or had spoken too much in too short a time. I winced at the throat clearing and had to close my eyes because nausea welled up. "You say that like it's a bad thing," I finally managed. "I was so worried," she admitted. She reached out a hand and for some reason felt my forehead. Even with my low-functioning brain capacity, I could see that her clothes had scuff marks and patches of dirt on them. What had happened? And why? Why am I hungover? I'm hungover, right? Did we go drinking? I honestly couldn't remember. No, we didn't. Well, maybe for all of 15 minutes. How are you feeling?" "Like someone buried me alive in a desert?" She winced at that and couldn't hide her worry. "What is it? Am I actually dying or something?" A sort of cross between a sob and laughter left her. "No, you're just hungover, and probably uncomfortable after sleeping on the floor. You kind of collapsed when we came in, and I couldn't carry you anywhere, and so—" Her voice drifted off, and she indicated me, under the blanket. with a small wave. Did you watch over me all night? Of course. Did you not think I would? She seemed somewhat taken aback. No, For crying out loud, Nate. You stayed with me every night after you found me on the Aurora. And you don't think I'd make sure you were okay when Jack went all psycho with the needle and the damn Ralstons? Wait! I managed to butt in and then had to draw a deep breath so as not to throw up in front of her. That would have been embarrassing. I'm pretty sure there's been a mass murder of brain cells in my head, I said. The threatening sensation died down a little. I don't understand. Jack what? Jack Kenzie? Yeah, I know who he is. We went to see him, remember? I closed my eyes again while attempting to. We had gone somewhere. Yes, to Jack's. Something about getting some information from him. I remember going there and... I opened my eyes and gave her a questioning look. Or a half-dead one. Whatever. Maggie turned toward me and reached out to run her fingers through Kona's fur. While she absent-mindedly did that, she recounted the events of the night before. Oh, hell! I blurted when she neared the end. I think that's too much swearing for you in this state. I fired my gun in the street? Yeah, but you didn't know what you were doing? Oh, bloody hell! No, Nate, try to keep still, Maggie insisted. She leaned forward and pushed back on my shoulder. It's all right. No one was hurt. The cops didn't see us. The cops? They didn't see us. Nate, calm down, will you? At that point, I had to. Bile was rising in my throat, the literal kind. I moved over on my side, realized my arm still smarted, and tried to control my breathing as someone took a jackhammer to my head. Nate? Maggie tried, her voice hushed. She moved closer and rested a hand lightly on my shoulder. Everything's in order. It's all good, despite how that sounded. We ran away from there, just like those damn Ralstons. You told me the gun isn't traceable, and I'll get my car back later, okay? I nodded. I had to trust that she'd dealt with it. Still. Injection with alcohol? Yes. I knew there was something off about that guy. Huh? All the damn robberies, he was always too drunk to have been able to pull them off. Oh yeah, that. There was something in her voice which had me, very slowly, turn my head a little so I could see her again. What did you do? What? She seemed genuinely uncomfortable, more so than when she'd told me about the shooting. My shooting. I groaned at the thought and moved again so I was on my back. What did you do? Is Jack dead? She scoffed at me. No. She sounded less bothered by that notion. Maggie? Oh, fine. I kind of, made an anonymous call to the, police and tipped them off about some woman screaming in there, something about him threatening her with a, syringe. I don't often use the word flabbergasted about myself, but this occasion called for it. Maggie? Come on. She waved her hands around in a defensive manner. It's not like it was a complete lie. You called the cops on him. You, as in actually you. You don't have to repeat it so many times. What if someone hears you? We both glanced at Kona. I think you're safe. I was smiling. Why'd you do it? It was such a change in tactic for her. Oh, Nate, he hurt you. I couldn't let that slide. He's an outsider, though, so our rules don't apply to him, and, well, I kind of figured that in your world, that's how he should be dealt with, I stared at her. In the cold morning light, her dark eyes were the color of onyx. Her hair was more voluminous after the night's ordeal than it usually was, falling in soft waves, stopping short right above her shoulders. She was probably tired after barely sleeping while sitting guard over me. And she, of all people, had called the cops. She never ceased to amaze me. You're not saying anything, she pointed out. I'm surprised. And weirdly, kind of touched. Normal couples brought each other gifts and flowers. Maggie had foreseen what I would have done and gone with that. The sentiment was the same, though. I swear, he won't mention us to the cops, and if they don't find his equipment in there, then that's on them. I'm sure it's fine. Because if they mess it up, she continued in a tone that suggested she had no doubt they would, then I shouldn't have settled for kicking him in the crotch. I should have cut off... Okay. Enough of that kind of nightmarish talk. Maggie laughed it off, and it felt good hearing that after the stressful night she'd had. Unlike me, she remembered it all. "Are you feeling a little better now?" she asked. "No, and now I also have a hangover without remembering any fun times, or drinking anything." Maggie scoffed through a smile. "Thanks, though," I added, and reached for her. "Nope," she said, with a finality to the word. "Still no kissing." She got up and stepped over me with a jump, leaving me to feel my teeth with my tongue. "I'll start on shortening your troubles, though. I did actually learn something useful last night, and we should act on it." She went over to the small kitchenette and got something out of the fridge. She poured it into a glass before she came back. "It's quicker to drink like this than from a bottle." She then proceeded to put a large glass of beer down in front of me. She must have had no problem interpreting the look on my face. "It'll help, I promise." "You hate me, don't you?" That only made her laugh. "Come on, it's not like you have the flu. I mean, cliché-wise, you'd be near dead then, right?" I glared at her through narrowed eyes, which, naturally, didn't faze her at all, and took the beer and drank as fast as possible. Then I spent a minute trying not to throw it up again. After that, it did get better. A shower, some toothpaste, and a couple of painkillers, and my head felt like it would stay on and not explode. I got as far as getting my shoes on when I realized I had no idea of where we were going. Since Maggie was blow-drying her hair, I steered toward the couch and lay down. Funny thing was, if Maggie hadn't chosen to deal with Jack Kenzie in the way she figured I would, I likely would have taken a page out of her book. I guess we were both evolving. Whether it was a good thing, I had no idea, but if we could find some middle ground, that would be something. I opened my eyes a few minutes later as Maggie pulled my shoes off. "I'm ready." I held up 2 fingers. "I just need to close my eyes for 2 minutes." She flashed me a beautiful smile and then disappeared from my view with my shoes before she reappeared behind the couch. She climbed over and slid in between me and the back of it. "Although I'd love to go snooping already, we should probably wait for tonight. Darkness is going to be our friend." She settled in and rested her head on my shoulder, an arm across me, her fingers stroking through my hair. It was comfortable and soothing, her warm body so close, the scent of her floral shampoo so familiar now. She was barefoot and dressed in jeans and a light-colored camisole. She had decided against leaving early. "Thanks." "For what? Staying inside a bit?" "For having my back last night." She raised her head a little as she looked at me, a few locks of her hair tickling my neck. "Of course." The words came out sincere and warm. She leaned forward and gave me a quick kiss. "Not a good idea right now," I said. She arched her eyebrows questioningly. "I'm trying really hard not to throw up in front of you, or right now, on you." A poorly contained smirk appeared on her naturally pink lips. "Oh, that ship sailed last night at Jack's." I sighed, because of course it did. "Well," I reasoned, "at least you're still here." "Yes, I am." She gave me a peck on the cheek this time. "Nathan Hansen, don't you know love is real when people stick around despite icky stuff? It's not about staring deeply into eyes and never having to say you're sorry or whatever." Her reasoning was not wrong. Not the last part, anyway. "That's a no to that name, but other than that, sure." "Your name's not Nathan? Then what? Oh." She stirred beside me, clearly a little worried. "That doesn't mean anything, you know." "Of course not." I cupped her cheek, stroking my thumb over her cheekbone. "I don't even know where in the country you were born, and I don't judge our relationship based on that kind of knowledge. We have all the time in the world to figure things like that out. Favorite colors and such weren't that important, and it wasn't our problem. I just didn't know how to fix the real issue. We didn't seem able to truly trust each other. Unless we could figure out a way to deal, there wouldn't be all the time to figure anything out." Luckily, she wasn't reading my mind. Instead, a small giggle escaped her. "Oh, mon cher," she said, with what to my ears sounded like perfect pronunciation. "What made you think I was born here?" "Are you pulling my leg right now?" "I'll pull anything you want, Liebling, but right now you should probably follow up on your declaration to only close your eyes a few minutes." I did close my eyes, but in exasperation, not relaxation, not sure whether she was joking or not. With her, it could be both. I rolled my eyes too, which did not help my aching head. I'm sorry about last night. I should have. No, I told her, and held her tighter. She really didn't throw that word around without meaning it. You did nothing wrong, Margaret. You did everything right.
Chapter 28. It only looks like more fence. Nate cocked his head sideways as he stared at it. Nothing but metal and more metal with the barbed wire on top. That's the point. I walked along it, brushing my hand over the cold surface, careful not to use any pressure due to the motion sensors. They wouldn't react to light touches from small birds and critters. I stopped a moment and eyed him. He was pale. It was obvious even in the weak moonlight. Are you sure you're all right? Yes, nothing a few painkillers and tons of water couldn't combat. And the beer. Nate huffed and crossed his arms. Just admit it. Fine. It helped. A little. Damn right it did. I would make an excellent doctor. No to whatever you were going to say. I couldn't help but chuckle. We were alone, though. We'd been keeping an eye on the place for over an hour and hadn't seen a soul. From what I understood, this narrow opening in the fence was only used late at night or early in the morning when people snuck in. It seemed Dale ran a strict little community of his own. This was how Toby had smuggled Tracy in when they'd been dating. Then she'd figured she could do better, one of many reasons being that she'd like a man without a curfew. From our position, I could see nothing of the houses inside the compound. There was light streaming upward farther down, but that was all the indication of human life which I could see. Dale's guys had chosen the place for the hidden entrance well. If we could only find it. I glanced at Nate, who walked beside me. He was dressed in dark jeans and a field jacket. Not impossible to see, but hard if he set his mind to it. I'd done the same thing. The darkness would hopefully help us. Still, after last night I felt ambivalent in accepting his aid. Whatever you're thinking, don't. I'm not. I know you well enough by now to read your face, Maggie. I simply didn't want something to happen to him again. Considering the possible outcomes, he'd been lucky last night. No thanks to me. I know I promised to try your way in doing things, and here we are back at Dale's again. But you did, and it led us here. This time around we have no choice. That was true. We needed to get the kid out and work through the community to get him replaced. Was it legal? No. Was it right? Absolutely. How many questionable people hadn't used that excuse? I had no doubt, though. I'd seen Theo's face when he'd attempted to take a chance on talking to me for real. Maggie? What? I realized I'd stopped walking. I turned my head as Nate nodded at my hand. It wasn't there anymore. That is to say, it appeared to be inside the fence. I pulled it out of the illusion, and what looked like ripples on disturbed water appeared before it stilled, and then there was nothing but the fence again. That's fascinating. Nate moved closer and ran his hand through it. Makes your skin tingle. Most abilities can be felt to some degree. Not yours. No, I might be a bit stealthier than most. Annalise, though, you can feel a minimal amount of the force she has to use. True. I drew a breath. Ready? Nate nodded and felt around in the illusion, establishing that the opening in the fence was about 2 feet wide and slightly lower than him, so he had to bend his head on his way through. So the guy doing this doesn't have to be here to keep the illusion going, he asked as I followed. We were still surrounded by forest, though Dale's people seemed to have thinned the growth a bit on this side of the fence. Apparently not. He's probably strong. I mean, if we send him to Siberia, he'll likely not be able to keep it going, but you get my point. Yes, and now I'm wondering if you have a tendency to send people to Siberia. That's not a good sign, you know. Nah. I began walking south between the trees. That's a little far even for me. See? Comments like that are not comforting. There was nothing around us but trees and the odd bird we scared up. We neared the houses and stopped talking and kept to the shadows that the trees provided. "That's the main house," I whispered and pointed at Dale's. Nate and I were as close as we could be without stepping out into the open. In the dark, we would be hard to spot, but that applied to anyone else, so we kept patient, scouting for anyone still outside. It was the middle of the night by now, yet there was the odd light on in the buildings, including the downstairs at Dale's. Going in that way was not an option this time. We couldn't be seen. Besides, I didn't want to deal with Dale as long as we had Theo with us. If we could get Theo with us. After that, though, I would have to do something about the man. Before he did something to us. I glanced at Nate. He was staring into the semi-dark between the houses. Would he help with that? Would I ask that of him? This time around, I knew I needed his help. After last time in here, I would likely not be lucky enough for them to let their guard down. What we were doing now was a bit different than what had to be done with Dale, though. We were helping a kid, after all. Dale would not be such a noble job. "Maggie, look!" "What? Where?" "There." He pointed toward the large shed next to Dale's house. I didn't see anything or anyone and told him so. I could have sworn I saw something. "Let's wait a few minutes then, just in case." I focused on the house again. I should be the one to climb in. Agreed? He took a moment, but a yes sounded. Not only did I know the layout of the house, but Theo knew who I was too. That lessened the chance of him making noise because he was scared. "See?" Nate persisted. There it was again. I obligingly looked toward the shed but again saw no one. Maybe it's a dog or... A flash of light and a boom blasted toward us as the shed exploded into an inferno of flames and clamor. Wood flew everywhere, and the heat of the pressure wave hit even us as far away as we were. We both staggered backward a step, and I could only stare dumbfounded while the flames rolled over each other, reaching higher and higher, waking the whole compound and lighting up the place in the process. And it kept exploding. The thundering blast doing so much damage the building was almost blown to smithereens in the first 30 seconds. I stared at the lethal chaos and gaped. So much for our chances of getting Theo out quietly.
Chapter 29. "What is going on?" Maggie Whisper shouted. Yells and screams were coming from the people who'd run outside to see what all the noise was. Not like the booming blast of an explosion could be misinterpreted as anything but, nor was it only one. The continued explosions inside that fire told me what I needed to know. I reached out and pulled Maggie back toward me. With the added light down there, I didn't want anyone seeing her by chance. There were lights on in all the houses I could see, and people were milling about outside, concerned parents keeping their kids out of harm's way, while Dale and some of his men tried to gain some control. Another explosion sent bursts of fiery debris toward one of the buildings closest, and they all ran to put it out. "What is going on?" Maggie repeated, while not taking her eyes off the chaos. "I think I know where the stolen weapons and explosives ended up," I told her. She stared at me then. "You mean from the theft at the airbase?" I nodded. She turned back toward the raging fire and then toward me again. "How do you know?" "Sterling's firm was hired to check into it." "But that's connected to the Marbella," she pointed out. There was a slight tightening of her lips. "It's my job, Maggie." "Yeah, but this particular one has to do with my people." I sighed. This was why I hadn't wanted to tell her. Old habits died slow and all. "I was not investigating any affiliates, if that's what you're thinking," I told her. "And by now you really shouldn't be." "Nate," she began. "Don't—" Then she ducked, pulling my arm to get me to do the same. I did, and found myself laying low among the shrubbery. "What?" I mouthed at her, barely able to see her on the darkened ground, but she nodded sideways. There, right past Dale's house, which was the second northernmost building in the compound, came two figures walking. They moved with hurried steps, pausing half a second to check behind them. No one seemed to notice them leaving. Everyone was busy either panicking or trying to do something with the fire. Maggie and I watched as the figures increased their speed and then ran northward, toward the secret gateway. "Do you think they're fleeing or going to guard it?" I asked Maggie. "Either way, we know they're there," she said. We waited a minute longer and then got to our feet again. The problem now was how to get Theo out. We had counted on the place to be asleep. I scanned the area, the wild flames making it easier to see than it had been. "Someone else is coming our way," I told Maggie and pointed. A shadowed figure moved swiftly on the other side of the burning building. It was hard to see from where we stood, but I didn't think this person wanted to be seen by Dale and his guys either. Or were several among them using this moment to get the hell out of there? "He'll see us if he comes this way." Maggie nodded at some nearby copses. I couldn't hear all that well if someone came sneaking by with all the commotion, but the long-reaching, flickering light of the fire did help us a little. We took up position behind the trees, and I kept my eyes on the area where the man had disappeared. It didn't take long for me to spot him. He was coming almost right for us, but the odd movements did not suggest he was after us. The dark shape walked with uneven steps and sort of hunched over. He was obviously hurt. Maggie pricked my shoulder to get my attention. She indicated we should take each our way around the copse, and I nodded. When the figure neared us, we quietly separated, so that as he had just passed us, I stepped out in front of him. It was a scrawny guy who jerked back at the sight of me. But before either of us could do anything, Maggie was there, one arm around his neck, the baton hidden from my view, but surely poking into the guy's back. It sort of had the desired effect. The man, "Strike that," woman, cried out in pain and elbowed Maggie to get free. I leaped forward to help her as she lost her grip on the wriggly woman. I reached down to pull her up by her hoodie when she twisted onto her back and looked up at me. "Nate?" That stopped me short. "Sarah?" She nodded and drew her hood back, her long hair gathered into a tight bun under there. "Sarah?" Maggie repeated. She lowered her baton in her surprise. "Maggie, I fancy seeing you both here." "No kidding." I reached out a hand to help her up. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Sometimes, I swear, you forget that I'm older than you," she told me. She gritted her teeth, though not because of her worried younger brother. When she took my hand, it became clear why. Thankfully, Dale and his people were too busy making noise to notice my sister's cry of pain while being pulled to her feet. "What's wrong?" Maggie stepped forward, collapsing her baton between her hands. "Did I hurt you?" She gave an apologetic look. I shook my head in response. She hadn't injured Sarah this badly with her baton. "No, Maggie, no," she confirmed. She began, and then stumbled where she stood and would have fallen had I not reached out to catch her. She groaned in pain, and there was something wet on her side, something that had seeped through her hoodie. "You're bleeding." "It's not—" "Sarah, what did you do?" She looked to Maggie. "For what, though? Help?" "I blew up their armory." I was beginning to guess that. "Why?" "Nate, let her catch her breath," Maggie interrupted. She'd stuffed her baton back in her little purse, and she came forward to help Sarah sit down and lean her back against a nearby tree. "Better?" I asked her. Sarah nodded and glanced down toward the golden flames that flickered between the trees around us. "What happened?" I added. "It was the remainder of the theft, Nate. These people got their hands on it." "Yeah, I see that. Why'd you blow it up?" "So they couldn't use it?" "Were they going to?" "Judging by their talk, yes." "What talk? How long have you been in here?" My voice was getting sharper and louder. She had to know who she was dealing with? "Doesn't matter, Nate." She blew me off and tried getting up, only to wince painfully and then sink back down. "You need a doctor," Maggie intervened. She bent to check out Sarah, and then froze as she also discovered the blood. It wasn't like we could see colors that well in the dark, but the metallic smell was a definite tell. "That may be so," Sarah said, "but there's not one here." "Who did this to you?" I asked, and peered down toward the fire. Not one person seemed interested in anything but. They had realized the futility in trying to save the shed, though. Many people were hosing down the side of Dale's house in an attempt to keep it from spreading over there. They were lucky the wind wasn't all that strong that night. "I did." Sarah said, her stern voice drawing me back. What? Why? Not on purpose, obviously. I had no choice but to set the charge a little early. One of their guys was snooping around. I think he might have seen me doing the same minutes earlier and then decided to check it out before telling the others. Maggie stepped closer to me and put her hand on my arm. If that's the case, then they know there's at least one intruder in the compound. I agree. They'd be foolish not to think so after the explosions. Of course, it was sabotage, which meant that Dale would soon turn his attention to the nearby area to find the guilty person, which was my sister, of all people. What are you guys doing here anyway? Sarah asked as she considered us from below. We're, looking for someone. Gee, thanks. That clarifies a lot, she said, with as much sarcasm as her pain allowed her to muster. Nate? Maggie's grip on my arm tightened a little. Theo, he's still there. I nodded and glanced down at my sister. She might be bleeding from a wound in her side, but if she'd been too close when the first explosion happened, she could have internal damage. We can't wait, Maggie insisted. We may have to.
Chapter 30. Nate, we need to get Theo now. I'd gotten him to take a few steps away from Sarah so we could talk without being overheard. I know, but she could have internal injuries. We might need to carry her and… I know that too. I do. I really do. But he's right there, Nate. Look at him. He did, followed where I pointed, right at the boy standing at the back of the crowd in front of Dale's house. He'd had to get out too. Of course he had. The house was so close to the fire. The broken windows from the pressure wave were visible even from our hiding place. They're not going to… hurt him? I couldn't help myself. I knew Nate was here to help, but with his injured, slightly pyromaniac sister, things had changed. Did I begrudge her actions? No. But did I wish she'd waited half an hour? Sure. At that point, it would have made an excellent diversion for our escape. Now, I'd have to settle for the diversion part. That's not fair, Maggie. I know. I nodded and glanced back at Sarah. Why the hell didn't she call her agent friends? No idea. I huffed as I thought about it. Something had made Sarah act in such a hurry. Now was not the time to worry about it. Theo was right there. I'll sneak over there and get him. This isn't a good idea. The timing… Well, of course it's not. There's never a good time for any of the stuff I have to do. Haven't you understood that yet? Maggie, he began, and then sighed. Fine, let's… No, not we. Not now. That was when they were all asleep, and that plan exploded with everything else. I'll go. But… No offense, Nate. I stepped closer and gave him a quick kiss. You stand out a lot more than I do. I'll be quick, I promise. Besides, you need to keep an eye on your arsonist sister. He turned to look in Sarah's direction, and I patted him on the shoulder and went for it. Yup, not my finest or most trusting moment. But I didn't think we'd get a second chance at this. Dale had to be livid by now, and he was likely blaming it on Nate and me too, unless he knew about Sarah. Either way, life wasn't going to get any easier after this. I kept low as I crossed the open ground between the woods and the northernmost buildings, which were Dale's house and the one behind it. My pulse sped up at the people that were way too close. The loud pops of ammunition were still going off inside the inferno that had been a weapons depot of all things. The recklessly placed booze must have been to fool people, me included, into thinking they were up to something completely different. It wasn't lost on me how close I'd come to set off that explosion myself. The heat from the fire was hot on my skin when I reached Dale's house. The moment I hid behind it, the temperature cooled, though the air was still filled with flakes of ashes falling down, as if winter had come early. With my back to the house, I had only one choice. To my right were the guys trying to keep the fire from spreading to Dale's house. It had to be my left. I glanced at the shadowy trees where Nate and Sarah were and then headed left. The roar of the fire was weaker behind the house, and the loud murmur of all the voices, loud barks from the men working to prevent it from spreading, and an underlying noise of worry from the spectators filtered to me. I peeked around the corner on the south wall. The crowd had their backs to me as they stared in disbelief at the burning building. Loud, crackling pops of exploding ammunition had them crying out and ducking, yet they didn't move much. I spotted Theo at the rear of the little crowd. He'd been pushed that way, slowly as the crowd had reluctantly moved for safety. He didn't see me, of course. I didn't think anybody did. The fire was too unbelieving and engrossing. I could see him in profile, though. More specifically, I saw his left eye. I hesitated a moment. I had to be sure, though. So I listened in. Make it stop. Make it stop. I want to leave. Make it stop. If I'd had any doubts, which I hadn't, this settled it. The kid was scared out of his mind, and unlike the other kids in the crowd, he didn't have his mom. Just an asshat who, luckily, was nowhere to be seen. I could hear him, though. Dale's roar rose above the hubbub of everyone else. He was yelling at them to work harder or get out of his way. Suddenly, the ground shook under me, the tremors weak but enough for the vibrations to be noticeable. Like the last time Dale had been furious, it died down fast. Hardly anyone seemed to notice in the chaos of the fire. I tried willing the kid to look my way, but had to duck behind the corner a few times as someone else glanced around. I couldn't risk going closer. Someone would notice that. I'd probably been there for 10 minutes before finally, Theo turned his head and noticed me. He opened his mouth and was likely about to cry out when I placed my index finger over my lips. It worked. He stared in confusion and then seemed to remember me. He stared forward again as if struggling with something. Another glance. I waved at him to come over. On the other side of the house, Dale shouted at someone to get a move on, or he'd throw them in the fire. Theo stretched his neck to see better, but everyone in front of him towered over him. Then another blast sounded, something else exploded, and the onlookers gasped while trying to see better. Theo took a step back, another, and then turned and came quickly yet calmly toward me. Clever boy. No one appeared to notice him walking away. I reached out and he took my hand before I led him around the corner. We didn't have a lot of time, but I hunkered in front of him nonetheless. Hi, Theo. I'm Maggie. Do you remember me? He nodded and glanced down. I still wasn't sure if he was shy or not. He was dressed in dark blue flannel pajamas, winter boots, and a thick jacket. That would have to do because, with the altered plan, we didn't have time to take any of his things. You're the Mender. I stopped myself from speaking a second. You know about us? He nodded, still looking down. My mom told me about them, that they help us, and then Uncle Dale called you one. He had done that the first time I'd met Theo. Your mom told you? She must have learned a few things from her late husband then. Okay, well, she was right, you know. Moms usually are. If you don't want to stay here with Dale, you can come with me. Really? His eyes met mine then, and damn if my heart didn't break a little. He had tears in his eyes and a fading shiner around his left one. Dale was officially on my kill list. Granted, it was a brand new list, but he was the sole item on it. Of course, I have some friends waiting for us. I straightened up and offered him my hand again, which he took. We'll find them first and then get out of here. Is that okay? He nodded once more and came with me. I steered us back along the wall, away from the flickering light. Back by the north wall of Dale's house, we waited a bit. We'd have to traverse the open ground between the houses and the forest, and I couldn't be sure to go unseen one more time. The moment Dale and his guys gave up or felt the other houses were safe, their attention might get more attuned to their surroundings. I decided to sneak past the house behind Dale's to get some extra ground between us and the fire when we crossed. Not a soul in sight, and I went for it with Theo's trusting hand in mine. It became darker as there was more between us and the fire. We jogged past the house on the west side, heading north. There were hardly any lights on in there. Just around the corner, I whispered to Theo. Then we need to duck while we run. You got that? Whether or not he did, I didn't hear. As I rounded the corner of the house, something slammed into me. I hit the wall so hard I saw stars. Kidnapping Dale's nephew, huh? A male voice sounded. And it was so loud, so loud. I tried not to sway on my feet, thinking his shrieking voice would call all of Dale's cronies to us. The man, I couldn't see which of them in the dark, reached out and snatched Theo's arm, pulling him away from me. No! I gasped and dove forward, only to be struck in the shoulder. It wasn't a fist. It was something harrowing that coursed through my body. I fell to the ground and realized I only had one chance. With one hand on the cold ground, I thrust my other into my purse, the baton in my hand at once. If I could get a good hit on the guy's legs, then maybe. Something dark loomed behind the man, an elbow thrust to the side of his head. Despite the noise of the fire 2 houses down, something cracked or broke audibly before the man cried out and fell. His jaw? I didn't care. I stumbled to get my feet under me, and hands helped me up faster. I stand out more than you, huh? Nate asked me. I huffed and held on to my baton instead of putting it back in the purse. In lighted areas, you do. He was shaking his head at me. Are you two all right? He asked us. I glanced at Theo, who stood stock still. His face was obscured, but I could guess at his reaction to the past 30 seconds. Theo, this is Nate. He's a friend. Are you ready to run? There was some distinct sniffling, but the little guy had guts. Okay. He reached for my hand again. We didn't hesitate for much more than a few seconds, taking care to check that the fire still held interest down there. Then we went for it, bending low and running to reach the forest and Sarah. I didn't know how long that guy would stay out of it before he came to and sounded the alarm. We also had 2 challenges. One boy, who couldn't run as fast for as long, and Sarah, who could barely walk. Bushes and twigs snapped at our approach. I didn't care anymore. It was highly unlikely anyone could hear it anyway. Sarah did, though. She greeted us with her gun pointed right at us. Oh, for crying out loud! You almost gave me a heart attack! She lowered the weapon and blew out a huff of air, her pulse probably skyrocketing. She wasn't the only one. Again, I had to explain to the already scared kid that this was also a friend. With Nate's help, Sarah got to her feet, trying desperately to hide the pain. The grimaces on her face said it all. This was not going to be easy. We began our trek back to the hidden gate on the north side of the fence. It was our best bet. We'd have to pass too many people on our way down to the main gate. Although the forest inside the compound had been thinned somewhat, there was enough undergrowth to force us to walk rather than run. I knew 2 men had gone this way, and I didn't know whether they'd bailed on Dale when they'd done so or not. Were you thinking anyway? Nate asked his sister. They were following close behind Theo and me. That I couldn't let all these weapons lie there? Come on, Nate. Come on what? I hadn't exactly entered the compound in any official capacity. Oh. What does she mean? I asked over my shoulder. That she has no legal basis for, knowing anything about this place. They were, damn it, Nate. Watch your step, Sarah said. They were going to use the weapons. That surprised me. They were? Not like they didn't have other weapons. Something about some cleansing of the town. Oh, for crap's sake! I knew what cleansing they meant, and it was not what Sarah thought. You said a bad word, Theo pointed out, his light voice audible despite him not shouting. I did? Yes, you did, Nate added. Not helpful at all. You did, Theo confirmed and nodded at me. I'll put $1 in the swear jar later. More than one, surely, Nate said. Sure, I said through gritted teeth. I'll even pay in advance. Hey guys, look. Sarah made us all go quiet. We stopped near the edge of the woods. There was a small patch of open space between it and the fence. We hadn't managed to head straight for the hidden opening, but we were no more than 100 feet to the right of it. I waited with jittery patience, wanting nothing more than to flee from this dreadful place. I had seen two guys heading this way, though, and couldn't take any chances. The noise from the people and the fire farther south was still audible, but it was a lot more subdued up here with the forest between us. Still, I heard or saw nothing nearby and decided to chance it. We traversed that short stretch within the forest to spend as little time out in the open as possible. "Seems clear," I whispered back to Nate and Sarah. Theo gripped my hand but followed when I stepped forward. I recognized the place of the opening from the nearby trees I'd taken note of when entering. "Okay, Theo, I know it doesn't look like it, but there's an open—" The sound of breaking branches and cries of surprise and pain broke the general calm sounds around us. I turned and pushed the kid behind me. Nate and Sarah were on the ground, a man on top of them. The branch he'd used to break his fall swung upward again, a shower of dead leaves falling over them. Chapter 31. Sarah made a half-gasp, half-cry of pain as the man had dropped down on top of her and Nate. For a second I just stared. It was the guy who I had taken out with the same maneuver not many days ago. He must have figured out what happened to him and adapted. He tried delivering some punches to Nate and Sarah. Nate shoved an elbow right back into the guy's ribs. The man cried out in pain, moved clumsily to the right, and got exactly the same treatment from Sarah. My moment of shock ended, and I gripped my baton hard. I ran forward to help. In the midst of that insane little chaos of three grown people who looked like they'd picked a fight in a playground, the man noticed me and raised a hand. I instinctively ducked and then tried rolling to my left, but something golden hit me, something that wouldn't let go. Nate shouted my name, but was engulfed by the light that emanated from the man's hand while he delivered flailing punches with his other one. The light felt almost sticky, like I was trapped in glowing taffy, my initial movement happening so much slower. "What the?" Sarah said, and then promptly got her head pushed into the ground. The guy was trying to keep us all under control. The way to do that was apparently to expand the gooey light. It spread from my right side and was going to complete a circle around the three of them. Not the best idea, locking himself inside with two people who were not going to go down without a fight. Except Nate had a better plan. He'd managed to roll around, and with his feet planted on the guy's upper body, he kicked hard enough for him to stumble backward, right outside his own barrier of light as it passed him. "Maggie!" Nate shouted. He barely got up on his knees, his gun in hand. The light had nearly come full circle when he threw it out of the tiny opening and toward me. My body and right hand were still stuck in the slowing light, at least when the guy didn't send it moving. My left arm was free of it, though. The golden light closed around Nate and Sarah in a bright dome, and the gun hit my hand. I gripped, but the thing slid from my fingers and landed on the ground. Crap! Trying to tear away was impossible in a short time. It would take me minutes, and yet I reached out for the weapon, casting a glance over the little dome, seeing the guy scramble to his feet. He hadn't caught on to the rest of Nate's plan. He wasn't running. "Here," a hushed voice came. Theo picked up the weapon and proffered it to me. I nodded and took it. I moved my arm, my only free limb, and aimed over the dome. To hell with noise. I fired the weapon, and despite the golden light brightening up the place, I didn't hit the man. It was a bit like aiming through water. Another shot, though, and he cried out. He fell on his ass, scared out of his wits. The third shot did the trick. I must have hit him because his scream was different, but it also meant that he lost his control. My initial movement had been to roll to the left, and that trajectory had been kept slowly alive in the light. The light vanished, and I fell rather ungracefully to the left, backward on my ass. Despite it all, it was the snickering of an 8-year-old I heard first. I turned to see Theo trying to stifle a smile. "Hey, not cool, kid, but thanks for the help." Nate was already on his feet, making short of the guy with a simple punch. "You nicked his hip," he told me. The man fell to the ground. "Only a flesh wound," Nate added. "I don't think he knew that," Sarah pointed out. She tried getting up. Then she allowed her brother to help, and it went a little better. She didn't look good. I was a bit blinded from the light still, but it was too easy to tell even so. He screamed like a pig, she added. I eyed her a moment and handed the gun back to Nate. She didn't seem all that wound up about a guy trapping her in a gooey light dome. That was weird. I wasn't sure if it was her brain going into survival mode or something more sinister. God, I hoped not. She was Nate's sister after all. Let's just find the gate and get going, Nate said. Someone was bound to hear that, even in the chaos down there. I nodded and checked to see that Theo was all right. He didn't say anything. Of course, he was trusting complete strangers right now, and after his recent placement with Dale, he had few reasons to trust anyone. Come on. I reached out for him. He took my hand without a word and came with me. It didn't take long to locate the hidden opening. Again, it shimmered when I touched it. This is it, I told Theo, and stepped through so he could see it was safe and follow me. It wasn't wide enough for two at a time. All right? Nate asked Sarah. I'm not an invalid, Nate. You kind of are at the moment, though. Sarah gave an indignant huff and then walked, well, limped, on her own through the opening. At that point, something snapped. I froze. Which side had it come from? I swung around and Nate did the same. He seemed to think it came from inside the fence. Nate? He shook his head without turning back. Can't be all of them. A sort of whooshing noise reached us then, someone running through the grass. I glanced right and then left. It was so hard to see in the darkness after being blinded by the light. But the only grass grew next to the fence, not inside the forest. No! Someone shouted in desperation. I peered left again, as did Nate, and there, out of the darkness, emerged the form of a man. It had to be the other one who'd come here right after the explosion. Had he been checking the area? It didn't matter. Nate! I shouted. He nodded and faced us, ready to go through. No! The man screamed, as he held up a hand as if trying to reach something. And then, as Nate was about to pass through, his hand touched nothing but metal. It was the actual freaking gatekeeper. Of course it was! Nate! Sarah and I shouted in unison. The man kept on running. Nate's shock was put on hold. He threw himself to the side to avoid the collision. Seemed the gatekeeper's fighting technique was to run people down. When he turned, Nate was up on his feet again, his gun pointed at the man. He yelled at him to stop, that he would shoot, but the man didn't listen. He got 2 steps forward, and Nate pulled the trigger. The man must have believed Nate's warning, though, because he simply waved his hand in front of him, and the bullet, well, none of us could see what happened, only that it never hit the man despite Nate shooting at close range. So, the gatekeeper couldn't only create openings in fences. He could manipulate metal, control the molecules somehow. Nate didn't have time to think about that as the man didn't stop his attack. He was young, heavily built, and likely desperate to stop the threat that had come inside via his illicit entryway. Dale would not be forgiving either way. Nate couldn't stop the attack. He'd taken 1 second to react to the disappearing bullet, so when the man charged him, he did the only thing he could. He found purchase and jumped high and forward. The man made to tackle him. I had my damn heart in my throat. Nate grabbed the guy's waist as he flew over his bent back. They both crashed to the ground, Nate more or less face first, the gatekeeper halfway dragged back and bent. There was just an oof from both men at the impact. Nate, who got the slightly better deal, rolled sideways and got up. The gatekeeper groaned. Nate, who had somehow managed to hold on to his gun through all those acrobatics, aimed at him. Ha! The man barked as if amused. Didn't you learn the first time? And that was the last thing he ever said because a gunshot sounded, the bullet hitting him sideways in the chest. I'd been gripping the metal mesh so hard I hurt my fingers as I jumped back at the blast. It had come from right beside me. Not if you don't see the bullet coming, stupid. Sarah heaved a sigh and leaned against the fence. The gatekeeper fell silently to the ground.
Chapter 32. I stared at the dead man and holstered my gun. That was the second of Dale's men who had died because of us. Also, I had a new problem now. I walked over to the fence, which was as solid as a fence would normally be. Even if the gatekeeper hadn't closed it before he'd died, it surely would have closed anyway with his death. "Okay," came Maggie's voice, calm but with a shivery tint to it. "We can figure this out." She was moving along the fence, back and forth a bit, as if she would be able to find a remnant of the opening still. "Maggie." "Or," she went on, "we'll figure out a way over." I glanced up. No, we'd considered that before, but with the height and large amounts of barbed wire, that would take a lot of equipment, which we did not have. There was a reason we'd chosen the easy way in. "Maggie, there's no use." "Of course there's use. Dig under?" She stared down. By this point, I'd reached the fence. "Maggie, look at me." "No, because—" "Maggie, stop it." She did look up then, and she did nothing to hide the worry on her face. She was gripping the fence as if she could rip it off. "There's no time. They'll be here in a few minutes. You know that." Unless they'd all gone deaf and not heard all the gunshots. If Dale Ralston's nervous system wasn't on overdrive yet, then I didn't know what would cause it. "We have a plan, remember?" That plan went bust the moment Sarah set off that explosion. "Sorry, how was I supposed to know?" my sister said. She was leaning heavily against the fence. I quickly found the flashlight on my phone to see her better. She winced at the bright light, but she was also pale, with a slick sheen to her face. She was not doing well. "It's fine," I told her with sincerity. It was. Not like we could go back and change things anyway. I turned back to Maggie, making sure to turn off my flashlight. We did not need to be seen at a distance, nor did we need to screw with our night vision more than had already been done. "Our plan," I went on. "You remember the maps?" Maggie rolled her eyes. Her idea of doing these kinds of things did not involve checking maps of the area beforehand. She also nodded, though. "Head north," I told her. "I'll have to see if I can circle around these people." "Nate." I shook my head. "What else is there to do?" She bit her lower lip as she thought about it, but came up with no better answer. "You need to look after them." I nodded toward Theo and Sarah. "So I can think about something else, all right?" "No, it's not all right." She struggled to keep her voice calm. A second later, shouts sounded through the woods. "Here," I told her as I raised my gun. "You take this and—" "No, you will need that." "Seriously, Nate," Sarah chimed in with exasperation. "I'm armed. We'll be fine. You'll need it more than we do." There was no arguing that. Unless more of Dale's people could make bullets dissolve midair. "Nate," Sarah went on, "you need to go." I nodded and looked at Maggie. "I trust you to do this." I did. Ever since I'd found out who she was and what world she lived in, I had never doubted her in messy situations like this. "Okay," she finally said and let go of the fence. "Don't let me down, Nate." Part 3, Resonance. Chapter 33. The ground was luckily fairly even where I ran. For a short while, there was nothing as loud as my own breathing. Far-off shouts from down by the fire, but also in the woods, drove me on, though. I knew I had such a small chance of getting out of here. "Don't let me down," Maggie had said, and I knew what she meant. She wanted to see me again, alive and well. I sure was going to try on both counts, but I wasn't betting large sums of money on it. An unexpected sound, a voice, had me stopping abruptly. I glanced around and had no choice but to lie down flat on the ground and hope no one would see me as a darkened shape standing out in the otherwise open area. I couldn't use the forest for cover and had chosen to follow the fence on the west side of the compound. It was an open landscape there, but I had little choice. The ground was cold and uninviting, but at least not particularly wet. I lay motionless, only my head elevated a bit so I could see. I had heard something. There were indeed voices nearby. There was also the sound of shoes slapping down on the ground. Someone was running, more than one. For me, there was nothing but the smell of dirt as I waited. A few strands of grass in front of me moved due to the frosty cloud of my breath. 15 seconds like that, and I could see them in the dark. 3 men came running, though not toward me. They were scanning the fence, which, fair enough, I would have done too. But in their haste to reach the others farther north, they ran more in a straight line, rather than following the curve of the fence. They made no move to keep quiet, simply thundered past. It was hard to see, but it seemed they were only glancing around while they ran, an obviously bad choice in the darkness. With nothing but some moonlight out there, no one could trust their eyes very far. It was good for me, though. I waited half a minute after they passed, and then got up again. I continued running south, minding to be a bit lighter on foot than those guys. This served me for about 1 minute. As I came back down to the buildings, there was too much light, even by the fence. The fire was not as intense anymore, and they would likely have it under control soon, which was probably why someone had the sense and time to look around and spot someone running out there in the half-dark. "There's someone there!" a loud, sharp voice yelled. I did not stop to see. I simply ran, nothing but the gate in my mind. At least if I could get out of here, I would have some options. Shouts rose behind me. I knew I was being followed. None of their own would be running like this and not stop to identify themselves. My feet pounded on the ground. At least there was a slight decline the rest of the way. I was also used to running long distances. I knew I'd reach the gate before the ones pursuing me. Except a flare of blue light cracked like lightning and shot my way from the left. I had no choice but to dive forward and hope the ground was as even as it seemed. Something sizzled behind me. I rolled and got up on my feet without even thinking about it. I glanced left. 2 men came running from that direction. We were just south of the buildings now. If it had been light, I would have been able to see the gate. My brain ignored the shouts and curses around me. I had no thoughts except getting away. This was not a fight I could win, which was proven a second later when something searing hit my legs and I was knocked sideways. I landed hard on the ground, my right shoulder and hip taking the brunt of it. I moved on instinct now, though, and the pain wasn't stopping me. I was up again before they reached me. I had about 3 seconds, though, until they surrounded me. With the fence behind me, there was nowhere to go. I darted to the right, managing to leap past one of the guys, the blue lightning one, because he sent a new charge my way. I ducked while running, my arms over my head, as if that would protect me. The light hit the fence instead in a magnificent spray of sparks. At least that was what I thought as I was out of there. My speeding pulse hammered, though at least not in my head. The slight headache I'd still had when Maggie and I had entered this place earlier had completely given way to the insane adrenaline rush. What a crappy cure for a hangover. "Now!" someone shouted. I threw myself forward to avoid whatever it was, but they must have anticipated that. Something bright hit my side and knocked me sideways. There was a tug in my neck at the awkward landing, and I knew they had cornered me now. I reached for my holstered gun. I had no choice at this point. My followers advanced like a pack of wild dogs, circling me in. There were 4 of them, 3 slightly nearer the gate to block my way. As one of them lifted his hands, I fired a warning shot. The sound seemed to go through bone and signaled for anyone else looking for intruders. My followers all ducked by instinct. Then one, the one farthest to my right, did something. Maggie would have known what to call it. To me, it seemed like a trick with heat. The gun became so warm in only a couple of seconds that I couldn't hold on to the thing. I let go, and before it hit the grass, it was freaking glowing. It was reduced to a piece of molten lava right there on the cold ground. "Let's take him back to Dale," the man on my far left said. He must have been the leader among these guys because the other 3 sort of drew together to form a small wall behind me should I try to run. Of course, I was going to run. I was not going with them unless unconscious. As soon as the thought struck me, the boss raised his arms a little. What had Maggie said? You needed to be quicker than those with active powers. So I was. I ran forward and ducked as the guy cried out in shock. Lights flickered around me and something stung. Still, I was on my way up again. I grabbed hold of the guy's shirt, noticed his surprised face, and then punched him in it. "Ouch!" he shouted, and stumbled back and out of my grip. He was perfectly placed for a hard uppercut, though. My fist connected under his chin, and I hoped he'd broken his jaw. My hand stung from the impact. He was out, at least, because he landed with no way to break his fall. The other three. I whirled around and raised my arms in a useless protective move against whatever abilities these guys had. Except I lowered my arms. They were all on the ground. There wasn't much light except what reached us from the nearest buildings. The burn marks on their faces and clothes were visible enough, though. The lightning had hit them instead of me. "Huh," I gasped out between my ragged breaths. I guessed this was a fight I could win. Then I noticed a burning pain in my arm. I looked down at a charred hole in my jacket's left sleeve. My arm hurt underneath that. Okay, so I had taken a small hit. Still. I shook my head and spared the charred lump that had been my gun a few seconds ago a glance before I ran again. I was pretty sure neither of those guys were dead, and I was not waiting to find out what shape they were in. The lightning guy had not intended to kill me, so I doubted they'd be out of commission for too long, burns notwithstanding. Although there was distant shouting, likely Dale and his cronies coming back down again, I saw no other nearby threat. I legged it, seeing the fence in front of me now instead of to the right. I had to take a chance. They usually had someone manning it, but I hoped they had run up to the houses when the explosion happened. I was lucky, as I got near enough to see in the dark. There was only a single lamp above the gateway itself, but it didn't illuminate much, except for the fact that there was no Ralston in sight. Everybody had gone to help with the fire. I sent a thankful thought to my sister at that, slowed to a jog, and ran through. There was no one right outside either. I drew a deep breath then, not believing my luck. I'd made it outside. Now, with my head start on Dale and his guys, I could reach Maggie and the others pretty quickly if I... For a moment, my feet would not obey my orders. I glanced down and then felt a sense of being frozen all over. What the hell? Was Annalise here? Before I could look around, a pulse of bright pink light hit. I cried out in pain as I was hurled along the ground. The pain was incapacitating. I groaned in agony and forced my body to respond and turn to locate the new threat. For a moment, I wished I hadn't. Out of old habit and against knowing better, I reached under my jacket, but found only the empty holster. Not once during this, even as I remembered where that useless lump of metal now was, did I take my eyes off the three figures that came closer and loomed over me in the semi-darkness by the gate. Ivy Allister, Ian, and their boss, Blakey, all stared down at me with identical looks of surprise. Chapter 34. "This is not particularly professional," Blakey said. He peered at the now dying fire. "I tried studying him, but one of his people had done something to me. The man, green, I thought his color had been in the Marbella, had gripped my forehead, and then I'd been subjugated to some sort of pressure in my head, like an intensified migraine, that paralyzed me. Except it was in my whole head, not only one side. I wasn't light sensitive, though, so I could watch and listen from where Blakey's crew had dumped me by the wall of Dale's house. "Call it what you will," Dale said, and he glared at the man. "I call it sabotage, and I know who did it," he added, and glared at me. He tried walking my way, but was stopped by Ian, who simply stepped in front of him. It took about 10 seconds to stare Dale down. My head was hurting too much for me to care about his threats. Still, saved by the same people who wanted to kidnap Maggie. Funny world. Dale hitched his shoulders a bit and then turned away from Ian. Like a few of the other Ralstons, he was wild and ragged. He'd likely pulled his jeans and flannel shirt on in a hurry, and the run through the forest to check out our initial gunshots had left him with tangled hair and patches of dirt here and there. Not that I fared any better. I was also freezing now. All the running had kept me warm, but now that was backfiring on me. "If you'd gained some control over that damn Mender," Dale told Blakey, who was still standing, watching the fire. then I would not be riddled with a damn cop in my home. He's not a cop as such, Ivy interjected, sounding almost bored. Oh good, they'd been keeping an eye on me. Dale swung around toward her and got an expression on his face that made me think he was going to say something lewd. A flicker toward Ian had him changing his mind. So, that was how it was then. He is, as far as I'm concerned. Don't you think I remember you? He added, and focused on me again. I remember you and your slimy little friends coming in here, waving your worthless pieces of paper. Oh, yes, I do. There were some murmurs from the other Ralstons around, but Blakey's guys kept quiet in an eerily professional manner. No, the chaos that had ensued here had not impressed the man whose people called him Professor behind his back, and sometimes to his face, as I recalled. It wasn't meant as a term of endearment. There was a shift in the pain inflicted on me, and it eased up a bit. I took in everything around me more thoroughly. Every Ralston who was not one of Dale's closest had gone inside their houses. I'd been too out of it to notice when they'd dragged me back here, but even I found it strange to see these people together. I thought every affiliate in town was afraid of these guys. Blakey pulled his hands out of his pockets and surveyed the area. He caught hold of the lapels of his casual blazer and adjusted it. It was an odd choice of clothing out there, despite the warm sweater underneath. The man was in his 40s by the looks of him, and dressed like he was on his way to teach something, not assess the messy remnants of a fire. I was impressed. These dimwits had been able to put it out. Buckets and hoses were lying around, the ground soaked far away from the now smoking ruins of the building. It had not been a normal fire after all. So, Ralston, why did you call me? Blakey asked, and turned his back on what was left of the fiery chaos. What? What do you mean? I want your help. That was the deal, wasn't it? Was it? Blakey's voice came out soft and almost inquisitive. It damn well was, you snooty piece of shit. That's enough, Ian said, taking a step closer. Oh, right. Like sending your uptight lapdog on me is going to change the facts. Whether it was Ian's English accent or that he wouldn't back down from Dale that made him uptight, I had no idea. What was obvious was that Dale did not thrive with these people who didn't answer to him. That was what he thought he was owed, wasn't it? Maggie had told me what he wanted was to be the leader of all the Phillipsons in Ashport. Unfortunately, he only had a handful of Ralstons and a few Phillipsons living here. So why was he working with Blakey's crew? Listen, Mr. Ralston, Blakey went on. He rested his hands on his back and came closer to Dale. We had a deal, that's true, and we have held up our side of the bargain. The fact that you let an ex-cop blow up your trade-off is not my concern. I figured it was for the best that they thought I had done it. I was in so much trouble anyway, at the moment, that it didn't matter, and no one would go after Sarah. But the trade-off? That had to be the stolen weapons and explosives. I knew Blakey's crew had stolen it before the Marbella. Still, they must have given a huge amount to Dale. Why, though? We've done what we agreed on, too. Some goodwill would be nice. Goodwill? Seems we now have the Mender blowing up your assets. Blakey deigned to give me a short glance. Well, her partner in crime, at least. She is not under control, is she? What? My heart beat faster again. What was this? They'd made a deal to keep Maggie under tabs? Why? Nor are your people. It's obvious they've been hiding away inside the compound from you, Blakey said. There were more than enough lights where we were now to see the darker shades of red on Dale's face at that. He wasn't used to being challenged, and certainly not from a member of the Yorov group. Dale looked around, and it was clear for everybody watching that more than a few of the Ralstons wouldn't meet his eye. How else do you think Mr. Hansen here got in? Blakey pressed on, hammering in his point. Through the main gate? Unseen? Dale made a growling noise as he swirled around. His hair changed color from light to dark in an instant, his beard as well. His wide, maddened eyes fastened on me, and I tried sitting up better, knowing full well I should be getting away. The pressure in my head wouldn't allow that. The first clue I got of Dale using his powers on me was that I'd stopped freezing. Then I got warm and warmer, like my body had suddenly begun overheating. Every breath felt like dragging lead into my lungs, and I was dizzy and in pain all over. I was vaguely aware of someone shouting, of feet rapidly hitting the ground. Then it all ended as quickly as it had started. My body cooled down abnormally fast, the pressure leaving me, even the pain in my head from before. "Are you insane?" Ivy shouted. I glanced up and saw her controlling Dale with one hand grabbing hold under his chin and jaw, the other holding the stick-like little Kubotan angled at a pressure point in his neck. Around them, every Ralston had turned toward the spectacle, only to be facing Blakey's crew. The thing about the latter was that they had been chosen due to the strengths they had. I didn't think, in this case, that it mattered much that Blakey and his gang were outnumbered. They were likely much stronger, certainly more ruthless in a cold and calculating manner. "He's a cop," Dale yelled in his defense. "Not anymore, and besides, he's worth more alive than dead, you idiot. We can use him as leverage against the Mender." I tuned them out then because that was out of the question. I would not be the reason Maggie had to give in to these people. The pains I'd been inflicted with from both abilities were gone, though. That helped. It helped a lot. I didn't think. I got up as fast as I could. I sent a sideways elbow into Trevor's face since he stood nearest. Ian turned and noticed what caused Trevor to grunt in pain. I barely registered his surprised look because I knew what was coming. I leaped forward and grabbed Ivy, who was still facing Dale, by the shoulder and pulled her to me, placing her between me and Ian as he sent his shock wave of debilitating pain. Ivy cried out and sank a bit, her knees wobbling at the impact. I let her go and whirled around, kicking at the nearest person who I thought was a Phillipson. Wesley? I couldn't remember all these idiots' names. It was just in time, though, because Blakey managed to get it together enough to launch his weapon of intense pain. The space between us flashed pink when he shot his power forward. I swung the Ralston around and kicked him straight toward the light. I bolted as he screamed. 3 seconds passed before the outrage and shock of what had just happened turned to shouts. They'd been so confident in their abilities keeping me under control, they hadn't expected them to be used against themselves. Besides, I thought while I legged it for the gate for the second time, they shouldn't have left me untied if they wanted me to stay put. Chapter 35. Since finding out about Maggie's world, I'd never once wished I had an ability like they did. It seemed like too much to be a good thing. Many of them also managed to get into too much trouble because of what they could do. However, as I ran through the forest, finally outside the compound, I was beginning to see the appeal of flying. If that was even an ability, I'd have to ask Maggie. That thought made me realize how badly I wanted to find her. At this point, she should have moved on, though, and not waited. The sound of branches snapping and voices shouting reached me. They weren't being subtle about it. I dived behind a copse, hoping I'd managed to stay unseen. I'd been running a while now, and dawn was approaching. There were slight color altercations in the sky. No matter what I did to try to shake these guys, they seemed to follow nonetheless. I thought about where to go while regulating my breathing. At the moment, I was glad I ran frequently. If not, they would have caught up. I'd been running uphill the last 5 minutes, and I turned and leaned around some trees. With the added, albeit weak, light, I saw movement farther down. There only seemed to be one person, though. The others did sound farther away when I thought about it. Did they have someone among them who was skilled in tracking? A hunter or something? That wasn't good. I left the copse and jogged through the woods. The ground leveled out somewhat, which made it easier to go on at an even pace. Not long after, the ground turned soggy. It was a shallow marsh, I realized, as every step I took created a suction noise. It only slowed me down a little. I winced when the cold water seeped into my shoes. Lovely. Still, it separated me from a small tree-covered hillock with a steep wall on the side facing me. I wanted to climb it. It would likely give me a better overview than down here. A few minutes later, I was at the top, breathing harder but eager to see what was happening below. Farther off, several people were moving like tiny dots in the area. I knew there were both Ralston's and Blakey's people among them. I'd seen both Ian and Ivy exit the compound shortly after I'd escaped. The fact that one of Dale's guys had blown all the foliage off the nearest trees had made it easier for me to see them than the other way around. And now I saw that they had not given up. I hadn't been wrong about the sole person who seemed to be closest on my trail, either. I sat hunched on top of the hillock when he reached the bog. The soft, wet, and mossy ground stopped him short a moment. He straightened and looked around, and I recognized him as Green, the guy who'd given me the temporary migraine. Was he a tracking expert too? It wouldn't surprise me. I'd noticed, when these people had taken over the Marbella, that they had more talents than their innate supernatural abilities to rely on. Surely, working as a Yorov operative called for a flexible skill set. This guy, though, kept studying the nearby area before his attention was directed at the hillock. He didn't look straight at me, but it wasn't far from it. Then he pulled his cell out and called someone. The call didn't last long, but while he was talking, the bigger group farther down stopped for a moment. I nodded to myself. He was tracking me, and he was updating the rest of them. I decided not to stay put any longer. I retreated from the edge and then got up and started at a steady jog again. Although I'd grown up in the city, I wasn't completely unused to nature. But covering my tracks fully from an expert like that guy was beyond me. I tried, though. I avoided the ground and jumped from root to root when there were pines nearby, backtracked and sidetracked, all just in case. My best bet was to head north. Maggie and I had gone over this before we'd left, and we both knew that Dale would be stupid not to send someone toward the main road near his compound where we'd parked before. They knew about that tactic by now. No, we'd parked a lot farther away, about 2 hours' walk from the compound, and even then we'd made sure to hide the car. Maggie, who was more into winging it than I was, had also agreed, while we'd studied the map of the area, that there were a couple of places that would do if we needed somewhere to hole up for a while. One was a small cave west of the compound. The other was the ruins of an old sawmill to the north. I guessed that Maggie had taken the latter route when they'd left, but they should have reached the car at this point unless something unforeseen had happened. I considered turning my phone back on, but I didn't have time, and I did not want to disturb her in case they were hiding somewhere. I had to believe they were okay, that they were near or already in the car. I stopped a moment to catch my breath. It came out in smoky waves in the frosty morning. The sky was orange now, and it was a lot easier to see. One comfort was that the people following me also had to rest. Again, unless one of them could fly, their abilities weren't going to help them catch up. I changed direction for a while, sort of running back toward the compound, but way north of it. I'd run in a half circle from south of the compound, far to the west, and then back up north. It was easy to pinpoint the compound, too, since there was still a thick plume of smoke rising into the sky down there. Up here, the sea far below it all was also visible. We'd briefly considered escaping that way, too, but found it too unreliable with a boat, not knowing where we'd end up. I halted again and looked around. The shouts were fainter now, but I didn't let myself be fooled, and there, farther down but still following, Green. "Damn it," I whispered, just to get the anger and frustration out. What was with this guy? What kind of tracks was I leaving? The ground was solid and dry, and with a few maneuvers to lose him, it should at the very least be difficult for him to keep up like this. I drew a deep breath and then became aware of the sound of running water. The moment I noticed it, I realized I was parched. I walked toward it and soon came across a creek that seemed safe enough. I cupped my hand and drank some. The forest was quiet around me. Some birds that hadn't migrated yet chirped, but it was fairly subdued. When I'd had my fill, I stood and wiped my hand on my jeans. Okay, I needed to get back to civilization. My best bet was, therefore, the old sawmill. From there, I could find a small dirt road to the northeast that would then lead me back to the main road. As I moved, I soon reached a lot of bedrock sticking up near the edge of a decline where there were few trees. Excellent. That would surely get my incessant follower off my back. I deviated from my route and soon had mostly rock under my feet. Unless the guy was an actual bloodhound, he couldn't find any tracks here. I stopped. They didn't have bloodhound abilities, did they? I chuckled at myself. What a stupid thought. Then I remembered my melted gun. Damn it. I needed Maggie for this kind of knowledge. Who am I kidding? I mumbled to myself and moved on. I simply needed her. That was the truth at the core of the matter. I glanced back and stopped short again. Green was closer now, but still a little way down. He could see me, though, and he sped up. I cursed under my breath, abandoned the rocky surface, and headed back into the thicker forest again. Maybe he really was a bloodhound?
Chapter 36. Nothing remained of the old sawmill but the massive stone walls that had made up the storage underneath the main wooden building. Sure, there were remnants of the upstairs workspace with the odd rotten piece of wood, but it was mostly stone now. Sarah lay propped against one of the walls while Theo sat watch over her. Not that she needed that, but it seemed to make him feel better. After we'd gotten away from the worst danger in the compound, he seemed to have decided he was too old to hold hands, which was kind of adorable. I smiled at that thought as I looked down at them. I sat perched on top of the rickety wall, keeping an eye out in case someone came near. The river that passed right outside, which had once powered the now long-gone saw, made enough noise for someone to sneak up on us if they wished. It had become better after light came, but I still had a gnawing feeling of stress and guilt inside. It should have been me. Of course it should have been me. This was my chaotic life. Things never went according to plan. Nate should not have to suffer for that. Maggie? Sarah's voice came faint, though it was more due to the rippling water than her physical state. Not that the latter was any good. She'd struggled to make it this far, and I was worried, and yet grateful when she'd said we had to wait for Nate. I knew he wanted me to take her and Theo out of there, but no buts. They weren't always that helpful. I climbed down the wall and was at Sarah's side in a few seconds. Are you okay? We can call for help, you know. I could turn on my phone, but with our previous experience of the Marbella, Nate and I had found it best not to be traced anywhere if we could avoid it. Still, if she gave her permission, I could also call Nate. But what if he couldn't answer? I'm as okay as I was the last time you asked. Sarah winced, sat up, and then sighed in relief as she sank back down again. I'm going to assume you didn't see anything since you're not climbing the wall like a spider monkey. Oh, come on, Maggie. She gave me an odd smile. I saw you, you know. Saw me where? That made her laugh, then cough, then almost swear. She caught herself in time, though, casting a glance at Theo, who sat nearby, watching us. That's the kind of answer someone who's been somewhere they shouldn't would give. I gave an exaggerated sigh simply to make a point. You're related to Nate, aren't you? She smiled. It was just the kind of thing he'd say. I saw you climb out of Dale Ralston's house after setting fire to his weapons storage. You did? Oh. I had seen someone run behind the house behind Dale's. You've been hanging around Dale's a while, haven't you? Yeah, and my point is, I'm not the only one. How did you get in? I asked instead of acknowledging that. The weird hologram entrance. You? The front gate. Huh. She eyed me a second too long for someone working in law enforcement. In that case, you know the guy, don't you? Know him? God, no. Have to deal with him on occasion? Yes. Through your conflict consulting business? That would be it, I said, since that was indeed the lie I'd fed her about my life. Are you one of them? One of who? I asked so seamlessly, she only gave a snort of amused derision. You know who. Those guys back at the fence. That was not normal. A lot of what these guys do isn't normal. I've been watching them, remember? Yeah, why is that? She was shivering a bit, and I started to take my jacket off. If you give me your jacket when it's this cold and you need it yourself, I will shoot you. Okay. I held my hands up in a placating gesture. I'll wait until you pass out then. That's better, she said with a chuckle. I couldn't help but smile. I liked her attitude. Fine. I'll tell you, she went on. She and a partner had been tasked with tracking down the weapons stolen from the airbase. They'd had a lead in Ashdale, which led them to Ashport. It was this guy called Krabs. Oh, Krabs? He's involved in this? I realized too late that I did not need to participate in this. Yes. And how is it you know him? I know of him. Big difference. I thought he dealt in stolen watches and laptops and whatnot. Sarah nodded as she considered me way too long again. Yeah, well, he's changed his inventory to put it like that. Anyway, seems a guy named Charlie Ralston is skimming a bit off Dale Ralston's inventory. No kidding! If Dale catches him. Yeah, I can imagine. She huffed at the thought, her breath showing as white smoke, and went on. Her partner had been injured by what had turned out to be a third party. This had left Sarah on her own, and she'd not requested backup, because at this point, she'd begun to notice the people involved did some incredible things when they thought no one was watching. As to that third party, a tall blonde woman, Sarah suspected she belonged to the group that had supplied Dale with the weapons in the first place. As for what purpose, she wasn't sure. I was beginning to suspect, though. Those people are very likely the same people who attacked the Marbella. They had the chopper, didn't they? She finished. You've been working hard, haven't you? Sarah shrugged, and then regretted it by the look of her pained grimace. It's my job. Besides, there's way too much weirdness going on in this town. Like my brother and his girlfriend showing up in the same place to get Dale's foster kid out of there. Yeah, I smiled widely. That is a weird coincidence. It's even weirder that neither of you seemed particularly shocked when those guys attacked you with their voodoo. Voodoo? I'm sorry. Is it hoodoo? I opened my mouth and realized I had no idea what to say. She had seen too much, and here she was on a job for her employer that she intended to see through to the end. Whatever supernatural things are happening, that crazy Dale Ralston had an insane amount of weapons. There was no way I'd get a chance to go in there officially without admitting to sneaking into private property. It would certainly take too much time, so... She shrugged again, though a little less animated this time. I set a charge on one of the explosives and blew all of it up. Good. She gave a lopsided smile. You mean that, don't you? I nodded. Of course. Dale shouldn't have that stashed in his place. There are kids there for one. I nodded sideways at Theo to make my point. He hadn't been the only one there. Besides, unlike Sarah, I was pretty sure Dale hadn't planned to use the weapons for any specific target. He and his cronies relied on and took too much pride in their abilities for that. But there was a crap ton of money to be made. Dale Ralston as an arms dealer was no better than him using the weapons himself. Still, Sarah didn't need to know that. It all amounted to the same anyway. Oh yes, those weapons had been payment, and since it came from Blakey's crew, I had a good hunch as to why. I'm glad you agree. Sarah looked around the open space within the walls. There was little but grass-covered dirt. Someone other than me should know. Just in case. Just in case nothing. I couldn't help but glance at the wall as if I could see through it. Fine. Listen, Maggie. I've been thinking. It's light out, and it's been hours. Nate isn't here, and neither are Dale and his guys. That means only one thing. I shook my head, but it turned into a reluctant nod. Luckily, the river masked my hitched breathing. Theo and I will be fine. I met her eyes without hesitation then. You mean that? She only patted her side, her gun holstered underneath. I also knew she'd stolen another one before setting the explosion. It rested in her jacket pocket. It was the one she'd used to shoot the gatekeeper. She could defend them as long as she was conscious, and though she was in pain, she seemed alert enough. Please, go and find my brother. Theo and I will be fine. My smile must have radiated gratitude because she waved me off with no need to say more. You'll keep an eye on her? I asked the kid as I got up. Theo, sweet Theo, drew his shoulders up and nodded with such serious attention to the task, I had to hide a smile in case he thought I made fun of him. He was adorable, and a lot more confident now that he had some distance between himself and his uncle. I quickly left through the opening in the wall where there had once been a wide door that must have allowed for timber to be brought in and out. Outside, there was a narrow pathway that was old and overgrown. It was wide enough for a sled to bring down the wood in wintertime. It was more than enough for a sole person. I figured I'd head straight back down to the compound. Sarah was right. We'd not seen or heard anything from either Nate or Dale's guys, which meant there was no need for them to look for anyone. They had Nate. The thought was horrifying, and I sped up from my measured jog down the path. It was only luck that made me aware of someone running toward me. I'd stopped a moment to take in the view as a sharp bend in the path occurred where the forest opened up a little. It allowed me to see down toward the compound and the sea farther out. There was still a thin plume of smoke rising from the compound, making it easier to spot than otherwise. From here it appeared as an uneven clearing in all the woodland below. Feet hitting the ground had me on edge in an instant, though. Had Dale sent people this way? Nate and I figured he'd send people toward the main road to look for cars, but there was no point to check up here unless he suspected we'd taken this route. The bend, which was caused by the path turning around an outcrop of rock, was all the cover I'd get, but it was enough. My clothes were dark and didn't stand out much in the cold and gray morning. I quickly climbed the rock outcrop, minding the slippery surface of the cold stone, and laying low as the steps came closer. Someone was running at a steady pace, and if it hadn't been for the silence of the woods, I'd have had some trouble hearing the guy. He was intentionally light on his feet. Without a sound, I retrieved my baton from my purse and pulled at the strap so it rested against my back, out of my way. I timed the flick of the baton to the runner's steps so it was masked from him. Then I waited. A few seconds later, the sound intensified, and his breathing became audible. I got ready to jump. This guy could not reach Theo and Sarah. Not as long as I could do something about it. Some more steps, and I registered movement to my left. I leaped forward, kicking off from the rock, my baton raised, and immediately regretted it. Chapter 37. Midair. That's when I realized it was Nate who had rounded the rock outcrop. I yelped in shock, and he turned his head and noticed me. Then I dropped the baton and pummeled into Nate, who had no time to get away. We crashed to the ground, Nate on his back with a half-strangled groan of pain that escaped him. Hearing it hurt me. "I'm so sorry," I blurted, and got my knees on either side of him rather than in various painful places. "I didn't know it was you. Are you okay?" Nate winced and drew breath forcibly. "Fine." "Oh, God, I had no idea. I'm so happy to see you," I went on, my mouth getting away from me, and then bent down and put it to better use, kissing him fervently, relief flooding me. "Yeah, I'm getting mixed signals here," he managed between my kisses. I laughed as his arms went around me, pulling me closer. I made a choked noise of happiness and sank into him, clinging to his shoulders, my face against his neck. He was warm and flushed, from running uphill likely, and so wonderfully real. "I thought they'd gotten you." I was on my way down. "What about the others? Did you get them to town?" I shook my head, which he couldn't see but may have felt. "Sarah's in bad shape. It was a miracle we got her up here. She and Theo are safe in the sawmill, though." "Damn, I was hoping you had gotten away." "Nice to know you're happy to see me too," I joked, and raised my head a little to see his face. There was something in his voice that suggested there was more to it than that short statement. "What's wrong?" He moved his hand from my back and cupped my cheek, his thumb stroking my cheekbone. The light blue color of his eyes was striking in the bright morning light. He sighed and shook his head. "I'm not exactly alone." I immediately looked around, my senses fully on our surroundings again. I couldn't hear anyone approaching.
What's wrong?
You remember Green from the Marbella?
One of Blakey's guys?
Yeah, I remember him. Nate nodded. Seems the guy's an expert tracker. Couldn't shake him no matter what I did. He'll be here soon. I was about to ask what the hell Green was doing here in the middle of all this, but then had to prioritize. He's stuck on your tail but no one else? That sounded oddly familiar and very suspicious.
Yes. Why? Nate asked as I moved off him so he could sit up. His brows lowered in an inquisitive frown.
Did he do something to you? Well, yeah. Nate rubbed a hand through his hair, not really messing it up as it was already ruffled from the night's events at this point. He touched my head, like this. He put his hand on my forehead, his fingers reaching my left temple. It left me kind of paralyzed a while. Couldn't do anything. I'm pretty sure Dale would have killed me right there and then if Blakey hadn't stopped him. Blakey was there? Nate nodded, but if time was short, that information would have to wait. I think Green is tracing you.
He's what now?
It's this weird offset of a psychic ability. He put a mark on you, and now he can follow you anywhere.
Nate opened his mouth and then glanced sideways instead of saying anything.
I doubt it'll last too long. He'd have to really go to work then, but for now, it's a problem. Freaking prefer the lightning guy, Nate mumbled, and then got to his feet. He picked up my baton and handed it to me as I got up from the ground as well. Okay, he said, and then shook his head as if to shake Green out of there. I can't go to the sawmill then. I thought he was following my actual tracks and that you guys weren't there. True, but now you know. And Green doesn't know you're not alone. Nate, who was brushing the worst of the dirt off his clothes, stopped mid-motion and gave me a look. You have an idea? Yep. He opened his mouth again, but I beat him to it. Nope, you're not going to like it. Nate huffed and removed the last loose dirt on his arm before he shrugged. Okay then. The area was rocky and steep. We'd have to deviate from the path since Green was more than likely heading up that way. It was either that or go up, but moving back down was faster despite the uneven ground. We had to constantly keep our eyes on it to avoid stepping wrong and falling. That was the last thing we needed. Nate had obviously been through a few things. Among those things was a burn mark that had gone through his jacket and shirt and into his arm. He'd brushed it off when I wanted to see, though. We didn't have time, he'd said. Unfortunately, he was right. We stepped over, around, and jumped from rock to rock. It was a small scree, except we were not on a mountain, merely a hill, that had rocky surfaces here and there. It suited our purpose, though, as did a small overhang of stone boulders that had fallen long ago. It provided us with a view back up the scree, while anyone coming down wouldn't see us if we hid underneath. Besides, the river which flowed down from the sawmill farther up made enough noise for us not to be heard if we kept our voices low. Why was Blakey there? I asked Nate. We'd settled in beneath two boulders that half sprang out of the ground, surrounded by smaller ones. Through a crack between the two big ones, we now had a good view of the area above. According to Nate, Green seemed to be consistently 10 to 15 minutes behind. Oh yeah, that. Nate nodded and leaned back against a fairly smooth rock, sighed in relief at the short respite, and told me. Blakey had indeed provided Dale with the weaponry, just like Sarah suspected. The fact that Blakey had come when Dale called only clarified more for me. Seems Dale struck a deal with Blakey, Nate finished. I didn't think any of you wanted anything to do with these Yorov people. If I didn't know better, Dale is selling someone out. I nodded, and a shiver that had nothing to do with the cold temperature ran through me. I was beginning to suspect as much when your sister told me she was onto the same thing. There was no way she thought, nor I for that matter, that Dale had pulled off the robbery in the first place. Yes, I'm beginning to see that strong abilities do not equate to sophisticated and tactical reasoning. Exactly. Nate smiled at me at that, not needing to say anything. It was always so much better when we were on the same page. What does Dale get, though? Nate asked. I saw some of the things his cronies can do, and I'd think that's exactly what the Yorov Corporation is after. Depends. If there is someone more tempting in town, for an example, they'd never believe even Dale will hand them over to Blakey. So Dale's people are safe. Dale makes money off of the weapons, which Blakey never really needed anyway, at least not that many, and Blakey gets to go home with lots of presents for his bosses, aided by Dale. And he gets to prove that his ledger works, I added. That will make their recruitment more efficient. Nate took his eyes off our rocky view to stare up into the rock covering us. This is bad on so many levels. He shook his head in resignation and resumed staring up the way we'd come down. It's like you're reading my mind, I joked. That brought a smile at least. I moved closer and put my arms around him, my cheek resting against his shoulder. What's gotten into you? He asked, and put his arms around me in response. I'm just so relieved you're okay. Sounds like you had no faith in me, he joked, at least by the tone of his amused voice. I have all kinds of faith in you, I confessed. I did. That didn't mean I didn't feel guilty because he'd got left behind, and I told him so. It's fine. He kissed the top of my head before resuming keeping watch. I trusted that that was what he did. We stood like that a while, and I could almost allow myself to feel the effects of the night, my eyes burning a bit, telling me I needed sleep when Green decided to ruin even that. Here he comes. Nate let go of me and stepped back to have a look. He was right. Far up there, climbing over some rocks, came a young, dark-haired man I'd seen before. I'd seen his face when he'd ripped his ski mask off in the chopper, as we'd all escaped the Marbella. I had no doubt he was dangerous. What I didn't know was whether he had any other abilities than his hunting skills. Double-gifted people were not that common, and they were coveted by Yorov. No wonder, especially if they had useful abilities. This guy, though, was a threat to Nate, and a serious one. If he was in contact with the other Yorov operatives as well as Dale, then he was just the vanguard. Ready? I asked Nate, who only grumbled in response. I stood close enough to hear it over the rippling water, though. I couldn't help but smirk at that. Come on, Nate. It has to be you. If not, he'll get suspicious wondering where exactly you are. Chapter 38. Playing possum was not Nate's thing. That was clear by his reluctant participation. Still, he had the sense to see that this was the best course of action. I guessed I was more into trickery than him. Go figure. Anyway, I was the one who'd take the brunt of it. Well, actually, Green would hopefully do that. He was moving down the rocky decline, and I was carefully climbing on top of the boulders that had previously covered us. When Green reached them, he wouldn't be able to see on top of them, and besides, he'd be distracted. The stone under my hands and feet was at least not slippery down here, as there were few trees, and the weak sun had warmed them a little, thawing the night's frost about an hour ago. My heart beat faster at the nearby danger, but my breathing was controlled while I watched his every move. The guy could just as well have been an animal with big claws for the sensations he called up in me. I was on high alert, crawling slowly and methodically up along the stone boulder. I got to the top and paused, seeing him from above where he walked around the huge rock below. I let my baton stay in my purse, which already rested against my back. The jump would be high, and I would likely not have time for more than avoiding hurting myself in the process. Green stopped. I smirked at that. I knew what he was seeing. I inched forward a little and saw it too. Nate, sprawled right below the boulder where the decline was steeper, his foot seemingly caught in a pile of slippery stones as he was closer to the water that fell and flowed down among the rocks. There seemed to be no life to Nate. His hands were visible, and he, therefore, held on to no hidden weapon. Even if there was one under him, Green had plenty of time to stop him. He should feel safe enough. He didn't walk too close, though. No matter. I rose on all fours, slowly so as not to alert him, and careful not to appear as a shadow in his peripheral vision. Green reached for his phone as he glanced down toward the wooded area below us. He would likely call his cohorts. I was not having that. They might be on their way, but I had no intention of speeding them up. I rose until I only had my fingertips on the stone and kicked off. I sped forward, flying through the air, straight down toward Green. Unlike earlier, I didn't regret this attack. Only my shadow tipped him off, but it was too late. He turned abruptly, quick as a snake, but I crashed into him. I'd braced myself, ready to roll off him as soon as he slammed to the ground, but something hit me as if his crossed hands between us pushed forward. I was slung out of my planned trajectory and landed awkwardly on the uneven ground as Green couldn't stop what I'd started. He fell back and cried out in pain at the same time as me. "Nate!" I shouted, despite needing my breath to deal with the pain of the fall. "Careful, he's telekinetic!" Nate stirred below me, at the same time as Green forced himself up on his knees. Nate's arm moved, and something flew through the air. The thwack at the impact with Green was audible over the river, and I turned my head just when a rock the size of half a fist fell in front of him. His eyes rolled back before he tipped sideways and collapsed. "Huh," I managed through my pained hip and shoulder. The sting would give, though. I'd been lucky, considering the ground surface. "You okay?" Nate shouted at me. I looked down at him where he was getting his feet under him. "When did you get so proficient with throwing rocks?" I asked him. "They broke my gun," he said in an unmistakably accusatory tone. He came over and reached his hand out to give me a boost up. Also, I was highly motivated to get him out of my head. Yes, he would be. And for once, I didn't mind his dislike for anyone messing with his mind, including, and especially given what I could do. I got it. I wouldn't want this guy doing it to me either. I sure as hell didn't want him doing it to Nate. "God damn it, woman." He pulled me into him, wrapping his arms around me. "You're like a cat when you do that." "I'm okay, Nate. He only surprised me a bit by knocking me off him, that's all." Nate's chest expanded as he sighed and let go of me. "Okay. Let's figure out what this guy's deal is before he wakes and starts doing it again." Green had been knocked out thoroughly by the rock Nate had flung at his head. His forehead was also bleeding in addition to this. I didn't think we had to worry about his connection to Nate before it fizzled out on its own. Green was in no shape to run after anyone for a while. We didn't take any chances, though. We dragged him down the rest of the scree and dumped him by a thick pine. We ripped some pieces of the guy's shirt to tie him up with, figuring he still had his jacket and wouldn't freeze to death soon. 10 minutes later, he was secured to the tree, his arms bent back, the fastenings tight. He wasn't going anywhere, and if he was like most affiliates, he wasn't able to do much when tied up. Our abilities were too intertwined with our bodies. Well, not mine. With people like Gerard and me, it was all about the mind. "Now what?" I asked and looked around. We were back among the trees and the forest limited my view. I couldn't hear much except the odd bird and the now distant river. Nate didn't answer. Instead, he checked Green's pockets and found his cell phone. He walked behind the tree and bent down, apparently getting Green's fingerprint to open it with, because a second later he came back around, scrolling on the phone. "Anything interesting?" "Kind of. He had this app open. Look." He showed me the screen with a map over the area we were in. "What's with the moving dots?" Nate shook his head slowly and turned the screen back toward himself again. "Not sure, but I think it might be Blakey and his crew." "What? Let me see again." I stepped closer and peered at the screen with him. The red dots were moving around the nearby area, and as Nate zoomed in on our location, there was one red dot there too. "Is that Green?" We both stared at the unconscious man. He sat completely limp, his head hanging forward. A couple of blood drops had fallen onto his thigh, making dark splotches in the fabric. "I think so," Nate said. "That means their phones are tagged. We can use that." I don't think it's the phones that are tagged, I said. What do you mean? I heard these rumors a few years back that Yorov tracks their people when necessary. Like now? I suppose this is a useful time. They need to know where each other are. Hold on, Nate said, his brows lowered in suspicion. Tracks their people? You really don't mean their phones, do you? No. Wow, they actually put chips in people? That's what the rumors say. Nate stared at Green a moment and then turned and walked off a few feet. You're right, his signal hasn't moved. He came back with the device. We can still use it, though. I nodded. You believe we can take some of them out? Yes. And with that, maybe scare them off long enough for us to get Theo and Sarah out of the area. All right. It was strange how much we were on the same page here. I would have done this if alone, too. You won't stand a chance, a weak voice intruded. We both whirled around, ready to face whoever, but it was only Green who'd awoken. He looked worse for wear, his head still bent, but he was awake, testing his bindings, though to no use. Isn't there some saying about throwing stones in glass houses? I asked him. He surely hadn't stood a chance against us. Damn Menders, he mumbled. Yeah, I guess we're usually in your way. That was true, yet strangely, the comment made him laugh. This must have hurt his head, and he winced hard because he wasn't quite able to stop laughing. Not you, though, Evans. I wasn't in his way? What the hell? I took a step forward, but Nate held me back with an arm across my chest. He had a puzzled expression, as if he was reading more into the insult. He gently shook his head and led me to turn away and walk a few paces so Green couldn't hear us. Let's see what we can do with this first. I doubt these guys are easy to get talking in a short amount of time. Fine, I growled because, seriously, with the insult. My kind lived to make the lives and assignments of people like Green a living hell. And if nothing else, Nate went on, ignoring my hurt ego, we can use him as bait when they get close enough. I smiled at that, which was likely his intention beyond the obvious practicality behind it. Aw, you know just what to say to a girl in every situation, don't you? As long as I don't have to be the bait. He managed to stay serious, though, because of course he did. This was not drunk Nate. Anyway, he can't stay conscious for this. We need him quiet. I'm sure that'll help. I couldn't help a smirk as I turned toward Green, who was watching us through narrowed eyes. Oh, it will help, I said, and reached for my baton and stepped closer to the man. Seemed sober Nate could be as unpredictable as his happy alter ego at times.
Chapter 39. You hear that? I whispered to Maggie. We sat hidden among bushes and trees. According to the private app on Green's phone, there were a few red dots near us. I could see a couple of them farther away in the woods, like silhouettes moving between the trees. Maggie cocked her head and nodded a few seconds later. Sirens, she confirmed. Someone likely saw the smoke and called the fire department. She was right. I doubted anyone living in the compound had dared to do it. Dale was notoriously suspicious of any outsiders snooping inside his domain. He hadn't called them himself when the fire had been at its worst and most threatening. No, it was probably a neighbor who had seen the smoke now that we'd passed dawn and called it in. What will happen? Maggie asked, her gaze scanning our surroundings while she talked. I bet no one is watching that gate now and the fire truck will drive inside. If you're asking if the police will be called too, then yes, they will. Besides, the firemen will see what kind of fire this was. I bet there are still things in that rubble that can go off. Just because the fire itself died down doesn't mean it's safe. Maggie made a slight frown but didn't take her attention off our surroundings. Look, it seems they're having the same thoughts as you. I did see. I had noticed that the pinpointed red dots on Green's map were not the only people out there. Dale and his guys had not had tracking chips operated into them. Seriously, the heinous things some people thought of. At Maggie's comment, though, I did see some figures out there turn and head back, for the compound most likely. I wondered briefly what mattered most to Dale, his home or getting revenge on those who had screwed it up for him. Still, I was sure the sound of sirens couldn't go unnoticed, even by him. Maggie tapped my shoulder and pointed at the phone in my hand. It was ringing again. The name on the screen only said Professor, which we knew was what Blakey's people called him. It wasn't like we could answer. I didn't think Blakey would be fooled as long as it was a male voice answering. These people had been in Ashport together for months. They knew each other. I sent the call to voicemail, hoping Blakey would interpret that as Green being somewhere where he couldn't talk. I didn't hold my breath, though. Soft footfalls sounded nearby, and I stuffed the phone in my jacket pocket. There was a narrow pathway 10 feet from us, mostly used by deer by the looks of it. I nodded to Maggie, who slid away from me, backward into the trees and out of sight. We'd been waiting for the last 5 minutes for this guy. It was the pilot, another of Blakey's people who'd been at the Marbella. I still had our last meeting fresh in my mind, too. His hand was now bandaged due to Kona's ferocious bite. With the pathway there, it was easier to walk, and we had expected him to head this way simply because of that. I waited, barely breathing, hands on the ground, ready to push to my feet. Maggie timed it perfectly. Just when the pilot was beside a sturdy-looking pine and almost on top of me, she simply stepped out onto the path, right behind him. The sound had him turning, his hands going up. It always seemed to be the case with those affiliated to any community, whether it be Yorov or the town. They used their hands to direct the force they wielded. He jerked back a step and noticed Maggie standing there, smiling at him. "Hi there," she said as I sprang up. That second of confusion was all we needed. When he heard the rustle of my movements, he started turning, but I already had a grip on his left shoulder. I hauled at him and slammed him into the tree. He took a dazed step back, but Maggie was already swinging her baton, clocking him over the head. He went down like a ton of bricks, only quieter. Maggie and I dove to the ground as well, pulling the man with us to hide him behind the pine. He would likely wake soon, but the knocks to his head should incapacitate him a while. Worked like a charm this time, too. Maggie flashed me a wide smile I couldn't help but reciprocate. It had worked with one of Dale's guys 10 minutes earlier. Was it weird that I wished the rest of our relationship could work like this? Of course it was. I checked the pilot for weapons, but as with the other guy, he didn't carry. It was incredibly annoying, considering the stash they'd had before my sister had blown it up. We didn't wait around but moved on, ready for the next one. The third one was another Ralston. Maggie called him Patrick and seemed particularly happy to take him out, rewarding him with an extra blow to the head and then a kick in the crotch. Is this an old friend or something?" I asked a second later as we'd hunkered to stay out of sight. "Let's put it this way," she told me and brushed her hair behind her ears, her motions brusque. "If you could read this guy's thoughts, you'd reconsider your ban on cutting off certain body parts." "What the—" "Not now, we need to put him in—" She stopped and glanced around. "Blakey's path." I peered over her shoulder, and sure enough, the man closest to us was Blakey himself. I took out the phone again, and he was the closest dot on the map. So, mid-level executives, or whatever equivalent rank he had, were not exempt from being tracked like cattle. I put the phone away, and together we managed to drag the unconscious man so he would be seen by Blakey a few minutes later. Hopefully, they'd catch on to the fact that he wasn't moving on their map either. Maggie and I scurried to get away without walking upright, yet I saw him checking his phone. It didn't take long before a shout echoed through the woods. "There we go," Maggie whispered, sounding pleased. I was too. We were about half an hour away from the sawmill if one ran straight uphill, and we needed these guys to stop walking in that direction, which they did. The shouts intensified, and though I couldn't quite decipher them through the distance between us, we understood. Maggie and I were hiding a good way off, amongst the undergrowth of the forest which had served us well so far. Despite the advanced stage of fall, bushes and smaller trees were plentiful, as this forest had not been overtaken by pine trees, which eradicated most things by blocking out the sun. We watched in silence, hunkered together, while more of Blakey's people approached him. A couple of Ralstons joined the herdle too. "Is that Dale?" Maggie asked, craning her neck to see better. A man disappeared behind a tree and re-emerged next to Blakey. Then she nodded to herself as the familiar form of Dale Ralston became clear. He and Blakey seemed to be arguing about something, both of them pointing to the unconscious man at their feet, as well as waving their arms in various directions around them. Ian and Ivy stood close by Blakey, scanning their surroundings. Those two were the ones to be careful of, in my opinion. As if to confirm that thought, Ian raised his phone and checked something. The map, of course, because he turned and pointed in the direction we'd left the pilot. "So far, so good," I said. We watched him and Ivy walk that way. Now we were separating the search party. A little more silent chaos, and we might dissuade them from following us altogether today, Maggie said, her gaze also following Ivy and Ian. I nodded. It was almost more than we had hoped for. It wasn't like Dale would stop coming after us, but I would prefer it somewhere where we weren't so out of our element. It was clear we needed to deal with him. But it would be best not to do it on his own lands. A shout diverted our attention back to Dale. He had called for someone, it seemed, someone farther away from us. It took a minute before a man jogged closer to the group who had gathered around Patrick, but did nothing to help him. "Who's that?" I raised my head a bit to try and see. It was one of the Ralstons if I was to judge by hair color. There was something familiar about him, though. "That guy looks—" Maggie began, apparently thinking the same thing. Then she tensed next to me. "Oh, crap," she gasped, and completely froze, looking around as if trying to see an exit somewhere. "What?" I asked. Dale made a sweep of his hand indicating the area around them. "Oh, no." I joined Maggie's state of dread. I recognized the newcomer, too. "We forgot about the leaf blower guy," she whispered, just as the man's hair color changed from dirty blonde to almost black. He raised his hands, and I reached out and put an arm over Maggie's back, making us both lie flat on our stomachs. "Our only choice," I whispered, as the air itself was sucked dry, and a burst of shaking trees and branches shook around us. The pressure wave, which could barely be seen, exploded from the hands of the smolder hex, tearing everything with it except for the trees themselves, ready to expose us to Dale and Blakey. Chapter 40. The pressure wave hit us straight on, though not with as much power as last time. We were too far away for that. Still, leaves and rubble flew over Maggie and me, and we lay face down with our hands over our heads, hoping to avoid injuries. Then it all settled, and there was nothing but snapping branches and creaking wood a moment. "Spread out," Dale shouted, loud enough even for us to hear it. "Crap," I blurted and tried looking around. That was when I noticed both Maggie and I were covered by leaves and twigs, just like last time. Seemed this guy had a built-in flaw in his ability. "We need to keep still," I whispered, barely seeing Maggie's eyes through the mess covering us. She made a microscopic move, likely a nod, and we did stay that way. It would have worked too, except for the fact that Dale wasn't having it this time. "He's not here!" someone nearby shouted. They didn't know Maggie was with me yet. We'd been lying still, listening to them search for us again, and like last time, they couldn't see us unless they were to walk right over us. "Everyone back here!" Dale yelled. "I need space!" "What does that mean?" I whispered. Several feet hit the ground as they ran toward him. I dared to raise my head a fraction so I could see the group. Dale allowed them all to return before he squatted and sat one hand flat on the ground. What was it Eddie had once told me about these smolder hexes? It was in the name, of course. They had various abilities, leaf blower guy being a prime example, but their specialty was fluids, anything liquid that could be manipulated. "Nate," came Maggie's voice beside me, "whatever he's doing, get ready to run." I nodded for her to see. Dale's hair changed color like his cousin's had a few minutes earlier. Then something else shifted on the forest floor. There was a sort of rippling noise from something that spread across it. I had to force myself not to lift my head too high to take a look lest I be seen. It didn't take long to reach us, though. At first, a sort of fog rolled above the ground. Something seemed to disturb every leaf in front of us, leading the way before the fog. Except it was not a fog, It was steam. "We need to run," Maggie said. 10 feet away, and I saw it. Little droplets of water, whatever moisture had been in the earth under us, now rolling along the ground, burning hot and coming for us. Maggie and I got to our feet, leaves and twigs and whatnot spraying everywhere. We bolted in unison, heading away from Dale and his boiling water attack. Our only thought was to not run toward the sawmill. Voices shouted behind us, though they came lower and lower. Weren't they following? Why weren't they following? I jumped over a long fallen and rotten tree trunk and glanced over at Maggie. Something was wrong. Before I could draw breath and ask a question of her, she suddenly fell forward, her hands shooting up like she had no control. I tried reaching out to grab her, but something took hold of my legs, yanking them from under me. I crashed to the ground, my arms flailing just like Maggie's. My breath was knocked out of me due to landing awkwardly on a couple of roots. The pain, like daggers, through my body. Then, before I could even blink, I was dragged backward, the roots gnawing at my side before I felt nothing. It took a second for my brain to register the fact that I was no longer on the ground, but hovering above it. I twisted and managed to turn a little, realizing Maggie was next to me, water swirling all around her while she fought hard to get free. Water? I looked down myself, seeing the same thing. Tendrils of water, swirling around my body, not boiling anymore but keeping my legs together, my arms pinned to my sides. My brain kept screaming at me that this was not happening. No matter what I'd seen so far, it made no sense. And yet, the sight of Maggie in this peril was more powerful than anything my brain could logically tell me. We were pulled like that through the air toward Dale. The ground below us was now full of withered and curled leaves after the boiling he'd submitted it to moments ago. The steam was gone, though, likely repurposed into the water holding us now. No wonder other affiliates didn't like these guys. It was like cheating, having several tricks within one ability. Laughter reached us as Dale drew us toward him and his group. He was surrounded by Blakey and a few of his own, Trevor, Charlie, Toby, Lightning Guy from earlier, and a couple I didn't know the names of. "Look here, the weirdest combination ever known to man," Dale snickered. "A mender and a cop. It's like either couldn't do worse." "Screw you, Dale," Maggie snarled at him, which only made him laugh. Dale tisked at her, twirling her around a few times like she was speared on a spit above a fire. "I don't like that kind of language." "Screw you," I chimed in, because why the hell not? It earned me the same treatment, but the dizzy spell was worth it. Besides, I did see the sheen of sweat on his forehead. This was hard on him. Maybe he wasn't as strong as he seemed? "So," Dale went on, seemingly unaffected, judging by his steady voice, "care to tell me where you've taken my nephew?" "As if you care," Maggie said. It earned her another spin. "I want him back, Evans. This is kidnapping, you know, in the truest sense of the word." "You hit him, you bastard." At this point, Dale seemed to lose some control. I fell, just a little, like when an airplane hits an air bubble. The same happened to Maggie. "I think you and I should talk," Dale told her. He moved forward and grabbed her chin, forcing her to meet his eyes. "You've crossed me too many times now. I'm going to—" "Mr. Ralston, have a care." Blakey stepped forward from the small group of obedient onlookers. He scanned his closest surroundings, the phone in his hand, clearly not finding any of his people nearby. They were, of course, busy searching for the pilot. "I don't care one whit about your plan for her," Dale snarled, without bothering to turn back toward Blakey. The words were too troubling, and I was desperate to break free, yet I might as well be chained in iron for all the good it did me. Dale spared me a bored glance and then flicked his hand. There wasn't time even to draw breath. I flew into the nearest tree so fast, the guy standing in front of it barely had time to fling himself to the side. Pain shot through me as I hit the tree, and it hurt so much I hardly noticed the subsequent fall to the ground. If not for the compressed water surrounding me and creating a thin padding of sorts, something would have broken. I gasped in a half-choked need for air, my lungs burning from the delayed delivery of it. Somewhere above me, there was combined laughter and a woman shouting. Maggie. I tried getting my hands and feet under me and suddenly realized I was able to move. My confused head saw the water retreat from me, flowing through the air and on the ground back to Dale, who guided it to meld into the tendrils already holding Maggie. A foot landed right in front of my face, and I couldn't help but look up at the owner. It was the other Smolder Hex. He smiled and then reached his palm down toward me, fingers up. The shock wave slammed into me, lifting me a second, pushing me into the tree again before I fell, flat on my face, barely able to think. "Screw you, Dale," Maggie yelled. "I am going to kill you, you hear me?" "How?" the bastard asked her, and her continued flow of curses escaped me as my ears chose that moment to start ringing. I couldn't have that, though. I needed to get up, to help her. I needed my damn body to react. My heart pounded, my lungs refusing to cooperate properly. Damn Smolder Hexes. "Stop it, Ralston," someone yelled. Blakey. That was it. Wait, Blakey? I tried moving my head to see. Why would he help? "I told you I don't care about your plans anymore. If you won't replace the weapons, then our deal is over." "It is not my problem what you do with the goods after we made good on our deal, you—" "Shut up," Dale roared. "You think I'm scared of you and your piece of crap followers? Or your bosses? If you haven't noticed, we're not like your typical victims. As in, we're not victims." "Mr. Ralston," Blakey urged, trying to calm Dale Ralston of all people with a pleasant voice. "I want her unharmed. You had one job to do. Is it my fault that you failed?" I wasn't surprised to hear Blakey wanted Maggie as one of his prizes from Ashport, not after the mention of her in his ledger, but I was surprised he wanted her whole. Why did he care? Maybe because she'd do whatever they wanted her to if she was relatively safe? She wasn't now, though. I tried shouting for Dale to stop when she gave a strangled cry of pain. "Stop it! You're choking her!" Blakey shouted instead. "She broke into my place! She stole the boy!" Stole him? Like he was a thing? That was the point, remember? What? I froze at those words. Then Maggie cried out again, and I managed to twist my neck enough to see who was surrounding me. They all had their eyes on their boss, who was now taking a stand against a Yorov operative. They must never have seen anything like it, never dreamed it could happen. What they weren't paying attention to was me.
Chapter 41. Dale sent me spinning another few rounds, the odd tendrils of water squeezing so hard this time I couldn't get a sound out. I found myself gasping for air, the forest rotating around me. I tried locating Nate, but he sped past, a blurred shape, just like the others. I hadn't thought Dale could do something like this. Clearly, he couldn't manage both Nate and me, but still, I needed air. The movements came to a halt, and I stared down at the ground, nothing but moss, roots, and dirt to see. I gasped loudly as Dale loosened the pressure a fraction, my lungs drawing air immediately. I tried to see, but my hair hung like curtains in my way. I tilted my head to see past it in the direction I knew Nate had been tossed. He seemed like he had trouble breathing too, though his eyes were not dazed. He was paying attention to the people around him. "See, I won't," Dale began, and then seemed to realize I was floating above the ground, my face down and not able to see him. He flipped me around, and now I could at least see them all if I craned my neck. The water slid around my body in what appeared to be invisible tubes. They were all placed to keep me immobile. Dale might as well have put me in a straitjacket. "I won't," Dale repeated. "Stand for people breaking into my place, especially not you," he added with a snarl. Then he indicated Nate with a sideways toss of his head without bothering to look at him. Or someone like him. And now my home is crawling with cops, they tell me. Nate was right then. It would be obvious what kind of fire it had been, which meant more cops had been called in. That wasn't good. They weren't far away either. A few distant sirens were still audible. More were likely arriving. "Serves you right, dumbass," I told him because he'd hurt Nate, and he'd hurt an innocent boy. If I couldn't hurt him myself, then the damn cops could have him. He'd hate that. It was almost as good. Dale huffed and rolled his eyes. He surveyed his little group of followers. There had been more of them earlier, but a few had likely returned to the compound to deal with that mess. She's so damn predictable. I thought being a mender required brains. That elicited some chuckles, but they quickly died down. It wasn't lost on me how they all cast wary glances toward Blakey. He represented something they had all learned to fear as children. "We knew you'd come," he smiled. I hated that smile. It was so condescending. "Mr. Ralston," Blakey interrupted. He didn't want Dale speaking to me. Personally, I preferred him blabbering rather than the other things he could do. "Shut up, Professor," Dale told him and squared his shoulders. Blakey was alone at the moment, and Dale seemed to feed off the admiration his relatives showed him by talking like that to a man who represented nothing but pure danger to them. "I don't get what you want with her. She's nothing special, some empath only, and she did run straight into our trap, not the sharpest tool in the shed." "What?" I blurted before I could stop myself. Hadn't he said something like this when he'd made the water tendrils tighten so hard I couldn't help but cry out in pain? Something about Theo. "For crying out loud, Evans! How slow can someone be? We kept the boy here to keep you occupied." "Mr. Ralston!" There was a flash of bright pink light, a threat of what Blakey really could do. I'd felt the sting of that light before, and it hurt like hell. "What?" Dale shouted at him, barely bothering to turn a fraction, too busy gloating over me. "You don't want her to know that we staged the whole thing so she'd take her eyes off you and your guys?" A horrible realization hit me at those words. "Oh my God, you killed Theo's mom." I was looking at Blakey. This was something one would expect from people like him, but it was Dale who spoke up. "She still doesn't get it." I met Dale's eyes then. "You?" He shrugged. "Well, not me personally. I sent Mitchell here." He waved a hand toward a blonde guy close to Nate, the other smolder Hex. "It all worked out well, though," Dale continued. I turned my attention back to him. "We made sure the boy ended up with me, and though it took you longer than we hoped to notice a small community member in trouble," he said those last few words in a mocking tone, "you did show up." He laughed. "To help us of all things." "Mr. Ralston, must you tell her everything?" Blakey demanded. I met his eyes then, but he broke that contact immediately. Oh, he did not want his mind read. No question about that. "You killed a woman and traumatized a child just to keep me off your trail?" I asked him nonetheless. "I am going to murder you, Blakey." At that moment, I meant it. And it did not only relate to him. What they had done to Theo was unforgivable. Dale was not a respectable affiliate of our community, but he had belonged to it. Until now. Now, I had no obligation to help him with anything. Now, he was what my kind needed protection from. "Isn't that big talk from someone unable to move?" Dale smirked. "Oh, I know he wants to keep me alive," I told Dale, and indicated Blakey with an awkward nod. "You haven't killed me yet either. That's a big mistake, Dale." Dale did start to answer me, but his words escaped me. There was a blurry movement somewhere to my left, just about where Nate would be had he been standing up. There was a surprised and broken cry of shock, and then a cracking sound before the unmistakable noise of a heavy body hitting the ground. "What the hell?" someone yelled, and then they all seemed to realize that Nate was not as incapacitated from Dale's treatment as they'd thought. A flash of blue lightning hit the tree right next to Dale. He shouted something and ducked under the sparks that flew off it. And then something shook. Not the ground. I couldn't feel that. I craned my neck more to see. Nate was behind a Ralston I didn't know the name of, but he was the one wielding the lightning. He tried directing it over his shoulder and right at Nate this time, but Nate was quicker. He punched him, likely in the kidney, judging by the way the guy's eyes and cheeks bulged in a mute cry of pain. When he fell forward, Nate gripped his hand, and the lightning bolts, though smaller and less powerful this time, hit the ground, burning Mitchell's feet as he was already approaching to put an end to this. The man howled in pain and jumped back. There was smoke coming off his shoes like a damn cartoon. "Stop him!" Dale shouted. I realized I'd sunk closer to the ground because he'd lost control. How else would I have seen the shoes? Blakey stepped forward, but Nate had met him before too. He threw himself down behind the man with the lightning who was doubled over. The flash of energy that shot from Blakey's hands hit him straight on. Nate was not unaffected. They were both pushed back against the forest ground, though Nate avoided the paralyzing pain. "What the hell?" Dale shouted and then seemed to lose all control. He'd clearly never encountered anyone who could use their abilities against themselves. The water still holding me was suddenly released from the molds Dale had forced it into. I fell to the ground and couldn't be bothered about the pain from hitting a few roots. I moved to get up, grabbed my baton from my purse, and went for Dale. The flick of my hand to expand the cylindrical shafts somehow caught his attention. He turned and stared at me, eyes wide, exactly the way I liked him. I smiled and swung the baton toward his head. It was a feint, though, and it had the desired effect. Dale ducked and covered his head, but I was already aiming for the side of his knee. He cried out when I struck my actual target. The pain had him down on his knees. His dark hair almost flickered back to blonde before it regained its darker hue again, but I didn't care. I struck the side of his head this time as he was reaching for his knee. "Oh my God!" someone cried. "Dale!" I delivered one last strike, and because I'd never claimed to be a nice person, I swung the baton down and up, hitting the man as hard as I could between the legs. It might only have been my ego that heard a whimper. Still, he was down, and I had only seconds. Charlie ran straight toward me, about to leap, and then Blakey did the same, not the leaping part. I took a leaf from Nate's book and jumped sideways and in front of Charlie, who stopped so abruptly, he managed to skid on the moss. The energy blast from Blakey hit him in the back, horror on his face as he was flung toward me. I hadn't thought of that. I threw myself sideways but couldn't avoid the blow to my legs when Charlie hit them. It knocked me back, but I still saw Nate pull a gun out from under Toby's jacket. He aimed it at Blakey and shot. Blakey would have been hit had he not thrown himself to the ground. Then the oddest thing happened. The weapon glowed in Nate's hand like it was melting or something. Nate did not seem surprised. Instead, he threw it at the last guy left standing, and therefore also guilty of turning a gun into lava. The thing became molten in the air. Nate hadn't thrown it a second too soon, and it hit the guy on the side of the face. He screamed as he went down while Nate was shaking his pained hand. "Seriously," I shouted, "where did you learn to throw like that?" "Darts," he answered with such a flat voice I wondered for a second if he was kidding or not. It was a second too long, though. Nearby shouts and the sight of Blakey getting up again had Nate running right toward me. "We need to leave now," he yelled. I backed up. Some of Blakey's people were coming, Ian and Ivy among them. There was nothing to discuss. Nate reached me, and I turned and ran with him.
Chapter 42. "They're not far behind," I said, as Maggie and I simply legged it between the trees. I hurt in too many places to count and figured she did too, but this was not the time to stop. Likely we'd been given a few seconds extra when the others had reached Blakey, but that would only help so much. The Yorov operatives were not as easily tricked as the Ralstons. "What do we do?" Maggie asked. She jumped over several bent and gnarly roots that snaked their way through the surface of the forest floor. "Lead them away, or go straight to the sawmill?" I began, and was then caught in a tremor so powerful it sent us both flying forward. We landed hard, luckily on softer ground without so many roots. There were fewer pines here. I coughed and spat dirt, and got up on my knees to see. "Crap! We have no choice." "Sawmill, then," Maggie gasped. She'd seen what I did. We were being followed. No shock there. There was hardly a Ralston in sight, though. Ian and Ivy were leading the group, Blakey and a couple of the others behind them. Of the Ralstons, I could only see Toby and Lightning Guy. After the thrashing Maggie had given Dale, maybe we were rid of him? There was no time to remain and ponder that thought. We were on our feet again, running back toward the scree now and able to see all the rocks in the distance. "Nate!" Maggie shouted. She was running to my right, calling my name. I looked and saw what she didn't have the breath to say. Another of Blakey's people was beginning to rein us in. We had little choice but to steer left. The problem with these people were all their active abilities. The thought had barely crossed my mind before something hit the ground right behind my feet. It unsettled me enough to stumble a bit, but I regained control. I threw a glance over my shoulder. Ian was closing in. He was double gifted, wasn't he? He'd somehow frozen my movements outside the compound earlier, and now he was sending off his own blasts of energy. It didn't seem to be visible like Blakey's, though. A shout farther ahead startled us a moment, not enough to stop. No, the worst was right behind us. "Green!" Maggie managed. She darted between a few trees in her way. "Let's go there," I shouted back. Maybe they'd slow down to help their friend? Fat chance. But still, what choice did we have? Turned out they did not slow down for that. However, when we reached Green and he was still seated tied to the tree, something else happened to put a stop to the chase. There was a crackle in the air, a familiar one by now. The flash of blue meant the lightning guy was closing in. No wonder, really, these guys were a lot more rested than Maggie and I. The shouts of shock and anger that followed were unexpected, though. Then there came a tremor again, shaking the forest ground, but not as close as before. I risked another glance backward. Several of Blakey's people, including the man himself, slowed down a bit as they had been burned. I wasn't surprised. The man's lightning did not seem to work as normal lightning, the color notwithstanding. It did not go after the nearest conductor, but more in the general direction of where he aimed it. Seemed he'd miscalculated a bit now, though. Green, who'd awoken by now, shouted louder for help. Maggie and I passed him on both sides of the tree without a second glance. Then there was an uproar of yelling behind us. Something flashed again, but it was hard to see when it happened behind us. I couldn't help but turn, though. The lightning guy came running after us, recharging or whatever he did. He didn't seem to hear the screams of the others. Or Green, for that matter. He tried hitting us with the tree between us, but the full force of the lightning hit Green straight on. He gave a scream that made both Maggie and I stop. So far, those bolts of lightning had only been meant to incapacitate, not kill. The force that hit Green burst into flames, and his scream died down way too late. "Oh my God," Maggie whispered. The only reason I heard her was because everyone else had stopped at that sight too, and they could see all of the horror from that side. "No!" Ivy cried in outrage, her face a mask of fury. "What did you do?" The Ralston had no good answer for that. He also seemed to realize that except for Toby, he was alone with Blakey's crew now. So he did the only thing he knew how to do. He raised his arms, his energy-laden sparks directed at Ivy. Ian was having none of that. He threw himself forward, diverting his powers toward the panicked Ralston. The lightning hit Ian, his own force not stopping it. Instead, it slung the lightning guy into the tree, and what little of it that passed the tree hit me so hard I barely registered Ivy screaming as Ian died in front of her.
Chapter 43. Just a little farther. Come on, Nate. Right up there, and then we're out of sight. I'm fine. I really am, he said. But it was clear his landing had taken a toll. He'd been flung through the air by Ian's last act on this planet and had hit his head on one of the ever-present roots that twisted under and over the forest ground. He was bleeding, but there was no time to check it. We had reached the scree and had managed to get a bit up among the rocks. The death of 2 of Blakey's men had shaken all of them. The last Ralston among them had probably not been feeling safe. I'd heard Ivy's cries of despair for a while after we'd left. If they hadn't stopped down there, they would have overtaken us. As it was, even with Nate not able to run at the moment, I now had my gaze glued to the rubble of rocks that allowed a nook to hide in, a nook with a view. It was the same one we'd used before. Likely we'd see them down there before they could see us. I made sure we stopped to drink from the river before crossing and getting through the last bit of the trek. Nate refused help, but he did manage to get there, albeit slower than he was usually capable of. We both sat under the small overhang of rocks and sighed in relief. We'd been running, fighting, not eating or sleeping for too many hours by this point. The water helped, though. I glanced over at Nate and wiped the blood that had trickled down across his temple away with the sleeve of my jacket. Then I parted his hair to find the gash. "I promise, it's fine," he said, rather annoyed at this as he twisted away a bit. "Head wounds just bleed badly." From what little I could see, he was right. It was more of a nick than a gash. "Give me a sec and I'll be fine." "This is all my fault," I blurted. "I should never have involved you. Then you'd be—" "In the dark, as always." Nate seemed surprised at his own words a moment. "That's not true, isn't it?" He was about to say more but shook his head, winced at the subsequent pain, and then leaned back against the rocks behind him. He reached out and put his hand on my knee, squeezing gently. "I'd go anywhere with you, Maggie, but it's hard to see the way in the dark." He sighed and shook his head a little. "I thought Dale was about to kill you back there." He visibly shivered at those words. It was strangely touching. I'd thought the same thing about Nate. "It's not like we stopped them or anything," he continued. "But we did manage to get away from them. Together." He looked at me then, his eyes softer and less strained than they had been. Maybe he was right. Maybe he just needed a second to shake the hit to his head. "We're always good like that. I know exactly where I have you, what to expect. This isn't the best time, but I've been thinking. We need to talk about this." My first thought was that we did not, because those were dreaded words for a reason. I averted my eyes and stared, down the rocky decline and toward the forest below instead. No one was in sight. The sirens had died down a bit. Nate wasn't wrong. I simply didn't quite understand where the problem lay. "You've been so reluctant ever since. Actually, before I found out about you and your kind, to let me in. Like you expect me to act like you think any cop will." "McAllen does." "What?" "Crap. See? There it is." He let go of my knee, took a deep breath, and rubbed a hand over his face. "It's like you go on some sort of lockdown and—" "I overheard you." He didn't say anything this time, merely gave me an expectant look. I huffed in exasperation. "Fine! I overheard him threatening you. In your kitchen." "He wasn't threatening me. And overheard? How?" "Oh, you climbed in through the window." He nodded to himself, without waiting for an affirmative from me. "I know I shouldn't have done that. Overheard, I mean, not using the window." That, at least, elicited a small smile from him. I couldn't help it. I saw him there, and then heard him ask all these things about the Marbella. He knows we were there, doesn't he? Nate nodded. He knew his former partner well enough to know that, no matter how little had been stated clearly between them. "That was the kind of thing I didn't want to happen to you," I said. I checked the area below us again and sat back, our arms touching, the only kind of warmth out there. It was too cold for comfort outside, and though we'd been in motion for hours, our bodies cooled down fast. With that came the various aches and pains from the night so far. My eyes burned a bit too, as I was realizing I'd gone without sleep for too long. "You're kind of a control freak, Maggie," he said out of the blue. Or maybe not. "Hey, that's not fair." "It totally is. But then again, so am I." "Yeah, that's true." We both laughed then, and it felt good. Like that was what it took for some tense muscles to relax a bit. We needed a break anyway. We both like to do things our way, and we don't quite work the same way. Not always. He was right about that too. He was in his comfort zone when assessing and investigating. I was used to chaos and dealing with things on the spot. But when things got out of our control, we did seem to mesh. We wouldn't be sitting here, alive and uncaptured, if not. That's okay, though. At least I think so. What I don't get is why you hide things from me, And I don't mean everything. I don't want or need to know everything. But when these people come to town and start planning to abduct affiliates and use them, you shouldn't be the only one dealing with them. That's not fair on you. Nate, that's sweet, but that's how it is, he finished for me. I nodded because that was exactly what I'd been about to say. That was what my role in the community was. Why did you go and see Ellie Torp alone? Were you following me? Were you eavesdropping on me? I gave a short scoff at that, but couldn't keep from smiling. Touché indeed. No, I was not following you. I was, on my way to see her myself. He seemed to blush a little at that admission. I didn't, I began, and then faltered. I had gone to talk to her about Theo being placed with Dale. She hardly had any information to offer on that. It pretty much added up to what Gerard had already told us, and so I'd not thought much about it. Certainly not enough to inform Nate about it. You went to see Oliver Langan too, Nate went on. So did you, it seems. I never said I was better at this than you. I huffed. He was right. We did seem to be equally bad at this trust thing. He was not wrong. Again. I did seem to keep him in the dark. But it did go both ways. Who's Jim Larson? I asked. There was a pause. Nothing but the natural susurrus of the forest around us, and the river farther away on our right made a sound. Where did you hear that name? Does it matter? No. Oh, my sister. It was Sarah, wasn't it? I shrugged. He died. Young. Nate watched me a moment, and I could almost feel the struggle in him. Tell me? Or not? Jim was my cousin, but somehow I think you already know that. I nodded. He was Detective K's brother. Why do you want to know about him? Because Sarah thought it mattered. Seems you know a lot already. Did you do research? Ha! I had Rob do it. Of course you did. He leaned forward a bit and scanned the area below. Since he sat back, there was still no one to be seen down there. The death of both Green and Ian must have been not only a shock, but a severe loss to Blakey's people. They were already 4 down since the arrests after the Marbella. Fine, but it seems you kind of know what happened to Jim then. What was reported in the Daily at the time, I confirmed. He was goaded, you know. I know. What I didn't know was why Sarah thought this mattered now. But as Nate, somewhat reluctantly at first, began telling me, the pieces fell into place. I had seen the friendship between Sarah and Detective K. They weren't just related, but genuine friends. That had been the case with their 2 younger brothers as well. Nate and his sister usually spent most of their summers in Ashport with their granddad, which meant they had friends here, not only their cousins. What they hadn't known about was the bullying Jim had been subjected to at school. He had never said a thing, only endured. And one day, he'd had enough. He'd climbed onto the roof of the hardware store, and a few of the kids who'd tormented him had spotted him. They began taunting him. More showed up and joined in. By the time someone called the cops, it was too late, Nate said, his voice steady and calm as usual. When they came, they got the kids to stop shouting for him to jump, but he was already broken. And the thing was, he still didn't jump, not right away, but they couldn't get the door open. The door? To get to the roof, there was a separate stairwell behind a locked metal door. Jim had the key because he worked part-time there on the weekends. The other key was with the manager who was not there. They couldn't break it down, and so he jumped before anyone could get to him? Nate nodded and reached into his jean pocket to retrieve his set of lockpicks. I had noticed he never went anywhere without them. Those kids goaded him into jumping. He thought he was worthless. And though I say kids, because they were only 15, 16, they damn well knew better. They were old enough to know better. So the lockpicks? Nate sighed. I always figured he could have been saved, you know, if they'd only gotten that damn door open. So anyway, I made my dad teach me how to use them, just in case. A door ever needed to be opened? He looked at me and smiled. Such a sad smile. Yeah, something like that. So why did Sarah think this was important? Beyond the awful thing that happened to your friend? Because she's a nosy sister who thinks she knows best. Yeah, I wouldn't know about older siblings or younger ones. Nate nodded and put the lockpicks back in his pocket. The kids who tormented him that day, and many, many times before that, some of them were my friends. Oh, that's awful. Yes, I trusted them. I thought they were fun to hang out with. I was a stupid kid, too. Suffice it to say, it might have affected me a little. A little, huh? It actually explained a lot. How Nate could be so suspicious and then so trusting when he decided to let people in, which meant, despite how welcome I always felt around him now, he'd never quite let all of me in, because I had not done the same either. Well, I leaned forward to check the area, still quiet. I think Sarah was spot on. Don't tell her that. Can't promise that. I smirked at him. I might need her on my side at some point. How reassuring. That's awful, though, I added in a more serious tone. Like you said, those kids were more than old enough to know better. I'm sorry that happened. His eyes met mine. They were a cold light blue, but somehow often came off as warm nonetheless. Like him. Thanks. We were quiet for a moment, simply sat there, side by side. I turned and looked at him. The wound on his head had stopped bleeding. That was something. I brushed my fingers over his stubbled cheek, and then through his hair before I lowered my hand. I love you, Maggie, he said then, something he didn't say that often, but it always came out so sincere when he did. Now was no exception. You're the most incredible person I know, but that's... He faltered, at a loss for words, or because he didn't want to say them. It's not enough in the long run, I know. I love you too. I did. He was someone I shouldn't trust at all but hadn't been able to keep away from. He felt so surprisingly like someone I'd been missing my whole life, someone who complimented me and challenged me, the one who made me smile just by showing up, who had my back and was simply there. And yet, I didn't seem able to let him be exactly that. There. Weren't we a couple of basket cases? Are you feeling better? I asked him. Physically? Sure. I nodded, not able to voice the gnawing worry in myself either. Then we should move. No need to wait for them. He didn't say anything to that. Instead, he got up and straightened to his full height as he emerged from under the rocks. I followed suit and still saw no one on our trail. Maybe they had become preoccupied with the police? Surely they'd heard the gunshot when Nate had fired Toby's gun? With the craziness in the compound, they would not think it was due to hunting. I shook my head in resignation. There were Ralstons, Yorov operatives, and police nearby, all of them too close for comfort. And yet, the worst was the realization that I might be losing the only person who'd ever gotten close enough for me to care deeply about. I stared at his back when he began the steep trek up the scree. I so desperately didn't want that to happen, but that meant I had to lose at least some control. I'd taken care of other people so long, I didn't know any other life, and for even longer, I'd only looked after myself. Despite the danger we were currently in, letting someone else care honestly terrified me.
Chapter 44. Do you want this to end? Maggie asked, following behind me, moving over rocks that seemed as equally difficult to navigate on our way up as they had been coming down. We would at least see anyone sneaking up on us out here, unlike in between the trees where sneak attacks would be easier. I stopped and turned toward her. Of course not. But I think we will come to resent each other if we keep this up. Don't you? My head did feel better after our little breather, but I did not feel relieved after our talk. Maggie didn't answer me. She only nodded and kept walking, which made me do the same thing. The rocks lay scattered in different sizes, some small enough to step over, others so big we had to climb over them. It took some time. I'm not very good at this, Maggie said after a while of what felt like mountain climbing. Are you hurt? I stopped to check, but didn't think she was injured. What? No, I'm not good at this relationship thing. I stopped with a hand on the nearest boulder, ready to go over it, and turned toward her again. She sighed and looked back to check for followers, even though I was already facing that way. She began, and then faltered a second. Maggie, though, could hardly be held back from a challenge. We didn't exactly start out in the best of ways, and I think sometimes that... We'll go back to that? I finished for her. We really hadn't liked each other, and we hadn't hidden that fact. But then again, we hadn't known each other. Not at all. No, she protested. It's too late for that. She smiled, but it faded fast. I worry that I messed up everything for you. I opened my mouth to vehemently deny that. She had enriched my life. It was so much better with her in it, but she held up a hand to silence me. It was not only that your life was turned upside down, it was your whole world view, and I'm so proud of how you've adapted. But it's so wrong. How? I don't understand. You quit your job, Nate, she said, raising her voice in what came off as actual despair. It was so unlike her. And yes, I know how that sounds, coming from me, but you loved your job, like really took pride in it and actually looked forward to going to work, and then you just quit? God, I can't believe I messed things up so badly for you. She stopped herself and shook her head in anger, resignation, me taking a step toward her. I wasn't sure which, if not all. Is that what you think? I'd caught on to the fact that she didn't like me quitting my old job and had thought it strange considering she didn't like it at all. I hadn't realized she thought she was the reason. Don't deny it. If we're going to be honest... She bit her lower lip and then shrugged. Your dad even thought something was wrong. Why else would he come all the way out here? My dad? I had to think a moment to even remember with all the craziness going on. Oh yeah, he was here. Wait, how do you know? I didn't tell you that. No, you didn't. And like you told me, I don't need to know everything either. But that really affected you. Which means it affects me as well. And wouldn't he know when something's wrong with you? No, he wouldn't. He knows what he wants me to do, and for a while, that coincided with what I wanted. Now it doesn't. I tilted my head sideways as I studied her. She seemed so vulnerable where she stood, her hair flowing a little in the breeze, her eyes open and imploring. Her last-ditch effort. Damn, that was something. Did you eavesdrop on me then, too? I asked her, my voice amused rather than annoyed, though. She cast a glance down at her feet before looking at me again. That was a first. I may have. I told you I'm crap at this relationship thing. I scoffed and smiled. You know, there is such a thing as joining the conversation. I didn't want to intrude any more than I already have. Oh, damn it. If that didn't tug hard at the heartstrings. Maggie, listen to me. This is important, and I need you to believe me. For your own sake, as much as mine. She nodded and added an uncertain, okay? I did not quit my job because of you. But, no buts. I quit because I couldn't do it anymore, seeing things the other cops didn't. I get it now why you worry so much about them. Like anyone else outside your world, they don't see the truth because their minds don't allow them to, and so they get the wrong idea. Which isn't the same as your local hairdresser or the postman doing the same. I simply couldn't be part of that. And no, before you protest, you did not do that to me. You tried as hard as possible to keep me away, remember? I was too stubborn to give up. I meant what I told my dad. I'm happy now. I have more freedom, more flexibility, and I'm still doing something I love. Don't say that just to be nice. She seemed so forlorn saying it that I ignored her initial request that I stay away. I walked the 4 steps between us and wrapped my arms around her and held her close. When have we ever been nice to each other? She gave a short laugh against my chest. Now you're overdoing the niceness. I smiled at that, and she wound her arms around me. That's not the real issue, though, is it? Guilt's one thing. You still don't trust me. It's like you've been keeping me at arm's length this whole time while assessing. Do you think I'll tell someone about your affiliates if we ever break up? She sighed. I wish I was the kind of person who could honestly say no to that. I can't help but put them first, though. They are my purpose. I know. But think about it this way. Do you honestly think I'd throw someone else under the bus to get at you? Or is that what you've been brought up to think cops do? She nodded. Okay, point taken. Or I could mention the numerous crimes we've both committed together. No, no, point seriously taken. I get it. I know you better than that. It's hard to break habits sometimes. Yeah, and speaking of that, you're allowed to think of yourself sometimes. I meant what I said. It's not fair on you dealing with all this alone. I do not need to know about every squabble in the community. But something like this crap show, asking for help doesn't make you weak. I know that. I have help, she began. I almost had to bite my tongue to keep quiet. She did have help, all right, now and then. When it came down to the real threats, though, she was on her own. She couldn't read my mind with her cheek pressed to my chest, but she seemed to have done it somehow anyway. She let go of me and took a step back. I have help, she repeated. Allies who step up when I need them. Friends I trust with my life, but I've never had a partner in anything. I don't know how to have one either in life or... She shrugged as she waved a hand toward the forest below. This. That's okay. We'll figure it out. I truly meant that, hoping she could read the earnestness on my face. I'd already known I had trust issues, but it had taken her to point out what lay beneath. I had stopped trusting without question after Jim died, and then kept on like that, only including people when I knew their character. I had learned Maggie's early on, but her distrust in me hadn't helped, and so it had been a vicious circle for both of us. I'd like that. She nodded and closed her eyes a moment. I'd really like to have more than one purpose. What was there to say to that? A pleasurable pressure swelled in my chest at her words. Happiness, I guessed, joy, relief, all of them. I bent my head and kissed her. Her hand moved from my shoulder to my neck. The warmth of her touch all I could think of. Her lips against mine felt so right. Of course I had to screw that up. I had a good reason, though, when I broke the kiss and blurted, "Oh, crap!" That bad, huh? No, I hurried to say, glancing back at her and then down at the bottom of the scree. God, no, I added, to make sure, but we're not alone anymore. She turned and saw, as I did, the forms of Ivy Allister and about 4 men down there. She was easily recognizable with her light blonde hair, and the men appeared to be Ralstons, their darker blonde hair equally recognizable. What is she doing? Maggie said, squinting a bit to see better. What she was doing was somehow getting the men to line up while she walked behind them, making sure to touch each of them on the neck. I knew what she was up to then. I'd seen it before. She needed skin contact to sway them to her will, or theirs, only amplified. I wasn't quite sure yet, but she'd managed to get a man to take his own life once. What was she doing with these 4? And was that Dale himself? He stood next to Charlie, Mitchell, and a now awake Patrick. Okay, we need to get out of here, Maggie said, as, on cue, the men stepped forward almost synchronized to begin their ascent. This might not have been the best place to stand around kissing. Ivy'd just lost her... I had no idea what she and Ian had been here in Ashport, but they'd had a history. That was certain. Now she was sending the remaining Ralstons out there in the forest to finish us off. Ivy herself, though, stepped back a few paces and then turned and stalked away between the trees without so much as a glance back.
Chapter 45.
We were in big trouble. No way to sugarcoat it. We needed to hurry and get to the sawmill first, and then somehow escape 4 men determined to kill us. All those facts churned in my head, and yet a sense of relief, like a burden I didn't know the true weight of, had been lifted off my shoulders. I might have been terrified to tell Nate the truth,
but it would have been worse if we hadn't broken our stubborn patterns. Maybe all this adulting was good for something? If we lived long enough to benefit from it, that was. At the top of the scree, we stopped and looked back. The sight down there was not uplifting. The men were moving at an unusually brisk pace while climbing the rocky ground. They didn't seem to need to stop for breaks. How could that be? I knew Dale. He was not as fit as that. And yet they came on in a steady, fast tempo. It was like watching a group of non-rotting zombies coming at us. Suffice it to say, we didn't stay long to watch. Instead, we moved farther up among the trees until we reached the path that would lead us to the sawmill. I can't believe I fell for that, I said. We jogged along the pathway, making sure to keep a steady pace ourselves so as not to burn out before we could reach Theo and Sarah. Fell for what? Oh, you mean planting Theo in Dale's compound? Yes, I still can't believe they'd kill his mom just for that. Seems Blakey is intent on acquiring you, as it were, for his bosses. I gave a curt nod at that, confident that Nate saw it. He was right. I was under no illusion about the value of my ability, but why let me roam free? I don't know how to put this nicely, Nate said when I asked, his breathing contained and controlled, while we moved fast across the soft dirt and moss under our feet. It's likely too much trouble trying to keep you in check as a prisoner while they work on the rest of their plan to map out the affiliates of the community. Also, if you disappear, it will be noticed. And they killed a woman for that? Damn! Yeah. We rounded the bend where I'd performed my half-aborted attack on Nate some hours earlier. Soon we'd be able to see the sawmill. It kind of makes sense in a twisted way, Nate went on. You of all people know what it's like to be a child in peril, taken against your will. An Achilles heel. Wanting to help a kid? I wouldn't exactly call it that. I fell for it, though. I really had. After meeting Theo and realizing he was in trouble, I'd done precious little about Blakey and his people, exactly as they'd intended. There we are, Nate said when the ruins of the big sawmill came into view among the trees. We were high up in the landscape now, about as high as one could get in these parts. On the other side of the hill lay the main road. That was our escape. We reached the ruins and walked in through the opening in the thick stone wall. Sarah and Theo are... I gestured to where they'd been when I'd left, but the spot was empty. I began, as a shot rang through what was essentially a small courtyard, framed by the old walls and containing nothing but grass and piles of rubble from the partially crumbled walls. The shot hit the wall above us, spraying shards of rock, and Nate and I hit the deck. The next one will not miss, a voice shouted above the noise of the river. Sarah, Nate shouted back. We lay on the ground, ridiculously open for attack. Nate? I peered over at the opposite side of the space. Sarah's head popped up from behind a pile of building blocks. It's us, Nate yelled at her, and he got up. I followed suit. Theo's head popped up behind Sarah. At the sight of us, she seemed to close her eyes and sink back down a bit, most likely in pain. When we reached them, I could see how pale she was. She'd sat and was leaning against the rocks, which could not be comfortable, considering the hard edges. Theo saw someone coming, she explained. What else were we supposed to do? Never mind that now, Nate told her. We need to leave. Are you okay? He added to Theo, who looked so out of place in this chaos. The boy nodded, though, pushing forth courage he'd probably never thought he had. Nate helped his sister up while I ran back to the opening to check for the all clear. It turned out to not be clear at all. Of course it did. Stupid, non-existent luck. For a second, as our followers emerged farther down the path, I wondered how they'd known we were here. No matter how entranced they were by Ivy's ability of mind control, Dale and his cousins still knew the layout of this area better than anyone. It had likely been an educated guess. And a good one. For them, that was. Us? We were still in big trouble. I ran back toward the others, relaying the bad news, my heart breaking a bit at the sight of a terrified Theo. He knew his uncle was right outside, and the man had not stayed his temper with the kid before he'd run away. There was no telling what he'd do now. "It's okay, Theo." I took his hand. He didn't resist now, as he was back to needing the comfort of someone being there for him. "Maggie," Nate said as he helped his sister sit, exactly where I'd left her earlier. "The river." I turned and got his meaning. I couldn't see it from here, but I sure could hear it as it ran so close to the ruins, having once powered the actual saw. Dale and Mitchell were smolder hexes. All that water would be a perfect weapon for them. Nate bent down and got one of Sarah's guns before facing me again. "I'll take a look." Then he climbed up the piled rocks to reach the top of the wall. It didn't take long before he fired the first shot. God, Dale and his guys moved fast. Their hearts had to be pounding hard considering the speed they'd kept to reach us, like there was nothing else in their minds. "Theo," I told him and led him over to Sarah. "You stay here with Sarah, okay? I need to help Nate." He nodded in his mute, reserved state again. Sarah, without a word, reached under her jacket and gave me her last gun. It wasn't exactly my favorite weapon, but now was not the time to be picky. I took it and ran for the opening in the wall, hoping to aid Nate from ground level, but before I'd made it halfway, he was shouting at me. It was at this point I realized he hadn't fired the gun anymore either. "Maggie!" He was waving at me, or rather behind me. I swung around. To my horror, water trickled in between the stone walls, pushing at the old mortar. Pieces of it popped out of the cracks. The water was steaming. I lowered the gun and watched a second. I remembered the tendrils of water Dale had used to trap Nate and me. If he could contain it like that, then what could he and Mitchell do in unison? Boil us, that was what. A gunshot broke through my shock, and I jumped into action. Not that there was anything I could do. If Nate was firing again, it meant Dale and the others were running toward us. With no better plan, I ran back to Theo and Sarah and placed myself between them and the oncoming danger. It would only spare them a second longer, but what else was there to do?
Chapter 46. I shot again, straight at Dale's head, with no hesitation. He and Mitchell were making the water break down the wall, ready to drown us or boil us by the looks of the steam that rose from the other side of it. That damn Patrick kept deflecting the bullets. Seemed there was more than one Ralston with the ability to manipulate metal like the gatekeeper had. I tried again, aiming for Charlie this time, but no. The bullets seemed to disappear, like Patrick was flinging them somewhere else. I glanced back down. Maggie ran toward Theo and Sarah. The wall was about to burst, mortar and stone cracking, giving in to the pressure. I met Maggie's gaze then. Nothing but despair there. She knew there was nothing to do. She bent down and embraced Theo, and I tried shouting but was immediately hit. Something I couldn't see pushed me back along the wall, the hard edges colliding with me as I landed. I saw stars and twisted over on my side. The Ralstons were so close. Dale and his last followers had been approaching the corner of the sawmill where I'd been perched atop the wall. I didn't know whether they'd kill us with the water or trap us with it and then do the deed with their own hands. The blank expressions on their faces made them appear less caring than they had been before. Down in the forest, Dale had delighted in inflicting harm and asserting his power. Now he seemed like a dead monster. Ivy's control was overwhelming. My lungs burned the moment they allowed air inside. I gasped and glanced down into the ruin. "Theo, where are you?" someone yelled from outside. Dale. So he was sent to retrieve the kid. At least he wouldn't be killed then. Except Theo seemed too terrified by that voice to control himself. As he sat huddled with Maggie and Sarah, a tremor shook the wall. Something was wrong. I managed to get my protesting body to obey orders. I sat up and saw Dale and the others had reached the wall. There was some piled up rubble out there too, way too close to the wall. They weren't chancing the opening where the door had once been. No, they all came closer and climbed. I shot again, and yet again the bullet was diverted. It was a waste. But what was I to do? I turned at a whooshing sound behind me. Water poured in through and above the wall on the opposite side. The wall trembled again, more fiercely this time. The rocks shook under me. Smaller rocks on the piles shook free from the rest of the rubble and fell. Dale and the others didn't seem bothered. What were they up to? Then a loud crack sounded, drowning out the noise of the river. The wall shook violently and crumbled. For some reason, I looked down at the others and noticed, through the danger of boiling water from one end and shaking rocks from the other, Theo's little hand plastered on the ground as the other one was slung around Maggie. Tiny pressure waves emanated from his hand, the kind you could usually only see in slow motion on TV. Everything shook violently. Sarah rolled off the rocks she was propped up against and crawled away, her face a pained grimace. Then a big boulder under my legs cracked open. I pushed backward, trying to get off it, while at the same time the whole corner of the wall crumbled and fell. I couldn't help but stare in shock, but I scurried to get up and ran the opposite way to avoid getting caught between the falling building stones. Screams rose behind me then, and I turned, barely managing to keep my balance, as Dale and the others got caught by the stones. Charlie leaped forward and up so fast I startled at the sight, but his gift of speed didn't save him. There was no stable rock to grab onto. Like the others, he was pulled under the rocks and crushed. It was a better fate than Dale figuring out he'd been skimming off his weapons depot behind his back. There was only dust and flailing bodies, and then nothing as it all settled. Only the dust still flying. I let out my breath then and turned. The water eased back, stones falling to the ground due to the pressure. None of it would reach the people I cared about. My eyes met Maggie's again. She gave me a look, kind of like a mixture of shock and curiosity. There was a big gaping hole in front of me, the entire corner of the wall reduced to a huge pile of rubble. No movement to be seen, though. They were dead. And that was due to an 8-year-old boy who had not been treated with kindness. I peered back at Maggie. I couldn't hear, but I could see her telling him something. That it was going to be okay? She sent me a questioning look. I could only shake my head. Dale would not be harming the kid again. With our eyes locked in mutual understanding, we made an unspoken decision right there and then. Theo could not know the truth. We still need to leave, I told them. I climbed down from the wall, a little away from the most treacherous parts of it after the treatment it had been given. Most likely, the rest of Dale's guys had returned to the compound to try to deal with the firefighters and police. Not that that would help them unless they used their abilities on them. And that would never happen. I knew enough about the people belonging to the community by now to know that. Besides, if they were to be that stupid, it would bring down a whole host of problems for them. There was a reason affiliates feared exposure. Okay. Maggie let go of Theo and got up, seeming a bit shaken. She was amazing. No wonder she had chosen the path she had. With no more options, she had stood between my sister and a child facing a gruesome death. I would never forget that. I'd meant what I said earlier. She truly was the most incredible person I had ever known. That would have to wait, though. I caught her eye and only said wide berth, indicating the makeshift barrow the wall had now become. Hands and feet were sticking out of it. The kid should not see that. I walked over to help Sarah up. Maggie nodded and came the other way. Our hands brushed as we passed each other, a silent acknowledgement of what could have happened moments before. With Sarah leaning against me, we followed Maggie and Theo out of the ruins. Despite the river, it felt like an eerie silence up there. A distant sound caught my attention, though, kind of like a bark. That was strange. We hadn't seen much wildlife except birds. Any animal within miles had probably been scared off hours ago. I handed my sister off to Maggie and walked a bit the opposite way of where we were going. There was an opening in the forest landscape there, and I moved over there to have a peek. The whole area of our nightmarish night, and now part of a day, spread out before me. I tried tuning out the river to catch what was happening. The fire down in the compound had to have been put out completely now, as there was no smoke. A shout. It was weak, but there was someone human somewhere down there, moving about. Not in the compound, though. That was too far away to hear. But the scree. I saw part of it far to my left. Barks sounded again. In that instant, I knew what it was. It didn't matter that I couldn't see them. I'd been a part of them. I knew what all the chaos in Dale's compound would lead to. There had been massive amounts of stolen military weaponry in there. Dale himself was missing, and there had been several gunshots coming from the forest. We were not out of danger yet. I turned and ran back to the others. I simply lifted Sarah into my arms. "Hey, what the hell, Nate? I can walk." "No, you can't." She couldn't run, which mattered more than walking now, and even though she'd slow me down, I'd still move faster this way. "We need to get to your car now, Maggie," I told her, and began running. We needed to pass by the scree before the cops came up there. She and Theo caught up at once. "The cops are searching the forest, with dogs!" I had no idea where the dogs had come from. Not like Ashport PD had the resources, but that was not my concern now. We could not be found here and mixed up in this. I'd lost count of all the laws we'd broken. Surprisingly, or maybe not so much by now, that fact didn't bother me much. My conscience was clear, at least. "Wow, Nate," Maggie said, as she and Theo sped up to a jog beside us. As agreed, we kept well away from any close view of the broken wall. "I don't think I've ever been more attracted to you, running from the police." With Theo's hand in hers, and while jogging, she managed to fan herself with her other hand. "Ew!" my sister blurted, and then couldn't help herself and laughed. "God, Nate, you really need to tell me where you found this one." I managed to shrug at her and winked at Maggie. "In an interrogation room. Where else?" Chapter 47. "You know," Dr. Morris said to Maggie, "I'd appreciate it if you stopped bringing bloody police officers to my highly illegal medical practice." She glanced at me and added, "No offense." "No, scratch that. I meant it." I could only shrug. I wasn't even a cop anymore, and yet these people, Dr. Morris and Dale alike, seemed to forget that. "I think she's a federal agent," Maggie objected with a smile that she dropped as the doctor stared her down. It was amazing to watch. There were few people Maggie respected that much. The doctor sighed after winning that battle and pulled off the blue cap covering her dark hair. "Mrs. Elmore is recovering and should be fine. Nurse Byers is with her now until she wakes up." My bet was that Tegan was there to make sure my sister didn't wake up and start causing a fuss. When we'd reached Maggie's car, well ahead of the police, she'd started going in and out of consciousness. We'd had little choice but to take her to Ashport Hospice, since that was where Dr. Morris did, in fact, have her highly illegal clinic. According to her, as we stood listening to the medical facts she listed, we'd been lucky Sarah's injuries hadn't been worse. If that had been the case, we would have had to take her to the hospital. With the current chaos in and around Dale's compound, it wouldn't take a genius to figure out she'd been involved. Best to avoid that, since she could at the very least lose her job. Some broken ribs, an inner bleeding, and general banged-upness, as Dr. Morris called it, was something they could handle here. Lucky Sarah, apparently. The door to the cramped waiting room opened and was subsequently filled by Gerard's large frame. Dr. Morris nodded at him and then went back to her patient. Gerard took one peek at Theo, who sat on one of the hard plastic chairs, his feet dangling right above the floor. At least Gerard had the sense to look ashamed. The bruise on the boy's face could not be mistaken. "Hi there, Theo." Gerard came into the room, gave us a quick nod, and then focused on the kid. "I hear you've been having a rough time of it." Theo only nodded and stared resolutely down at the floor. "Theo's been great," Maggie hurried to add. She stepped closer to me. "If he hadn't been so brave, we'd have had a hard time getting him out of there." "Is that so?" Gerard said. Theo glanced up and looked at us. And wasn't Maggie right? One thing was that he hadn't made any fuss, but faced his fears and taken a chance on us. He'd even saved us all, and he didn't even know it. Couldn't know, at least not now. "Well, that's a brave boy then," Gerard said. "I'm so sorry your uncle wasn't good to you." "He wouldn't let me go to my mom's funeral," Theo said, staring at the floor again. Maggie took hold of my hand then, and I squeezed gently for comfort. That was just heartbreaking. Even Gerard's hard facial features struggled to remain in control. That wasn't right of him. Tell you what, I'll take you to your mom now before we go see Mr. Langen. Would you like that? Theo nodded and got up. What will happen now? Mr. Langen will find a new home for you, a better one, I promise. I said, and drew Gerard's attention. He's, gifted. It might be a good idea to take that into account. Hopefully, Oliver Langen would do a better job of it this time. Then again, being so blind as to send a child into Dale Ralston's care had been a great act of stupidity. He couldn't do worse than that again. Gerard eyed me without emotion a moment, then a small smile emerged before he nodded. All right, Theo. He turned his attention back on the kid. Time to say goodbye. Strangely, that brought Theo out of his silent and somewhat shy mood. He stepped over to Maggie and me and simply wrapped his arms as far around us as he could reach. Hey, kid, Maggie said after a second. She bent down and took his little face between her hands. It'll get better now, okay? Okay. He nodded and even offered a shy smile as I ruffled his hair. Then he stepped back and went with Gerard. The community did him a great disservice, Maggie said after the door closed behind him. We owe him a lot. Yeah, I cupped her cheek. But you've done your part. More than that, even. He'll be fine now. She nodded and then turned her head, since the door Dr. Morris had disappeared through opened. Guys? Tegan appeared in the opening, looking rather odd in scrubs instead of her usual retro style. Mrs. Elmore's awake now. She wants to see you. We followed Tegan into the room where they kept Sarah. As far as I'd gathered of this place, they only had room for 2 or 3 patients at a time. Dr. Morris's illegal clinic was placed in an unused part of the hospice, where there were 2 narrow hallways and no elevators, remnants of a time when such things weren't considered. If the owners ever decided to rebuild, she'd have to move this part of her business. I'll leave you to it then, Tegan said, with her lips retreating into a tight line before she closed the door. For once, I didn't think it was me who'd caused it, but then it was likely my law enforcement sister, so that was probably only marginally better. Hey guys, she said from the bed. She was pale, groggy, and with her usually pinned-up hair floating in all directions on the pillow. I've been getting a stern talking to by the doctor and then the nurse. Geez, they're really afraid I'll spill the beans on this facility, aren't they? She tried sitting up a little, but only grimaced and gave up. She huffed and then seemed to realize it was better to rest a bit. I didn't know they were this organized. They? I asked. Sarah glanced at Maggie. Yes, they. Conflict consultants. Maggie scoffed and smiled. Well, I'll ask instead of giving you a stern talking to. You can't tell anyone? Sarah looked from her to me and back again. It was unavoidable. I'd have to talk with her soon, but it might become a bit much now. Don't worry, she said, her gaze on Maggie. I have no reason to. Besides, who the hell would believe me? People shooting fire out of their asses? Oh, for crap's sake, she's worse than you, Nate. Sarah chuckled and then got quiet a second. What is your thing then, Maggie? Maggie got a pained expression. She turned to me for help. She didn't go around announcing her ability. It usually got strained reactions. I would know. It wasn't always easy to deal with. Trust me, Sarah, I told my sister. You don't want to know. She looked between us again and then nodded as her phone pinged on a nearby table. Mel again, she said. She's been wondering where I've been. Told her I hung out late with you guys and then slept there. Maggie visibly perked up at that. Oh, I like this. She positively beamed at me. She's creating an alibi. You should take a lesson from her, Nate. Oh, for crying out loud. I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Oh, I know, Sarah went on and put her phone down. You're a werewolf, aren't you? Maggie, happy to joke about it, shook her head and wrinkled her nose. Oof, too hairy. Vampire? Too thirsty. Banshee? Now those are actually... Okay, enough of that. I steered a laughing Maggie by the shoulders toward the door. You should rest so you can pretend to be healthy tomorrow when you see Mel, I told Sarah, and then closed the door on her laughter behind us. I think your place should be safe now, Maggie said a short while later. We were in her car, driving away from the hospice. If any of Dale's guys were still there when things went down, they'll have gotten the message and left by now. We should still check it out and go get Kona. We'd left her with a friend of mine before going to Dale's compound, and I was glad now as we'd stayed away longer than planned. I can't believe I didn't see it, though, Maggie went on and stopped for an old couple crossing the street. What? Theo's ability. I noticed the tremors before. I just didn't connect them to him. I thought it was Dale's doing. I only saw a helpless boy. But he was a helpless boy. All the power in the world won't help if you're not confident in them. Or yourself. He's 8. Maggie nodded and hit the gas. That's true. But still. Dale was right to derail me that way. Well, technically, it was Blakey. I stared lazily out the window, feeling the effects of the long night and day so far. Yes, I haven't forgotten that, and I think we should start with picking that ledger apart. I glanced over at her and was met with a smirk of the utmost confidence. He won't derail me any longer. Us, I mean. She broke eye contact just when I smiled back. We'd come upon a red light. I looked outside again. Ashport had long since started the day. It was the end of the workday at this point, and people were milling about, many in formal clothes as they were headed home or out to eat. I said, noticing someone who stuck out in the crowd. What? Maggie sounded distracted, since she was checking the traffic around us. Why is my ex out on a date with your ex? That was surely Erin entering a small cafe called Lavinia's farther ahead. She was accompanied by Jacques. Both of them dressed up a bit more than anyone else around. Maggie leaned a little to the right to see. Oh, that. Oh, that? Did you have something to do with this? Me? Why would you say such a thing? Because you're smiling. Oh, well. She shrugged and nodded in the new couple's direction. Look at them. I did. Jacques had his hand on Erin's back, and they entered the cafe smiling and laughing together. Don't they seem happy? I think they're a better match. Better than us? Or better separate from us? Maggie glanced up a second. The last one, she decided, and nodded. She put the car into gear as the light turned. We're a better match, too, she added, and cast a glance at our matching, dirty, torn, and crumbled clothes. It made her laugh. We did look a mess, but she was right, though. We were finally better together.
Chapter 48. When I closed the front door of Nate's apartment behind me, Kona came running through the living room to greet me, unusually silent for her. Her tail wagged on high speed, though, her tongue hanging out, and she panted contentedly while I scratched her behind the ears. "Are you happy to be home, girl?" I asked her, and got no verbal response. I decided to take her general joyous disposition as a confirmation, though, and straightened up. The place was as normal, tidy, comfy, and sleek. That was how I'd describe it. And it did fill me with a sense of happiness walking in there, or climbing in, whichever. I kicked off my shoes and went into the kitchen, Kona in tow. Nate was there, pouring himself a glass of orange juice on the big kitchen island. I actually bought the paper, I told him, and put the physical copy of the Ashport Daily on the countertop. Nate nodded and then looked up from the paper. Wait. He turned and pointed at the doorway between the kitchen and the living room. Did you just come in through the door? I shrugged. Where else would I come from? He narrowed his eyes and watched me. You're messing with me again. Can't understand what makes you say such a thing. I gave him my most innocent look, which only resulted in a scoff. He eyed the paper again. He pulled it closer and made a quick scan of the front page. Dale's compound had become the new big news in town, so much so that I was tired of reading about it on my phone. Not only had weapons been found out there, but the police suspected it was weapons stolen from the Air Force. Sarah had been called in, doing her best to appear like a normal, healthy person while she confirmed her suspicions, etc. Many Ralstons had been killed, and it was suspected that Dale had had a falling out with some of his own, especially Charlie, who had been selling weapons behind Dale's back. Unfortunately, they all seemed to be dead now. It wasn't like the police were going to tell the newspaper everything, but so far so good. It also helped that we had Rob on our side and on the inside of that paper. He'd do what he could to deflect anything that had to do with the community. "I'm tired of this," Nate declared and pushed the paper away. He'd reported the findings to his bosses and was, for all intents and purposes, done with the case. We'd decided on not expounding on Blakey's actual stealing of the weapons. We'd have to find a way to deal with him ourselves. Sooner or later, the Yorov Corporation would get him out of any prison to keep doing his work elsewhere. We couldn't have that. "You know what?" I told Nate. "So am I." I rummaged around in my purse and put the contents I was searching for on the countertop, smiling at him. Nate, who was taking a sip of his orange juice, eyed the plastic cuffs I'd snatched from his sister's jacket pocket when I'd met her earlier for a quick update. He was already shaking his head as he swallowed. "Nope," he informed me. "Not doing that again." I smiled wider. He had not liked losing control, and I understood that feeling. Still, well, that's too bad. 'Cause I was thinking I owed you one, and I made to take the cuffs back when he slammed the glass down so hard orange juice spilled over the rim. He grabbed the cuffs and then swooped me over his shoulder, making me laugh, and made for the bedroom, slamming the door behind us with a backward kick, effectively shutting a curious Kona out. It wasn't dark out as it was the middle of the day, but the drapes were still shut, and it left the room in a semi-shadowy state. I sighed. I was sated, content, happy. My arms still lay stretched out to my sides, even though Nate had cut the plasticuffs off. I glanced around and then moved over, my final motion being rolling into place beside Nate, resting my head on his shoulder, my hand on his chest, feeling his now slowing heartbeats, more or less in rhythm with my own. "You owe me a new shirt." He opened one eye and then angled his head to peer past me. My shirt was indeed cut into pieces, off me and out of the way. "And a new bra," I added. "I could have taken them off before, you know." I smiled at him and he shrugged lightly beside me. "Needed to act before you changed your mind." "Change my mind. After that, I'll let you tie me up more often." "More often than what?" "More than this, one time," I admitted and laughed, relishing in his smile. Yes, giving up control wasn't easy on either of us. It was different, though, when you completely trusted someone. "No, I agree," he said after a while. "You say the funniest things when you're at my mercy." I couldn't remember everything I'd uttered because damn. "I bet it was dirty," I told him and smiled, kissing him. "Oh, the dirtiest word there is." He gave me a quick kiss back. I sighed contentedly. "So? What was it?" I asked. "Please," he said between sweet and soft kisses. "What, you want me to ask nicely?" He laughed silently then, his body shaking a bit. "No, the dirty thing you said. Please." "No, I didn't." "Oh, yes." "No, because begging was not exactly my thing and he knew it. That meant losing control." That word did not leave my mouth once. He looked at me then with an amused smile. "That's actually true." "Of course it's true." "Mm-hmm," he agreed. "You said it twice." "I did?" "Mm-hmm." I I began, and then realized it didn't matter. It changed nothing. I moved my hand, stroking it through his hair. "That's okay then," I whispered. "It is?" "Yes, because it's you. I can be honest with you." He smiled then and bent his head to kiss me. "Besides," I added, "now we can spend some time figuring out what it takes to get you to say the same." His mouth widened into a smile against mine then, a promise of everything good in the face of the bad we knew was coming. This has been Dissonance, Book 3 in the Ashport Mender series. Written by G.K. Lund. Copyright 2020 by G.K. Lund. Audiobook production copyright 2025 by G.K. Lund. If you want to be notified of other audiobooks by G.K. Lund, remember to click subscribe. That way you won't miss new additions to this YouTube catalog.